2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternature here to speak, and defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes, sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Good morning.
Howdy.
We're on take 2 because I
Morning, all.
started the song, but I didn't hit go live.
Hey, Flash fan. Good morning.
We were halfway through the song before I realized my mistake. So sorry we're late. It's all my fault. Alrighty. It's good. It's Monday. That's all.
It is. All day.
Your Monday's almost over.
Mm-hmm.
I like your sign back there. I just now saw it.
Yay!
That's cool.
Yeah, it was cheap too.
Okay. Good.
I'll send you the link if you like. It was like $30.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm getting a space like downstairs ready, and I would like to hang something like that behind me when I get down there. I'm just waiting to get down there. All right, so we are alternate juror, Jody with the defense rest, and we have Bri Bear down there. He makes us so we can all breathe.
He makes us whole.
He
completes us.
Tanya said that'll be $15 US dollars. All right, we are going to cover Wisconsin versus Kevin Sehmer. I think that's how you say his name. Mm-hmm. It is allegedly, to me, it's like a bar fight that went really bad. And he supposedly had a problem with this guy's tattoo. I don't know. I've not watched a lot of this because I want to watch it with all of you guys. But Kevin Sehmer hit Josh Davies and he hit the ground and he is not here anymore. So he passed away. Kevin Sehmer is charged with 1 count of felony unaliving and 1 count of aggravated battery.
And no spoilers if anyone's seen it.
Yeah, it just happened last week. So we were a little busy with Ashley Benefield, so we didn't get it done. So yes, if you know the outcome of this, do not tell us. We will have the outcome for you tomorrow. It's a very short trial. You guys, if you watch the Darrell Brooks trial, you will recognize Sue Opper. She is one of the prosecutors in this trial, and I have been waiting to see her try another case because I thought with everything that Darrell Brooks put that prosecution team through, she did well with him. And she didn't try to pull anything. She was very respectful of the judge. And I was very impressed with that whole prosecution team.
Yep.
So it's kind of like, do I want to see her try another case? Because I don't want her to ruin what my thoughts are. But
no, she's really organized.
I think she's going to do a great job. We hear from her assistant most of the first, I think all of the first day. And then we'll hear from Miss Opper. So if you're not familiar with her, I think you'll like her. If you've watched, Brian, I don't know if you do. Jody, I don't know if you get US TV. Brian, do you watch the series Ghost?
No.
Dang it. because there's a ghost in there that she lives in the basement because she's a what did they have?
I get US TV. It's Netflix.
No, it's on CBS. But she had like it wasn't typhoid, maybe it's typhoid, something like that. So they all were in the basement. So they're basement ghosts in this house. But there's one on there. She reminds me like Sue Opper could play her. It's because they talk the same, they look the same.
Yes,
So-
Flash fan, yes.
Yes, she's a district
Is it
attorney.
Is it about real ghosts?
No, it's about
Oh.
a couple that she inherits a mansion and she falls and she hits her head and then she can see the ghosts that are in the old family mansion because if they passed away on the property, they're stuck there. So
Wow.
it's like people from Revolutionary War all the way to like 2000s.
Oh.
Between. So it's funny. It is a very funny show.
Yeah, I have to. There's actually, I can't remember the name of the series now, but apparently one of the ICUs that I work in was on TV a few years ago for being haunted.
Oh yeah, like real
And
ghost.
They brought a priest in and all sorts of stuff. And I was like, you're kidding me. And the hospital let that be on TV? So I got to find it.
Yeah, no,
I see unalived people.
yeah, this is just it's just a sitcom. It came from the BBC maybe. Britain had it first, and then we, as we do in the US, we stole it, made it our own. Alrighty, I will quit talking. But I am telling you guys, I about removed it. So we are going to go straight into opening statements. I don't figure any of you want to hear jury instructions or the charges, him reading. So we are there. Let me know how the sound is. I don't have everything boosted like 1,000. So let me know if you can hear it. And I do have it on 1.25 speed because these people talk really slow.
Oh, the defense attorney is so slow.
Yeah. I almost didn't even tell anybody because I didn't figure anybody would notice.
I was going to mention that to you, actually.
Yeah. So, alrighty. State is getting ready to do their opening arguments. I think I've got everything ready. If you can't hear it, it won't surprise
Bring
me.
it.
All right, here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here today on behalf of myself and the Waukesha DA's office. We thank you for your service for this jury. And as the court just said, this is a one-charge felony murder. And as the court just told you, I must prove those charges to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And just essentially what that all means is that this defendant, Kevin Sehmer, committed the crime of aggravated battery against the victim, in this case, Josh Davies, simply meaning he caused great bodily harm to Josh Davies. And as a result of that aggravated battery, as a result of causing him great bodily harm, Josh Davies died. That's essentially what this case is about. And it's really about what happened to Josh Davies that night. And the state believes that the evidence will show that the second Kevin Sehmer, this defendant, saw Josh Davies, he had it out for him. Kevin Sehmer was aggressive, both verbally and physically, for the very short time that Josh and Kevin were in contact with each other this night. And we believe that the evidence will show that this defendant punches Josh in the head, causing Josh to drop to the ground, hit his head on the concrete again, which ultimately led to Josh's death. And you will first hear testimony from Officer Tyler Martins, Heartland Police Department. He will tell you that this all occurred on Saturday, June 17th, 2023, a very classic Wisconsin summer evening. There was an outdoor concert at Beer Snobs down in downtown Heartland. Part of the street had actually been closed down. Officer Martins was there patrolling the area, and he'll explain to you where this area is, the general setup of this area in downtown Heartland, the bars around there, and he'll show you some maps, and we'll go through it so you can orient yourself to all the places. Towards the end of this night, June 17th, 2023, around 11 p.m., maybe a little bit before, Officer Martins, while he's on routine patrol, gets flagged down by a group of individuals on the sidewalk in front of Tabby's Bar and Hometown Pharmacy at 111 East Capitol Drive. And Officer Martins will tell you there was a male lying on the sidewalk. That male was Josh Davies. Josh Davies was surrounded by two different people. His wife, Jen Davies, who will testify, and his friend Brian Richardson, who will also testify. And essentially, there are 4 civilian witnesses in this case and some videos that will show you exactly what happened to Josh Davies that night and why he ended up laying on the sidewalk, which ultimately caused his death. And those 4 civilians are Jen Davies, like I just told you, the wife of Josh Davies, Brian Richardson, the friend of Josh Davies, Laura Burke, a friend of Jen Davies, and someone completely unrelated to Jen, Brian, Laura, and the defendant, John Laporte. Now, Jen Davies and Laura Burks, they will tell you they've been friends for several years. Jen does Laura's hair. They will tell you they decided to meet up for this concert at Beer Snobs that night. It's an outdoor concert. Jen had come there with her friend, or with her husband, Josh, and Josh's friend, Brian. They were out there enjoying the concert. And Laura Burke will tell you that she was out there, she was at the concert, and before meeting up with Jen, Josh, and Brian, she was just walking around, talking to people. Eventually met someone she didn't know, but struck up a conversation with them. And that person was Kevin Sehmer. Kevin was there with his friend Tom. Laura starts talking to them. Kevin's kind of trying to set Laura and Tom up. And Laura will tell you she never met Kevin before this night. She doesn't know him, never met him before this night, never met Tom before this night. But they were talking throughout the night on and off outside at this concert. Kevin even puts his number in Laura's phone. Laura then connects with Josh, Brian, and Jen, the people that she agreed to meet up with. And, they're outside, they're enjoying themselves, as I'm sure we all have on a Wisconsin night outside in the summer. Towards the end of the night, as the band outside is getting done, getting closer towards 10:30, 11 p.m., Jen, Laura, Josh, and Brian, those 4, decide to go to Tabby's Wine Bar. And again, Tabby's Wine Bar is in the same general vicinity as Beer Snobs. They walk to it, still in downtown Heartland. And Tabby's Wine Bar actually has video surveillance inside that is both audio and sound. And you will see on this video surveillance
audio
Kevin
and
Sehmer
sound
at the end of this bar. And you will see Jen and Laura walk in first from the back. And then you will see Josh, the victim in this case, and his friend Brian walk in from the back. And they walk all the way across, and you will see on the video that they end up meeting at the end of the bar with Kevin. So now it's these 5 together in Tabby's Wine Bar. And you will also see in the video that other witness I talked to you about, John Laporte. John was a musician playing at Tabby's that night, separate concert from the one at Beer Snobs. He has no relation to Mr. Sehmer, the defendant, no relation to Laura Burke, no relation to Jen Davies, no relation to Josh Davies, no relation to Brian Richardson. Doesn't know any of the 5 people involved in this. And he was at the end of the night, and he was at the end of his concert, and he's packing up, putting his instruments back in his car. So he's kind of walking in and out of Tabby's is what you'll see. And what you'll also see in that video, and what you'll hear from the witnesses, is that almost immediately this defendant sees Josh and starts making comments about Josh and his tattoos, marking up God's work. And Jen and Brian, they'll tell you, and Laura will tell you, they've never met Kevin before. They don't know why he's going in on Josh and tattoos. And they'll kind of tell you they thought maybe Kevin was just joking. They didn't think much of it. And you'll see after this initial interaction on that Tabby's Wine video between Josh and Kevin, Josh separates himself. Josh goes to a different side, separates himself from Kevin. Kevin continues to be aggressive with Josh. You'll hear on the Tabby's Wine video him say F you to Josh, go out there and practice falling down, saying that to Josh. And I want you to listen to Kevin's tone, Mr. Sehmer's tone when he does that. It's not a joking tone. You'll see his demeanor. You'll see him be aggressive with pointing. You'll see this on the video. And even during this second interaction between Josh and Mr. Sehmer, you will then see Kevin walk over to Josh, get in Josh's face, say, shut your effing mouth, pointing in Josh's face. Josh stands there. Josh doesn't, you're not going to see Josh make any aggressive moves toward Kevin in this Tabby's Wine video. John Laporte, the musician who was walking in and out that you'll see in that video, will tell you how he heard the defendant making these statements towards Josh Davies that night. Now, after Mr. Sehmer gets in Josh's face that second time, you'll see on the video, you're going to hear from Jen Davies, hear from Brian, hear from Laura, that basically Jen kind of has Josh and Brian leave the bar. It's towards the end of the night anyway. She kind of has them go outside. So yet again, you'll see Josh separate himself from Mr. Sehmer. Now, on the video, you'll see Jen and Laura. They're going to remain inside with Mr. Sehmer for a little bit. And eventually, you'll see Josh Davies on this Tabby's Wine video again, standing at the door. Doesn't go past the front door, doesn't come back into the bar necessarily. And he makes a comment to his wife, Jen, are you still talking to that a-hole? And this is when this whole incident really starts to happen. Like I said, in this video, you're not going to see Josh go beyond that front door. You're not going to see Josh come at Mr. Sehmer. You're not going to see that. You're going to see Kevin rush out directly towards Josh from the wine bar. You're going to hear from Jen and Laura. You're going to see on the video that Kevin pushes past Jen and Laura to try to get to Josh. You'll even see Laura try to grab Mr. Sehmer's shirt to keep him back from going outside. You'll see Jen standing at the door, that front door to Tabby's wine bar, to try to keep the two separated. And once Kevin goes outside, everything happens very quickly. Now, what happens outside on the sidewalk where this aggravated battery occurred, it's not going to be as clear as the video from Tabby's wine. You will see some video from Hometown Pharmacy. It's directly next to Tabby's wine bar. And Officer Luke Joswick with Heartland PD, he went and got the video from the owner of Hometown Pharmacy. Now, this actual camera is actually inside the pharmacy, inside the store, and it points out through the windows towards that sidewalk. And so the view from the Hometown Pharmacy video is going to be through the window, and you can kind of see some of what has happened between Josh and Kevin on that sidewalk. Again, it's not going to be perfectly clear, but you are going to see something. And James Armstrong with the State Crime Lab, he's a forensic imaging specialist there. He enhanced the video in certain ways so that you can see better, so that you can see the parties better. And at the end, the state believes that that Hometown Pharmacy video will show Mr. Sehmer advancing towards Josh, Josh backing up as Kevin continues to approach him, and then Josh falling to the ground. And then you'll see Kevin walking away. Now, the four civilians, Laura, Jen, Brian, John LaPorte, they're going to fill in what that Hometown Pharmacy video doesn't show clearly. Jen, Brian, and John were all outside somewhere on the sidewalk, but in different positions, and observed the altercation, observed Mr. Sehmer advance towards Josh and hit him. They're also going to talk about how there was a stool involved. There were stools that were in front of Tabby's wine bar. You'll see them on some photographs, that there was a stool involved in that. And on the Hometown Pharmacy video, I believe you'll also see the stool fall to the ground when Kevin and Josh are advancing towards each other. Now, Laura, she was still there, but she was still inside Tabby's. So she did observe some of what would happen from their vantage point. And after Josh falls to the ground, Jen, his wife, will tell you that he was taken to the hospital. He was there for about a month, but ultimately he died from the injuries that he sustained on June 17th of 2023. Dr. Linda Bedricki, hopefully I say her name right, but
that's a long time
for you. She's our medical examiner in Waukesha County. She's been the Waukesha County medical examiner for about 26 years now. She's also a medical examiner in Washington County. She has extensive training and experience on forensic pathology. She'll testify that she was the one that ultimately conducted the autopsy on Josh Davies. And she will tell you that Josh Davies died as a result of the head injuries from this night on June 17th of 2023. Now, Detective Paula Hoffa, she's sitting at the table behind us. She will also testify. She was called in that night to assist in the investigation. She was one of the lead investigators on this case. She learned that this defendant, Kevin Sehmer, was involved. And she even went to Mr. Sehmer's house that shortly after, hours after this incident. So the morning of June 18th, 2023, pounded on his door, tried to make contact with him, unable to. No answer from Mr. Sehmer. Other officers who were on scene that night, Officer Tyler Martins, he will tell you that they also looked for Mr. Sehmer that night to try to figure out what happened. Couldn't find him. Now, there's some things that the evidence won't show because there's certain things that the state doesn't have to prove. And one of the biggest things is exactly why Mr. Sehmer did this to Mr. Davies. The state doesn't have to prove why Mr. Sehmer committed this crime against Josh. Doesn't have to prove what his motive was. We just have to prove that he committed an aggravated battery against Josh Davies, and that led to Josh Davies' death. Why Kevin got so mad at Josh from the beginning, that might not be an answer that we have. But I also want you to remember, that's not necessary to finding out if the defendant committed this aggravated battery, which resulted in Josh's death. What the state believes that this evidence will show through the witnesses, through the videos that you're going to see, is that this defendant violently attacked Josh Davies that night, hit Josh, causing Josh to drop to the ground, hit his head on the concrete, and ultimately led to his death. And at the end of the case, DA Opper, she'll come back up here. We'll ask that you find the defendant guilty of the sole count of felony murder. Thank you.
The next opening statement will be given by defense attorney Shiro.
This is our slow talker. He'll sound normal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He was slower than the last defense attorney from
Oh my
Ashley
gosh.
Benefield's trial.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
This case is about somebody trying to hit my client with a stool. And my client stopping this person from doing so by stopping the momentum of the stool as it came rushing towards him as a result of Mr. Davies' actions. Videos actually tell us a lot more, I think, than what the state is suggesting. A lot more. While I have seen more clear videos, more clear movies, I've seen movies that I've made that were better than this, but they're going to tell us something fairly important. Now, it is true that my client and Mr. Davies got into a stupid argument that was mostly, quite frankly, my client's fault. I mean, it was stupid. And you're going to see that, as counsel said, she wasn't wrong. My client was weirdly angry about this tattoo that Mr. Davies had. I don't know why he cared so much, but it seemed stupid, it seemed not really appropriate, quite frankly. And at some point, my client goes and pokes his finger at him.
Imagine if it wasn't
Calls him a
sped up,
name.
Debbie.
And at some point, his wife, Jen Davies,
Is this
suggests
sped
and
up?
kind of
Yeah.
Josh and his friend really, not suggesting that she did that because she was thinking that her husband had done anything wrong. She just thought, let's separate this. But this argument ended then, okay? That it was over.
Yeah. This is 1.25.
What you're going to see is that not only was it over, but my client was actually talking with Mrs. Davies and with Laura Burke, and they were having a very friendly, quite frankly, discussion. Such though that at some point my client appears to be kind of hugging both Ms. Burke and Ms. Davies. This is what happens at about this. It's already live. That is, Josh is already live. You just stop for 1 second. On the left is Ms. Davies. On the right is Ms. Burke, the two women that my client's the big guy behind them, and he's talking to those two. Okay?
I'm certain don't take it. What did you say?
We just saw in that upper left corner, that was Mr. Davies. He came back in. This argument was over. In fact, you just saw, and the evidence will show, that my client was kind of hugging Ms. Davies and Ms. Burke. And Josh came in and yelled some profanities because he appears to be angry that his wife is still talking to Mr. Sehmer, and perhaps that Ms. Burke is still talking to Mr. Sehmer. And then my client goes out that door and yells and says something like, "What did you say?" and then runs out. That's what happened. Okay. Now, Mr. Sehmer, when he goes outside, go ahead. You're going to see that he's obviously upset. Jennifer Davies and Laura Burke try to go outside, and they go outside. Now, Miss Davies is going to tell you, Josh's wife, that her husband picked up a stool, put it over his head, That's what they say. And Ms. Burke sees things. She says, Ms. Burke, remember those the two ladies, there was Ms. Davies and Ms. Burke. She
Not
says,
even a
"I saw
colored
through the
background."
window that Josh had a chair raised above his head to hit Kevin as he approached. Okay? This is really what happened. And further, that Ms. Davies says her husband picked up a chair and stood to defend himself. So I know the state has told you that my client, poked his finger and was being kind of obnoxious, and he was. What he didn't do is try to pick up a stool and hit somebody with it. He used words, or he poked his finger. That's a lot different than somebody picking up a stool and going after somebody. Now, so we have the two principal witnesses, I think.
I agree.
I'm going
Brian.
to tell you that when my client went outside, after Josh, decided that he was upset that my client was having a friendly conversation with his wife and Ms. Burke, he decided he was going to make this physical. Go ahead. And the video is going to show you something. I want you to see this, but if you could just stop for a second. What you have to do, really, ladies, this is that, and John, this is the photo through the pharmacy, okay? If I had a good little pokey thing, I could show you that. What you're going to see is two people are moving from right to left. And the witnesses, either the officers or a number of people, say, look, from the right is the door to Patty's, okay? That's where both Josh had gone out, came back in and yelled, and then left. And Mr. Sehmer is coming out, okay? From right to left. Go ahead. Stop. That's Mr. Davies backing up, okay? And it probably would have been a little harder, but you could have also been able to see Mr. Sehmer, a larger person with a white shirt.
Brian, when I heard that, I was like, we have a pokey thing. It made me laugh. You guys, I can't speed him up anymore because then it's going to make the normal people too fast. So otherwise I would indulge all of you and speed him up, but he's already sped up, but I can't. We won't be able to understand. Everybody else sound like chipmunks because they speak normal. But yes, pokey thing. If I had the pokey thing, I could tell you.
Go ahead. Now look, stop. Did you see that video just showed you Mr. Davies?
Jack, that's argumentative and for closing, Your Honor.
He says this is opening. It's intended to demonstrate what each side thinks the evidence will show. The court overrules the objection. You can continue with the opening statement.
Thank you. Obviously, it happened kind of fast. I won't back it up. But what you saw, and when you see it again, in various configurations, by the use of law enforcement and the state crime lab and trying to make this, you're going to see one thing that's clear in every single one, that as my client and Mr. Sehmer are both moving from right to left, Mr. Sehmer,
Good morning,
Mr. Davies,
Regina.
launches himself. at Mr.
Morning,
Sehmer.
Regina.
And remember, his wife has told law enforcement, and Ms. Burke told law enforcement, that he had a stool above his head to attack my client. The only violent act that was shown, that will ever be shown to you in any of the videos, is not my client going after Mr. Davies, but Mr. Davies lunging with the chair in his hand at my client, and that he then goes down. Now, and when I say goes down, I don't mind to minimize this because it is Mr. Davies's fall to the concrete that caused his death. Now, I understand that there's at least a couple witnesses who claim that it was my client punched him, but the video evidence will be uncontroverted that it was actually Mr. Davies moving towards my client. And that the evidence, I think, will establish that Mr. Davies fell to the ground for three reasons that are, I think, sensible, logical, and irrefutable. First, Mr. Sehmer stops Josh from hitting him with the stool that he's got in his hand. That, if we look at actually look this up. Newton's law, third law of motion. Act that causes force will be met with resistance, and they sometimes are equal, sometimes they're not. So if somebody tries to hit you with a stool, and that person is able to stop that momentum, that motion, that energy has to go somewhere, and it's going to go into Mr. Davies, who then falls down. That's one reason. The second reason is that in another video, and we won't do it all now, but later you're going to see that it appears that Mr. Davies actually is tripping as he is jumping, launching himself towards Mr. Sehmer. That's another reason that we see him falling. And thirdly, you're going to find out that Mr. Davies was grossly intoxicated. Not a little intoxicated, grossly intoxicated. You are going to find from the evidence of both the medical examiner as well as Dr. Ronald Henson, who I'm going to call, that the medical records show that Mr. Davies, when he went in, his blood alcohol level was somewhere between 2.4 and 2.67, depending upon whether the alcohol testing was done by serum or whole blood, and neither know exactly. So there's a range, but the minimum range is over, I think, 2.4 or 2.2, and as high as 2.67. And Dr. Henson, who has been working in this field involving alcohol testing and alcohol and arrests, he was a former police officer. You will learn his credentials and how he deals with people with alcohol and drug issues and their impact on people. And he's going to tell you what, quite frankly, all of the nurses and medical people on this jury know, that when somebody gets really drunk, not a little drunk, when they get well over 2.0, their ability to move, to coordinate, to keep themselves in position as they're launching themselves at somebody is impaired. So this person who tried to attack somebody may have fallen over a stool and was also very, very drunk, fell to the ground, not because of a battery, but because he tried to attack my client. My client may have been acting like a jerk, but you can't attack a person with a stool. And remember, this was, as the evidence indicated, this argument was over. Now, as you're going to learn, as you probably aren't surprised, is that my client, as does every person, has a right to defend themselves from an unlawful interference. Sometimes that might be kind of vague in terms of, well, what interference are we talking about? That's not really a circumstance that we have to concern ourselves too much here. Because the interference is, you don't get to hit me with a stool, a metal stool, by the way. You don't get to do that. I don't have to take it in the face because I said I was mean to you earlier in the night. You have a right to prevent that. And you have a right to put up your hand and stop yourself from being struck. And that's an unlawful interference. You don't get to hit somebody with a stool. And again, this isn't, my client saying he hit me with a stool. This is Ms. Davis saying that he did that. Ms. Burke said he did this. And it is fast. Okay. The evidence will show that this whole incident goes very, very quickly. Okay. And it is terrible because, somebody hit their head. But he didn't hit their head because my client battered him. And the judge is going to tell you that if my client is preventing somebody from interfering, as Mr. Davies was by trying to hit him with a stool, not only does the state have to establish that there was this battery, but that my client didn't do so, exercising his right of lawful self-defense. In other words, they have to prove that he didn't have the right to do that beyond a reasonable doubt. And we don't get, and you don't get to, when you're examining the evidence, think, well, how would I have reacted today? No, it's at the time of the event. That's when you look. Was he acting reasonably in stopping this person from hitting him with a stool? I would say at any time anybody can do that, but the government has to disprove this. And I think when you're done and you look at these videos, and unfortunately, you're probably going to see these videos numerous times because law enforcement, as counsel indicated, did some effort to try to make it more visible. And the more clearly we get this, the more clear it is that Josh Davies fell while trying to attack my client. And he fell because he was trying to swing an object, which my client stopped. He tripped, perhaps, and was exceedingly drunk and couldn't do that without falling down. And I'll be asking that you find that he properly exercised his right to defend himself and that you'll find him not guilty. Thank you.
That would have taken
Okay, prepare with
6
this first
hours.
witness.
Yes, the state calls Officer
Without
Tyler
being
Martin.
set up. And I think we'll be
Officer Martin,
okay
would you come forward, please?
sped up, but you guys can always tell me to slow it back to normal.
Witness stand is behind the court reporter. Step up there and raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Black bar with a red light is a microphone. I'd ask you to keep your voice directed to it. Can you hear the level of my voice?
I can.
Yes, that you keep your voice up so we can all hear you. Counsel, this is your witness.
Thank you, Judge. And we will be using one of our computers at the back table.
So
So,
you want to switch it over?
yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Jody.
Ah,
I have to s-
it's all right.
Oh, Regina got it.
Congratulations, Regina. Yay.
Yeah. Awesome.
It's a gift
Thank
that keeps
you.
on giving.
Yes. Congratulations, Regina. Jody gifted you a membership. Oh, good, good. She's still here too. Yay.
Yay!
That makes it even better.
Didn't that just like, does that pop up on your screen, Regina, just out of interest? Because I've never received one or anything. I don't know how you become aware of it.
I think it because I've gotten one like wasn't even there, got one, and then I got one day in somebody's chat and it tells like if they however whoever, like if you gifted 10, it would list 10 people that got the gift.
Yep.
So yeah, so I can see that you gifted it, and then right underneath it, not the banner like that I just put up, it says who got it. So and
it pops up on Regina's screen, but if she's not online, then she gets the email.
She'll get an email.
So they know. Awesome.
Yep.
I comprende.
Turkey bacon. That's healthier.
Just
Not
don't
as
eat it
good.
with carbs.
Yeah. It's not as good. Gabby knows all about getting memberships. She gets memberships to channels she's not even subscribed to. Yeah, it's hilarious.
She's a nut.
I can continue.
She's a what? What'd you
A
say,
nut.
Brian?
She's a nut.
I thought you said a knot.
A naughty nut.
I thought you were calling her a balloon nut.
A naughty nut.
I mean, naughty nut.
Sorry. I heard not. And then oh well. Here, I'll push and play.
The question I just wanted.
Yep,
your
I think we've done it.
quick
Go ahead.
Got it. Officer Martins, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Village of Heartland Police Department as a police officer,
How long have you been with Heartland? PD?
approximately 2 years.
And what are
He
your
might be
general
too
duties
fast.
or what's your role?
I work routine patrol.
And do you have a certain shift that you work?
I work third shift and just switched
Sorry.
to second shift.
I don't think about
What's
you.
third shift? What time?
Third shift is 10 p.m. to 6:20 a.m.
And second shift?
is 2 p.m. to 10:20 p.m.
So you upgraded to second shift?
I did.
Okay. And in order to become a police officer in the state of Wisconsin, did you go through the basic police academy?
Yep, I went to a police academy and then I graduated and started patrol a week after.
And where did you go to the police academy?
Waukesha County Technical College.
And what year did you graduate?
I graduated in 22.
After you went to the police academy, did you become a certified law enforcement officer?
I did.
And since your graduation in 2022, have you maintained being a certified law enforcement officer in Wisconsin?
I have.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to Saturday, July 17th of 2023. June. I apologize. Thank you. June 17th of 2023. Were you working as a Heartland Police Department officer at that time?
I was.
And were you working third shift?
Yes.
Okay. So that night, were there any festivals or outdoor concerts going on?
There's a little festival that one of the restaurants downtown holds. It's called Snobs Fest. It's ran by Beer Snobs, which brings in a concert and a decent sized crowd.
And Beer Snobs is located on what street?
It's on Haight,
On Haight.
which is right off of West Capitol and Conwood.
Okay.
On Haight-
And was
Haight Street.
Street closed down at all for this
Good
festival?
job, closed captions.
Yeah, because that's where they set up a concert and the whole stand is the road shut down
Okay.
for that part.
And so I want to bring up exhibit number 1. So are you able to see exhibit 1 on your screen right now?
Not yet. Just a minute.
I don't like that wailing, Captain
Okay,
Beard.
and do you know what exhibit 1 is?
Yeah, that's a overview of the location. It's got
It's
West
not
Capitol
attractive.
Drive and then East Capitol Drive
Okay.
and then Haight
It just
Street's down
looks
there as well.
And
unwashed.
is that a fair and accurate
Yes.
map of that area?
It is.
I would move exhibit 1 into evidence and request to publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 1 will be received. You may publish. Ladies and gentlemen, just tell me if that's in your jury box. I'm going to hope that that's the way it's going to work the whole time you're here with me. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So let's first start off with.
What do you keep
let's
in your
point out-
jury box?
Actually, can we zoom a little bit? Ms. Bessie?
Also, it won't.
One more.
Spoiler
One
alert.
more. Out. Okay. So first of all, you're able to draw on the screen in front of you. So can you circle on there where Beer Snobs is that we just talked about?
And just circle right away.
Yep.
Touch your hands.
Okay, and that's kind of in the bottom left corner of the map.
Yep.
And Haight Drive, where you said that street was closed down, where is that? Maybe just draw a line.
That'll be about there, give or take.
Okay, so where you drew that line, is that how far the street was closed down?
It was closed from Cottonwood or West Capitol to Goodwin because the stage was right in the middle of the street.
Okay, and what about Tabby's Wine Bar? Where is that? Can you circle that on the map? And back in June of 2023, where was Hometown Pharmacy?
Right down.
Okay, so we have Tabby's Wine Bar and then directly west and next to is where Hometown Pharmacy was.
Correct.
So if somebody was at Beer Snobs at this concert, what are the different ways they can get to Tabby's Lake Country?
So there's a few different ways they could either go from that corner of Cottonwood and Haight Drive and then walk up West Capitol to East Capitol and then just cut across on the front side. They can cut through between the building with 110 on it.
You can, if you want to draw a line,
Okay.
how you can get there.
So you can cut through from Haight up through here and then go down the sidewalk to Tabby's. Or they could come here off this road. It's kind of like a parking lot back there. And then access to the backside of Tabby's in the patio. Or they could go around like on Haight Drive and Goodwin, go up Goodwin, go north on Goodwin, and then west on East Capitol.
A lot of different ways, back way, side way, every way you can think of, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let me bring up another map just for you.
Just a minute.
Oh, actually, can we take a screenshot of
Request
this?
to preserve. This will be Exhibit 1A.
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 1A will be preserved.
No.
All right, counsel.
And we can take that down now.
Turn the publication off. Thank you.
I'm gonna bring up with you exhibit number 2. And that should be on your screen soon.
We just have a little delay. There it is. It's up.
Okay, Officer Martins, do you recognize exhibit 2?
I do.
And what is exhibit 2?
So that's a street view from East Capitol Drive to the front side of Tabby's and where the old Hometown Pharmacy used to be.
And this is 11 East Capitol Drive in the village of Heartland, Waukesha. And that's fair and accurate depiction of it?
Yes.
Request to publish exhibit 2.
Moving its mission.
Moving and requesting to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 2 will be received. You may publish.
Looks like the jury is staring at something, so I assume it's on their screen. And so, first of all, which one of these buildings that we see here is Tabby's?
This one here.
Okay, so it has black and white awning stripes.
Yep.
Okay. In the front there, are there any stools and tables?
Yeah, on the sidewalk, there's stools and tables.
And right directly next door in a building that looks like it's connecting to it, what is that? At least back in June of 2023, what was that?
That's the Hometown Pharmacy.
And can you draw a circle around there? And I would request to preserve and mark as Exhibit 2A.
Any objection?
No.
2A will be preserved and received. Next question.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask that the publication come down. I'm going to show you Exhibit number 3. Okay, do you recognize Exhibit number 3?
I do.
And what is that?
It's the backside of Tabby's, so your view from 8 Drive.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of
Yes.
the back of Tabby's and from Haight Drive?
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit number 3 into evidence and request to publish.
Any objection?
No.
3 will be received. You may publish.
Okay, and just on here, can you circle, actually, can we go one zoom in, Ms. Gussie? Okay. So I see that there's like a purple sign. Do you know what that says?
Yeah, it's a sign for Tabby's. It's on their back balcony.
And is this one of the ways you can get into Tabby's Wine Bar?
Yes.
And that's kind of the back way that you described previously on the map?
Correct.
And then next door, that building that looks like it's connected to it, what is that the back of?
The hometown pharmacy.
Okay. And again, is there, for Tabby's Wine Bar, there's a door back there, right?
I believe it's covered by this tree right here.
Okay, so you have a, I think arrow,
I'm
but
not
kind of
going through
difficult
the
to
back
see, but
door.
I didn't mean to do that.
that's
Sorry.
okay. I would just ask to preserve Exhibit 3 as it is and make it 3A.
Any objection?
No.
3A will be preserved and received. Next question.
And now we can take that publication down. I'm now going to show you Exhibit 4. And do you see Exhibit 4 on your screen?
I do.
And what is Exhibit 4?
Well, that's the front side of Tabby's from East Capitol Drive.
And was this picture taken the night of June 17th of 2023?
Yes,
That's a fair and accurate depiction. Is that true?
correct.
I'd move Exhibit 4 into evidence, Your Honor.
How many more photographs of this area do you have to go through?
After this one too.
Do you want to just have him identify the next 2 exhibits?
Sure.
That might expedite it.
Exhibit number 5, you can bring up. Okay, and you see Exhibit 5 on your screen?
I do.
And what is that?
That's another view of Tabby's. It's from the east side, I guess, east view, showing the sidewalk in front of the building.
Okay, and Hometown Pharmacy would be in the back of this photo, right?
Correct. You can see the back like corner of it.
Was this photo also taken the night of June 17th, 2023?
It was.
Actually, is your squad car in this photo as well?
This is my lieutenant's squad car.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a fair and accurate picture.
It is.
Okay, and lastly, I'm going to show you Exhibit 6.
That's the view from the west looking east. It's the front side with the sidewalk and the bar stools and tables as well.
So now, from taking this photo, this is from taking it almost in front of Hometown Pharmacy and looking towards Tabby's.
Correct.
And that's also a fair and accurate picture.
Yes.
Move Exhibits 4, 5, and 6 into evidence and request to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibits 4, 5, and 6 will be received. You may publish.
Start with Exhibit 4. So, like you said, this is Tabby's Wine Bar. And again, out in front, it looks like there's stools and tables. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you just circle those on here? So there's several. And those were there that night when you arrived on scene?
They were.
I would request to preserve 4A and move into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
4A will be preserved and received. Next question.
Okay, Exhibit 5. And again, we see Tabby Wine Bar, and then in the back would be Hometown Pharmacy where we can see more lights.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Tabby's looks pretty dark. Is that how it looks in here?
Yes,
And then the lights that we're seeing, those are street lights and maybe coming from Hometown Pharmacy.
correct.
And Exhibit 6. And this is just from the other side of Tabby's, as if we were standing in front of Hometown Pharmacy. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that a boop?
We can take those down. So
I don't have a boop. Did you hear?
around 11
I thought I
p.m.,
did.
were you were on routine patrol in your squad car, is that right?
I was.
Around 11 p.m., did you get flagged down by a group of people in front of Tabby's Wine Bar?
Yes.
And tell me, what did you see?
So I was traveling north on West Capitol Drive at that intersection of West Capitol Drive and East Capitol Drive. When I stopped at the intersection there, I turned to check for traffic on East Capitol Drive and saw a fairly large group of people waving their arms in an attempt to flag me down. So I advised my dispatch of the situation and drove over in that direction.
Okay. And what did you observe when you drove over by that group of people?
When I drove over there, I immediately got out of my squad car because obviously something was going on. When I exited my squad car, there was, like I said, a fairly decent sized crowd. And I had people telling me that something just happened, some guy just got hit. I have information coming from a lot of people.
Judge, excuse me, I'm objecting. I'm testifying to what people told me.
On grounds,
Hearsay.
sustained.
What did you see? That's what I want to know.
Move to strike that portion of the answer.
Wrong chat.
I sustain the objection and the record will stand. Next question.
What did you see around this group of people?
I saw the victim laying on his back. That he was not moving. I saw that he was breathing, and I saw a male and female standing or crouched down next to him, tending to him at that time.
Who was the male laying down on the sidewalk identified as?
Joshua Davies.
And you said that there were two people surrounding him. Who were those two people?
They were later identified. The female was identified as Jennifer Davies, and the male was identified as Brian.
Brian Richardson?
Yes.
Okay.
One of
What's
their
in the wrong
friends.
chat?
And once you saw this,
Oh, it's all right. I misread it.
But did you gather some initial information from these witnesses?
I thought you were talking to me, not Gabby.
No.
I advised our dispatch of what had just occurred. I notified them that there was a fight. That the victim got punched in the face by an estranged man.
Just a minute. But he's
Just a minute.
objects. Is there an objection, sir?
Yes.
So
Objection.
say the word objection.
Objection.
Thank
Objection.
you.
It's foundational, Your Honor. It's not hearsay. It's not being used.
Offered for the truth.
Right. It's just to say what he did next, so
Thank you.
people can understand.
Court is going to allow the characterization for purposes of foundational, overrule the objection. Witness can continue the answer. Do you recall the question?
Can you just give me the question one more time?
Okay. So you saw people lying on the ground, and what did you do next?
So I advised our dispatch that there was a fight that just occurred, and that a male had fallen to the ground due to being punched in the face, causing him to go unconscious. And then I had additional units respond to the scene because I had seen and heard that the suspect was no longer on scene, and we needed to attempt to locate him.
And from these witnesses, did you get a description of the suspect?
I did.
Okay. And what was the description?
Description was a male white, approximately 60 years of age, glasses, heavier set, wearing a white and blue striped shirt and jeans.
And did you relay that information to dispatch?
I did.
Now, did you remain on scene by Mr. Davies at this time?
At this time, yes.
Did any other officers do anything else that you're aware of?
My patrol lieutenant, Conrad Saboniak, he arrived on scene. The information was relayed to him from myself and another witness. And then he went and checked the area for the suspect.
And then did you go and focus more on Mr. Davies and Jen Davies and Brian Richardson?
I did.
Now, during this time, while you're calling for your lieutenant to go look, you're calling in dispatch, did you ever see Mr. Davies get off the ground?
No.
Okay. Did you go over by Mr. Davies?
I did.
And did you try to talk to Mr. Davies?
I did.
Can you tell me what you observed Mr. Davies to look like at this point?
At this point, I went over by him. I asked, tried to see if the people identified as Jennifer and Brian were comfortable staying by him. I observed that his eyes were closed, but he'd open his eyes every once in a while. His body movements were minimal. And I did see that he was breathing. I attempted to ask if he could hear me. I couldn't get a verbal response from him, but I did see him attempt to open his eyes. And then I tried a sternum rub, which is an attempt to, have somebody react to the pain. And his body didn't react, but once again, his eyes did open.
And for a sternum rub, can you kind of demonstrate what you're doing on yourself, maybe?
Yeah, so you're like taking your knuckles and you're just rubbing on the sternum up and down like this. And like I said, that's supposed to make somebody react.
It's because it's
to the
painful.
pain, because it does cause a little bit of pain.
A
And
little.
How did Mr. Davies react when you did that?
He just opened his eyes. He didn't verbally say anything or like try to move my hand off of him. He just tried to open his eyes.
Now, you said that, were you ever able to talk to Mr. Davies?
No.
Okay. Did you ever get a statement from Mr. Davies?
I did not.
You said that Jennifer Davies, his wife, was around him. Is that true?
Yes.
What was her emotional state?
She was frantic. you could tell she was in distress. I mean, rightfully so. I mean, there's really no words for it. She reacted how anybody should in that situation.
And while she's in this emotional state, did she say anything about what occurred?
She said that he got punched in the face and he fell down. The punch caused him to go unconscious, which made him fall to the ground.
Council Crunch. Behind.
I knew they got in trouble. That's not a very long sidebar there. Sidebar is a little longer than that. I must have missed this one because that's not the time I have. We can L.
L.
I click in there. We can L.
Did you call for any ambulance or EMS to arrive to the scene?
I did.
And was that for Mr. Davies?
Yes,
And eventually, they arrived on scene. Did they take Mr. Davies away in the ambulance?
they did.
During this time, did you ever personally go and look for the suspect in this case?
Yes.
And where did you go to look for the suspect?
I went through the building. Well, I looked inside of the bar first, inside of Tabby's, to make sure he wasn't still in there. Nobody didn't say anything. And then I went around the buildings through Snobs Fest, which was that festival that I talked about earlier. I went all the way down Haight Drive and could not locate the suspect.
And you had your squad car there?
I did.
Was your squad car equipped with squad video?
Yes.
And did it at least capture this initial scene that you had arrived at?
Yes.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah.
Ms. Gussie, if you could please bring up exhibit number 7. Okay, Officer Martins, do you see on your screen exhibit number 7, which is a squad video?
I do.
And does this look like it's from your squad, Squad 3, the night of June 17th of 2023?
Yes.
And that looks like a fair and accurate depiction of it?
Yes.
And have you reviewed your squad video before coming here today?
I have.
Okay. And I'm going to move exhibit number 7 as evidence. I don't plan to play it with sound, Your Honor. But it will just be a short clip of the scene.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 7 will be received,
And just to confirm with Ms. Gussie, the sound is off.
and you're asking for it to publish?
I'm asking to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No.
You may publish.
Okay, and I'm going to start, or I'm going to wait. Okay, I'm going to start exhibit 7. Actually, Ms. Gussie, can you go back? It's at 01. And prior to us playing this, Officer Martins, do you see yourself in this video?
I do. I'm on the sidewalk.
That says police on the back. Is that you?
Correct.
Okay. And where's Mr. Davies?
Well, where I'm first standing here, you can see his feet pointing towards me. His head's kind of towards the corner of Hometown Pharmacy and Tabby's.
Okay, and looks like somebody's crouching next to him. Who is that?
That's Jennifer.
There's a guy in a white shirt standing by that pole. You know who that is?
I do not.
Okay. Can you kind of see Brian?
Yeah, you can see the corner of his red shirt and his foot in this picture.
Okay. And if we could just start playing.
Have they ever said how many times he hit him? Was it one punch?
Well, they're alleging one,
Just going to stop it for 1 second, and we stopped it at 45
but the
seconds.
defense is saying that it's none.
I see somebody in a car in front of you that just opened the trunk. Do you know who that is?
That was a musician that was playing inside of Tabby's that night.
Okay. And we can continue at 45 seconds.
I don't know. I've always warned my kids, one punch can unalive a person. That's all it
Yep.
takes. Happens all the time.
Right
And your
place.
life
Yep.
is ruined.
Mm-hmm. We have a one-punch law in Australia, actually.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we don't, or they probably would have charged
That's
him
what
with
Tanya
that.
told me today.
Oh, nice.
Mm.
I mean, he's out. Like, he's not moving at all.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna stop it at 1 minute and 50 seconds. Are you talking to another squad car?
They're
Another
saying
person in
it's
another
the
squad car?
That is
the
my
impact
lieutenant, Conrad
of the
Salomia.
concrete. There's
So
the
are you
one that
Right.
did the
relaying- what are you
damage,
talking?
apparently.
I relayed the information that I gathered so far, along with the suspect description, so he could go try to attempt to locate the suspect.
Okay, and continue playing at 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Have to see what the ME says about it all.
Mm. Well, he's only 36 with 3 kids.
That's sad.
Mm-hmm. Do we still have the link for the GoFundMe for the officer that Carmen knows? Scabby, by chance, got a...
I don't have it.
No, I don't
No,
either.
at the end, it was a total of 2 minutes and 36 seconds. And that was a
Good
fair
morning,
number. It's 15 minutes,
Chrissy.
Yes.
We saw that you were talking to 2 women who had kind of followed you to your lieutenant's squad car. Who were those women?
They're both bartenders inside of Tabby's.
Good morning, Chrissy.
And they gave you a description of the suspect.
You're spoiling us with all your
After
presents.
the scene had calmed down and the ambulance.
I'll be sad when you go
where
away
did you
again.
go?
I ended up following the ambulance to Summit Hospital.
Aurora Summit Hospital?
Huh?
Aurora Summit
Yes.
Hospital, okay. And did you stay at the hospital?
I did.
Did you also get a written statement from Jennifer Davies at that time?
I did.
While at the hospital, were you ever able to speak with Josh Davies?
No.
Were you ever able to get a written statement from Josh Davies?
I was not.
Did you see Josh Davies at the hospital?
I did.
Was he awake?
No.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Judge, could we be put aside for a minute?
Char.
Yes.
Why not? So he never woke up, right? They kept him in the hospital. They said he was in the hospital for a month.
27 days, yep.
So then just in there on life support
Mm-hmm.
in a coma,
Yep.
in a coma,
Unconscious. Never woke
just
up.
unconscious, never woke up. You
Mhm.
would think they would have been able to realize that he did not have any brain activity before 27 days.
It depends on the extent of the swelling and if it's gone as far as the brainstem. It's not as easy as that. And sometimes once the swelling subsides, you need to retest as well, just to see if there is any reflexes and stuff still there. So, and because of his age, they would have left it as long as possible before they would have made a choice. But I don't think they decided to switch anything off. I think he just passed. So
He passed away,
yeah,
which is probably better because
yeah,
that's tough
Yep.
on the family to try to make that
absolutely,
decision.
yeah. And what quality of life would he have had afterwards if there was so much damage done? You know.
Yep, that's my thing. I don't want to
Yeah.
live like that. I don't know, or just to be a
No.
vegetable on
No.
and be a burden
No.
to somebody. I don't want to live that way.
All right, Mr. Sherrill.
Thank you, Judge. Officer, you've been in law enforcement for a couple of years, seeing that?
Yes.
You finished your schooling back in 22, is that right?
December of 22, correct?
Okay. I presume you've had some training since you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And you received training while you were studying to become a police officer, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that you are trained to do is prepare reports regarding interviews, is that true?
Correct.
And it's my understanding that you prepared a report in conjunction with the investigation. Is that right?
Yeah, we can do a quick recap.
Yes.
Okay.
Chrissy?
So I'm going to look
Oh,
at
yep. Sorry.
a portion of
Was
it.
it-
And where
I
you
was
indicate
I was answering a text message from my husband because I told you I didn't get all the groceries yesterday, and what we were supposed to have for dinner tonight is one of the things I forgot. So I was like, "Go ahead, Jody, because I'll probably screw it up."
Oh, all right.
I've been on, quite the roll
About-
today.
I think it was about 12 months ago. Josh Davies and his wife went on a double date and were out. And the defendant, Kevin Sehmer, apparently took a disliking to his tattoos, and a bit of a verbal altercation occurred between the two. So Joshua, who is 36 with 3 kids, went and stood outside at the door of the venue, basically to distance himself so he didn't cause any more of a problem type of thing, and removed himself from the scene. And then the 2 wives spoke to the defendant to try and calm the situation down. And then Joshua made a comment to the wives, something to the effect of, "Are you still talking to that effing idiot," or something, which inflamed the defendant, who went outside and allegedly punched the victim, which caused him to fall backwards, hit his head on the concrete, which caused a bigger impact to his skull, and he then was unconscious, went to hospital for 27 days and did not recover. But there's also video footage from the pharmacy next door that is not very clear, but the defense is saying that Joshua, the victim, picked up a stool and attempted to hit the defendant on the head with it, and it was the defendant defending himself with the stool that rebounded and pushed the victim backwards to the concrete. So that's their argument.
I'm just thinking, if he didn't catch himself when he fell back, right?
No.
So he was out. Knocked him out.
That's true. Yeah.
Because if
Never
your
thought of that.
reflexes,
Yeah.
you would catch yourself. If you don't catch yourself, that would
You'd at
make
least put your
sense.
hands down or something,
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
to
Brace yourself.
Yep. So, because he was out when we saw him. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is he knocked him out, and then he fell, couldn't catch himself, and then made it worse when he hit his head. We'll see, because they played this video a lot.
Yep.
okay, that you received a written statement from Mrs. Davies. You did that, right?
Correct.
In fact, you actually seems to me typed out what she wrote in her handwritten statement. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they're basically word for word. Do you agree?
Yeah. Yes.
So, and you would agree that in neither her handwritten statement nor your recitation of it in the report, does she say that Mr. Sehmer punched her husband? Isn't that true?
I don't recall what was exactly in my report.
I can show it to you.
Okay.
Would that refresh the recollection?
Jody, I thought it was you typing this whole time. It's her typing.
No.
I thought you've just been like typing a book.
Nope.
Do you see this? Take a moment to look at it.
But it's her.
Feel like I'm hiding behind my name, but I'm covering my sign as well.
So in her statement, she doesn't say, either in her written statement or your typed version of it, that she saw Mr. Sehmer strike her, punch her husband in the face. True?
Correct.
And she had both an opportunity to
There you
talk
go.
to and to write out the statement, correct?
Bella?
Correct.
And that was,
Yes.
I think, that night?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I have to lower
I
the
saw in
sign.
squad video that it appeared that Mr. Davies' feet were to the west of his head. Am I right? So his feet were closer to hometown as opposed to the entrance of Taft,
Be back in a sec.
correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I presume that in your law enforcement experience, you've had to deal with people who have had too much to drink,
A few times.
okay? You made any arrests for drunken driving, for example?
Yes.
How many times?
An objective relevance.
Overall, it's foundational.
On the road,
Anywhere,
approximately 30.
okay? So on approximately 30 times, and I'm not holding you to this, on approximately 30 times, you've had occasion where you were taking law enforcement action to determine whether a person may have had too much to drink, correct?
Yes.
And I presume that because you've made stops and perhaps arrests for drunken driving, you had opportunities to try to determine the condition of a person. That is, have they had too much to drink, correct?
Through standardized tests. Correct.
Right. And those tests, those standardized field sobriety tests, include tests which says that persons who have too much to drink have difficulty having good coordination. Would you agree?
Yes.
That's pretty normal, correct?
Yes.
And while you're not a physician, your experience would tell you that persons who have a really high BAC are going to have even more pronounced inability to exercise coordination, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, but thank you.
Any redirect?
We just talked about how you would do field sobriety tests on somebody who was intoxicated. Were you able to do any field sobriety tests on Josh that night?
No.
Why not?
Because he was unconscious and unresponsive.
And the suspect, if you learned that he was intoxicated, would you have done field sobriety tests on him potentially?
Judge, I'm an objective, so
Overruled.
If he was driving and I had reason to believe that he was impaired, I would perform the test.
Okay. And now, Mr. Hero showed you part of your police report. I think it was page 2, and it described Ms. Davies' written statement.
Yes.
And he asked you if anything on page 2 said that she said the male party had punched Josh, right? That's his line of questioning.
Yes.
I'm going to show you the first page of your report.
no.
I like how they're just like arguing over this report.
So that's what it says. I don't need that. I know what he wrote.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to retire to the jury room, take a break. We're at 3 o'clock. It's a good tough point to stretch your legs. I'll have you back here in a few minutes. Please do not discuss this case.
All rise.
Look at Judge, hands on his hip. He's upset. Oh, Santa Judge is upset.
Order in the court.
Court will stand in recess 10 minutes.
I think he was so mad he had to go take a break himself. Yes, like, better clean that up. I mean, they were arguing in front of the jury, and he's just like, all right, jury, get out. We don't argue in front of the children attorneys. Felt like that's what he was saying.
I think Hopper questions the next witness from memory.
We got one more police officer,
Yeah, it's another detective.
and then there's like a video guy, I think, that worked on the video.
Yeah, I think she does the next police officer.
Oh, Opper. I heard you. Now I heard you.
Yeah.
I can't. Okay. So he's going to come back in and address the attorneys for just a second, and then bring the jury back in, and we will finish up this redirect with this witness. A little spice. A little spice is okay. Makes things exciting. I don't even know what to do with that comment, Gabby. So
A couple of things for the record. There was a question that was asked of the officer soliciting information offered through a witness that was represented to be the spouse of the victim. The question was, did she tell you, what did she tell you, meaning the spouse of the victim? The witness, the officer answered, among other things, that the defendant punched her husband in the face. There was objection based on hearsay. Court held a sidebar. I informed counsel that I felt the objection was tardy, that the question had been posed soliciting the information. It wasn't until the information was offered that it was objected to. Based upon that, I overruled the objection. I held it at sidebar because we have a difficulty currently with the fact that the jury is being housed when they're not in the courtroom, not on this floor. So I'm trying to minimize the amount of movement that occurs for this jury because it involves some involved process and delay, which is why I chose to do sidebar, informed the parties of what I was going to decide, because I did not want to have argument in front of the jury as to the substance. So when I released the parties back to their place, I indicated the objection was overruled and I asked them to move forward. I also had instructed the state at that I felt they were asking for information that could be substantively hearsay. They had my impression at the sidebar complaint about that they felt they could meet a burden regarding excited utterance. I informed the state that these issues could have been dealt with in pretrial. They were not raised. I'm not going to deal with them in that fashion here. So that was the decision that I made. That's the record I'm making regarding that decision. Are we ready to proceed?
I would note that there is disagreement about what the state can show Officer Martin's on the stand. So the line of questioning was, Mr. Shiro showed Mr. Martin's his report saying, this is word for word the written statement Ms. Davies gave you. Nowhere in here does it say in your report that Ms. Davies said Josh was punched in the face. The state's contention is that in order to rehabilitate Officer Martin's, because it is in his report on page 1, and I can bring it up for the court to show you, his report says, Jennifer, Ms. Davies,
a little bit,
recognized the
Regina.
witness that was there and said to her, that guy, your friend, just hit him in the fucking face. That's also in his report. And it's quoted, or that guy, your friend, just hit him in the fucking face. That's a quote. Now, Mr. Shiro disagrees that that was a statement that Ms. Davies made. He thinks it's a statement the witness made. I have a squad video that shows that was a statement Ms. Davies made. I believe that the state could rehabilitate Officer Martins and show him that part, since the defense brought it up that his report did not contain a statement from Ms. Davies that her saying.
I understand the state's position. Mr. Shiro.
Judge, I object. First of all, we don't really have a context other than that. I'm sorry. She, being Ms. Davies, is talking to some other person. We don't know who. I understand that the state contends that that would be.
Stop it. I'm going to tell both of you right now, despite the representation that you're all going to get along, you're bickering like school children. And that is not happening in my courtroom. So you're going to limit that, particularly when this jury is here, or I will call both of you up short. Am I clear? Am I clear?
Yes.
Continue with your argument.
You're a very naughty boy.
The rehabilitation, but I had asked the officer about.
That was awesome.
That's gold.
That was awesome.
Will you replay that?
I have never heard a judge say you are acting like school children. That was amazing.
Never heard Santa say it either.
Or a priest, as Regina said he looks like. And then Gabby said, let us pray, Raman.
I moved my sign down. Is that better? See me more?
I figured that's what you were doing. Yes, it is.
Yeah. And I was talking to you from the kitchen and you could still hear me, yeah? Even though I turned my mic volume down.
It was hard to understand.
Okay.
So I couldn't hear you. Like I could
You
hear
didn't hear the toilet flush then.
Oh no, I heard that.
Oh.
Just kidding.
All right, I'll mute it next time.
I did not. I did. But I couldn't understand you. I may have gone back a little bit too far, but this is the best.
Gold.
The report did not contain a statement from Ms. Davies that person.
I understand the state's
Okay.
position. Mr. Shiro.
Judge, I object. First of all, we don't really have a context other than that. I'm sorry. She, being Ms. Davies, is talking to some other person. We don't know who. I understand that the state contends that that would be.
Stop it. I'm going to tell both of you right now. Despite the representation that you're all going to get along, you're bickering like school children. And that is not happening in my courtroom. So you're going to limit that, particularly when this jury is here, or I will call both of you up short. Am I clear?
Yes.
Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Continue with your argument.
Thank you.
I'd be crying.
I don't
Yes,
think it's
Judge.
Can you imagine his kids?
I asked the officer
We'd
about
say to
No.
his kids.
his report regarding Ms. Davis's statement, and he read it, and he didn't remember it, so I let him read it, and he said, yes, she doesn't say that in that statement. I don't think calling in further hearsay is somehow is allowed, because I asked the officer about his report regarding the statement that he obtained from Ms. Davies.
This all stems from the objection that I deemed to be tardy.
Right.
And the information is in the record. You attempted to impeach him based upon that information. You opened the doors to the police report. State has a right to try to use it to rehabilitate. Do you feel it isn't relevant, or isn't her statement? Those are questions you can ask this witness in further cross-examination. But for purposes of today, the court's going to allow the question to be asked because the report has been discussed regarding refreshing this witness's recollection as to what was in his report. I recognize you said in his written statement, but you used the report as the basis for refreshing his recollection regarding that written statement. I think it opens the doors to that report and the usability of it. And the hearsay aspect of it was already dealt with by me. So whatever objection you're interposing here is overruled. The state can use it. Is there anything else that the state feels I need to address before I bring the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No.
Thank you. Would you get him, whoever's calling? Is it bailiff?
Right now,
Thank you.
before I call you up short. I've not heard. That's like that's got to be an older saying. I've not heard that before I call you up short. That sounds like something my dad would have heard when he was a kid. He is very far away from everyone. That's just the Wisconsin courtrooms for you. They remodeled them. They were remodeling them when we did the Jesse Kraszewski eye drop trial. They were in a really different room, although they don't look a lot different to me. So good job remodeling, guys. I think he'd throw the Grey Poupon at you. There wouldn't be any passing of anything. That would be a pass. Go long. That was so good.
We need to clip that. So every time
Yes.
something annoys us in a trial, we can play that.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like,
Actually, I might do that now.
it's like, stop right there. Stop it. Oh, they probably, all their courtrooms probably look the same there, Flash fan. It could be the same one.
All right.
Chrissy. Yes, it is Waukesha.
Please be seated.
It is good old
All right, ladies and
Waukesha.
gentlemen, we're continuing with the trial. We redirected this witness. Ms. Illiby?
Better than
Officer Barnes,
Kenosha.
Attorney Shiro just showed you a copy of your police report, is that right?
Right.
And the police report you did in this case was 2 pages long?
Correct.
And he showed you the second page, is that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, he asked you questions about if Ms. Davies ever said Mr. Davies got punched in the face, right? That was the question?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna show you both pages of the report, and I'm gonna point where I want to direct your attention. I'm gonna have you read that, not out loud, and then I'm gonna take the report back from you, okay?
I'm gonna grab it. Sorry if you can hear my dogs barking. I'm going to see what they're barking at.
Officer Martins, does that refresh your recollection on whether you wrote in your report, whether Ms. Davies said her husband Josh was punched in the face?
It does.
And what did your report say?
Ms. Davies stated that to another witness, she recognized a witness that was there and said, that guy, this is in quotes, that guy, your friend, just punched him in the fucking face, end quote.
Now, when you got the written statement from Ms. Davies, where was she?
The written statement?
Yes.
In the hospital.
With her husband?
Yes.
About how long after this incident occurred did you get the written statement from her?
Probably a couple hours after.
Was Ms. Davies at the hospital that entire time?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect on that limited scope?
No,
I'm sorry, recross on that limited
no,
scope.
no, thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be released?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
All right, officer, you can step down and go about the rest of your day. State have its next witness.
Yes, the state will call Officer Luke Joslin.
Officer, would you come forward, please? If you go to the jury witness box behind the court reporter.
Talking about my dog's cry. I don't know what they're
Step up there,
barking
raise
at.
your
I
right
can
hand.
hear
You
something,
swear
but
the
I don't
testimony you're
see
about to give is the truth,
anything.
the whole truth, nothing but the truth, self you got? Have a seat. Direct your voice to that black bar with the red light and keep your voice up. Counsel, your witness.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Luke Joswick, Luke, Joswick, Joswick.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Village
No,
Department as a
Gabby.
police officer.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
Total about 13 and a half years,
All with the Village Department?
9.5 with the Village Department.
All right. And you still work there today?
That's correct.
Okay. Directing your attention to the morning of June 18th of 2023. Did you work for the Hartland Police Department that morning?
I did.
What time did you start your shift?
I start my shift at 6 a.m.
And when you came on duty, were you asked to assist in an investigation that had carried over from the night before?
I was.
And what were you specifically asked to do?
I was asked to look for camera footage from Hometown Pharmacy on East Capitol Drive.
Okay. And you were aware that there had been a report of an incident at Tabby's Bar, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so someone asked you to go to the pharmacy and see if they had any video?
That's correct.
Okay, did you do that?
I did.
And did you meet with anybody at the pharmacy?
Eventually, I contacted him by phone, the owner by phone first because they weren't open. And he said that he would check the footage and see if there was anything there. And he called me and said that there was something. And so he wanted me to respond over.
Okay, and when you got there, were you able to observe whether or not there are any video cameras inside the pharmacy?
I was.
And could you describe for the jury where the camera was located?
The camera's a little bit back away from the front door, but it's facing the front door on East Capitol Drive.
And do you know where it was mounted?
It's mounted on the ceiling, approximately like 10 or 15 feet back from the window.
Okay, and were there any other surveillance cameras at that pharmacy?
There are, but none that would point in that direction.
Anything that would capture that front sidewalk area?
Only that front facing one from inside the building.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to view the video that the pharmacist showed you?
I did.
And did you believe that it contained information relevant to this investigation?
I did.
I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to put up number 8, please, for the witness only.
It's very true, Chrissy.
Thank
We
you.
roll right
Sir,
with
do you
her,
recognize,
and it's a good time.
This is a still shot of a video, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recognize what we're viewing here?
I do recognize that.
How do you recognize it?
This is the video camera that I was looking at.
Recognize
that
her
morning with
voice?
The pharmacist at Hometown
I do.
Pharmacy.
And you've seen this recording before your testimony?
I have.
Do you believe it's a true and accurate representation of the events that evening?
I do.
Move for admission to number 8, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
It'll be received. You may publish.
Okay, Officer Joswick, could you please orient the jury to what we're looking at here?
Again, this is the camera mounted on the ceiling facing north or towards East Capitol Drive inside the Hometown Pharmacy.
So that large object in the center of the screen is the front door to the pharmacy?
That is correct. That's the front door.
Okay, and on the sides of the doors, what's contained on the sides?
There's some windows on the sides of the door, and there's, I guess, general knickknacks that you would see at a pharmacy for sale.
Okay, like merchandise?
Yes.
Okay, and it appeared from this video that the pharmacy keeps their interior pretty well lit. Is that consistent with your experience?
That's correct.
And outside, is there any lighting outside the pharmacy to your recollection?
There are some streetlights, but I'm not sure where they would be located exactly.
Okay. And you understood that your department was investigating what was reported as a battery, correct?
That's correct.
And when you viewed the video, did you see anything that would be, again, consistent with what had been reported?
Yes, I did.
And I just want you to help the jury. We're going to play this video here in a minute, but before we do that, tell the jury what to look for, please.
Okay.
You can point as a touch screen. So if you actually touch the screen, I think an arrow will pop up. You can circle or draw lines or whatever.
Okay. The area
It doesn't
focus
have the
would be
pokey thing.
in this area. And things will move from right to left on the screen. That would be the area to look at.
And will you see people?
You will see 2 individuals.
And can you see any objects in this video?
A very purple circle.
With the people?
Yes, I can see one object.
Okay. And Tabby's bar is in which direction?
Tabby's bar would be on the right side over this way.
Okay. I'm sorry. Could you see any objects being held by any of the people in the video?
Yes, I can.
And what was that object?
It's a stool.
Okay. First, I'm going to ask the court to please preserve Exhibit 8A.
Any objection?
No.
8A will be preserved and received.
Okay. And then clear the screen, please, once that's done. Your Honor, this video is 22 seconds long. With the court's approval, I'm going to play it through once and then go back and have Officer Joswick describe what was seen in the video and break it down instead of stopping and starting, stopping and starting.
Any objection?
Judge, I think we've agreed, I thought we had agreed that, the parties had agreed that we're not going to let witnesses say what the video shows. That's for the jury to see. I don't object to the state asking if they think they see something, but
Right. No, I totally agree with that.
All right. So your general description, playing it through once and then asking questions is not objected to and acceptable to me. So you can proceed to do that.
Thank you.
I told you I was on the struggle bus. I see it now.
Through once in its entirety without any questions. And I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to now back up and start it again, and then I will ask her to pause it as we go through.
Oh, Lord. If it was a snake, it would have bit me.
Stop. Maybe a little too quick, I know. Trigger finger. Stop. Okay. Can you see any people in the screen at this time?
I can see one person on the screen right now.
And did you later learn the name of this person?
I did.
And what is the name of this person?
The person in the screen right now is Joshua Davies.
Okay. And can you see any other people on the screen right now?
Not right now.
Earlier, could you see a person?
I could.
We're interested in the time on the video.
Thank you, sir. It's 14 seconds. We paused at 14 seconds. Did you later learn the identity of the second person that was in the video?
I did.
And what name did you learn that person to be?
Kevin Sehmer.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Sehmer in the screenshot at this moment?
I cannot see him at this moment.
Okay. Can you see Mr. Davies?
I can.
Can you circle where he's located, please? And I'm going to ask the court to please preserve 8B.
Any objection?
No.
8B will be preserved and received.
Thank you. And now we'll continue to play.
Brian, you can't mess with me today. Do you really need me to turn it down?
Officer
No. I'm just saying that she said, "Oh, that was too fast."
You can see a stool, and I think
Okay.
you can see a stool in this video.
My brain is too slow.
Can you see it in this video?
If you look, can I touch the screen?
Well, yes.
Okay. If you look in this area, when Officer Martin's squad car arrives shortly after this, you can definitely see the stool with the lighting there. You can kind of just see it for a second. I've watched it many times, like on repeat. So
it's at a later point in this video.
Yes.
That you see that.
Yeah.
In the clip you just watched, were you able to see the stool?
Not right now.
Okay. So your testimony is that in a clip that's not in this portion, or I'm sorry, a recording that's not in this clip, you can see the stool.
That's correct. When the squad car lights illuminated.
Okay, and where did you see the stool in that clip?
It's right next to Joshua's, where he's laying.
Okay.
He looks
All right,
like he has to pee.
I'm gonna look for that portion of the recording that you just referred to, but while they do that,
He's very intense.
I just want to
looking.
ask you a separate question.
Can we clear the screen?
Yeah, you can clear that screen.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Go ahead.
sir. Did you or other members of the Hartwood Police Department attempt to obtain video from all the other businesses around the area?
We did.
Was this the best we could come up with?
It is.
As far as outside of Tabby's, correct?
That's correct.
And you're aware that there was video recovered from inside of Tabby's?
Yeah, I am aware of that.
Okay. Later in the day, on June 18th of 2023, did you have personal contact with Kevin Sehmer?
I did.
Were you able to observe his appearance
I was.
and his approximate size?
I was.
In your opinion, what is the height of Kevin Sehmer?
I would guess approximately 6'1".
And do you have a estimate as to his weight?
I would guess around 250 pounds.
Definitely old enough to know better than to do what he did.
All right, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Cross.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be released?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, officer. You can step down and go back the rest of your day, sir.
Thank you.
State
Get
have another
out.
witness.
Yes, the state calls James Armstrong.
All right.
That defense attorney looks way too relaxed. I'd be putting the spurs to him.
Well, he just got in trouble, so he might be pouting. You know,
Mr.
did you
Armstrong?
hear? Did you
Come
hear the
forward,
judge?
I was waiting for
Brian?
the judge to send them to their rooms.
Under the,
No
witness
kidding.
stand,
I did.
court reporter.
All I could think of was my father saying, if I have to pull this car over,
Yeah.
Set your material down.
It was great.
Step up on that rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony about the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Have a seat. There's a black bar with a red light. Keep your voice directed there and your voice up. Counsel, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong, can you please state your name for the record?
James Armstrong, ARMSTRONG.
And how are you employed?
I'm a forensic imaging specialist with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic imaging specialist with the crime lab?
My responsibilities include photographing evidence for latent prints, footwear, and in addition to that, also forensic video analysis.
Is he too fast?
And
I will
you're
slow
at
him
the
down.
crime
Thank
lab
you,
in Milwaukee,
Santa.
Wisconsin, is that right?
That is correct.
And there's two other crime labs in the state of Wisconsin, in Madison and Waukesha, right?
That is correct.
And prior to court today, did you provide a statement of your qualifications?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 9. I'm just going to show a paper copy. I have a copy for your honor if you would like it.
Have you provided defense?
Yes,
All right, thank you. I don't need it.
thank you.
Can you imagine if she would have said no? She didn't provide it to the defense.
I'm showing you Exhibit 9. What is that?
That's my statement of qualifications.
She would have been grounded.
How many pages is it?
3 pages.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of your statement of qualifications?
It is.
So I want to go through this a little bit more in depth. First of all, can you tell the jury about your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in photography from Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design,
And when did you receive that degree?
2002,
And what was your major?
in photography.
Sorry, you already said that. And I want to talk now about your professional experience. Can you tell the jury about your professional experience?
My professional experience includes working in commercial photography for 14 years, both as an in-house or staff photographer, along with being a freelance photographer.
And after you were, during freelance photography and working as a photographer, what kind of photographs would you do?
Typically, it would be mostly product photography, so shirts, hats, scale models, those types of items.
Okay, and did you transition into a different type of photography after that?
Yes, I was, after that time period, I was then hired by the State Crime Lab.
So when were you hired by the State Crime Lab?
I was hired in, excuse me, in 2015.
And what was your first position at the State Crime Lab?
as a forensic imaging specialist.
And so you've always been a forensic imaging specialist since 2015 at the crime lab.
Yes.
Did you have any other titles or duties at the crime lab in addition to forensic imaging specialist?
Yes, I'm also a member of the crime scene response team as a photographer and a team lead.
And what did you do as a crime scene response team leader and photographer?
Our job as a crime scene response team lead and photographer is to help requesting agencies process crime scenes.
Now I want to talk about your training as it relates to more forensic photography that you're now doing at the State Crime Lab. So first of all, where did you receive training for your position at the crime lab?
So for our position, we receive training both internally and externally. Internally, we have approximately one year training program focused on forensic imaging. And then externally, we receive training through it's called LEVA. It is an organization that provides forensic video analysis training, along with training through the software I use called AMP5.
And AMP5, just for the record, is spelled AMPED space FIVE, and FIVE is all capitalized.
That is correct.
And you said LEVA, again, what is LEVA?
Good morning,
LEVA is Law
Adair.
Enforcement and Emergency
Good morning,
Services
Adair.
Video
Good to
Association
see you.
International.
And on page 2 of Exhibit 9, it actually details in depth your training at the crime lab in order to be a forensic imaging specialist. Is that true?
That is correct.
So your training for AMP5, what did you do in order for that training?
For that training is a training provided by the manufacturer, both for different modules of the software, along with a approximately 4-day course on the software itself.
And what is AMP5?
AMP5 is a forensic image and video enhancement program.
And are you certified in order to use the software program
Brandon.
AMP5?
Brandon.
Yes, I've earned a certification from the manufacturer.
But
in
ask
use
how
of
you
that
are,
software.
but I know
And
you're
AMP5
tired.
is that's something that is also used in the forensic imaging community routinely?
Yes,
And is it a software program that is reliable and accurate for the purpose of forensic imaging?
yes.
And LEVA, again, what types of trainings did you do with that?
LEVA provides a 4-level training program. To advance to the next level, you need to complete an oral, written, and practical exam in order to be able to move forward to the next level. I've completed all 4 levels of training they offer.
And is LEVA, I guess, for all forensic imaging specialists all around the country?
Yes, it's an international organization that they provide training for people working within that field.
And is that organization something that is respected and relied on in the forensic imaging community?
Yes.
And do you have any professional affiliations that you're associated with?
Yes, I'm a
I'll
member
take-
of LEVA, along
take
with
your word
the
for it.
You get a
IAI,
certificate
the
for that?
Association of Identification.
And when did you become a member of LEVA?
Became a member of LEVA in 2017.
And are you still a member today?
Yes.
And the other membership that you talked about, how long have you been part of that?
I'm part of the IAI since 2019.
He's got an oral competency membership as well.
And have you testified as an expert in the category of forensic video analysis?
Yes, 4 times.
All in the state of Wisconsin, I presume?
Yes, all in the state of Wisconsin.
Now, did you get a forensic imaging request involving the 2 people involved were Josh Davies and Kevin Sehmer?
Yes.
And when that case came to you, was it ultimately assigned lab case number R23-1921?
Yes.
And kind of jumping ahead, but did you generate a report and review some videos and enhance them for this case?
Yes.
And the report you generated, you also provided that as well?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 10. And what is Exhibit 10?
Exhibit 10 is my report issued for this request.
And again, that's for R23-1921.
That's correct.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of your report?
It is.
And it's 2 pages, to be clear.
It is 2 pages.
I would move Exhibits 9 and 10 into evidence, Your Honor. I don't intend to publish them at this time.
Any objection?
No.
9 and 10 will be received.
So let's first start, at least from this report. What evidence did you receive for this case?
I received digital I received digital files submitted electronically to the crime lab.
And first, let's talk about the first video. That would be, or actually the second video. second video I'm going to talk about first. That was labeled Tabbies. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
And what kind of file was this?
This was a video file that I was requested to provide audio increase to it.
Only requested to enhance audio on this one.
Just the request simply was just to increase the volume of that video file.
Okay, so can you tell the jury how you do that?
We take the video file into Adobe Premiere and we increase the volume of that video file.
Okay, and Adobe Premiere, is this something you've been trained to use?
I have experience in using it, yes.
And is that program reliable and accurate in terms of the forensic imaging community?
It is used within the forensic imaging community.
And how exactly do you make the volume louder in Adobe Pro?
So in Adobe Premiere, what we do is utilize the effects panel and we increase that volume by a level that we determine to be, that we want it to have it be at.
Okay. Now, when you're increasing the volume, are you in any way changing the content of that audio?
No, we're not changing the content of the audio.
Okay. You did not enhance images on Tabby's video, is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. And now I'm going to bring up Exhibit 11.
Oh dear.
I see a kitty, kitty, kitty.
Hello, Mr. Chicky.
It's in the witness box.
Thank you.
Hello.
And you have a video up on your screen now.
I do, yes.
And I think Ms. Guffey can show what the title is as she moves hers. Exhibit 11, do you see it's R23-1921?
Give me
Another case number in Tabby's enhanced.
Correct.
Is this the video that you enhanced the audio on?
Yes,
And this was the video you then provided back to the police agency, is that true?
that is true.
And this looks like a fair and accurate copy of the video, is that right?
It does.
I would move Exhibit
You got
11 into evidence, and I've consulted with defense, and we're just going to play the entire 4 minutes, Your Honor.
Any objection to the exhibit?
No.
Exhibit 11 will be received. You intend on publishing?
I do have a request to publish to the jury, and there is sound with it.
All right, any objection?
No.
You may publish.
No more objections ever, Judge. We're scared of you now.
And we're starting at a 0-1.
We'll get along.
We're
We
playing the entire
promise.
video. It's 4 minutes and 6 seconds.
That's not me.
Hey, put him up there. Right, just fall him down. Right out there. Come on, motherfucker. Let's go. Okay, shut your fucking mouth. Right, that's a key word. Right. Please, just being a little girl, little Karen. Like I said, fall there, fall down, right out there. Oh, look. Yeah, this is in town. Kevin is not his license. Kevin doesn't put up with bullshit. Nothing. It's a pussy.
Yeah.
I need a receipt. Maybe you guys are actually really good drivers. I've been trying forever. 20 years. 20 years. Yes. Maybe you're taking this. Maybe you should make
I'm serving on.
Maybe take that.
Don't take it. What did you say?
thought that when I first saw it. I'm like, is she got a top on?
Don't know, Chrissy. Also, I get there's only 2 women bartenders there, and I'm not saying anything bad about women. They couldn't have handled that guy.
No.
He looks like a pretty big dude. But they didn't do anything. They
There
just
should be
went about their
security, though.
business. There should be something. They, hey, calm down, like try to de-escalate it. They did nothing. They just stood there and kept on serving and doing the drinks, and
You got 2 women alone in a bar late at night. You're asking for trouble.
that's absolutely that. Yeah, that would not happen. Well, in Bloomington, because it's a college town. So, and pretty women seem to disappear in Bloomington. So they can't leave them alone. But yeah, they just did. Yes, Christy, they could have called the cops because they did nothing. I was watching them. I was watching when he said no F you. They didn't even it didn't even faze them. I get it's a bar, you hear that crap all the time, but that was an aggressive, that wasn't a joke. And they didn't look. I'm not blaming them. It just surprised me that they had no reaction.
And Josh is tiny in comparison.
Yeah. Yeah.
I bet they're going to get sued.
Yeah,
maybe. I'm glad the one woman that walked back in
They're
and
going to have
walked back
public
to the
liability
back.
insurance there again. Sorry?
She was maybe. I don't know. I don't know how it'll work, but I'm glad she had the she grabbed her drink on the way back. She's concerned. Just a whole lot of weirdness.
When you're on a budget,
That's all right. Brian, I only noticed the boobs, not the argument.
Well, yeah, when you already can't afford anything, you take the drink. You're like, I don't care what's going on. All right.
And that's what we in the medical profession call Emerson's disorder. Emerson, big boobs.
Got it. I'll get there, but I did get there.
Oh, I just got that. Right.
I can't believe you were slower than me.
Right.
Those 2 people don't even care.
And the video is stopped.
Is that a spider web?
I don't know.
And the next video that I want to talk about that's referenced in your report is hometown pharmacy video. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so first of all, what kind of file format did you receive this hometown pharmacy video?
Adair, I'm not sure. Do you guys know which guy Josh was in that video? He asked. He asked if
the bald guy was the perp, I think.
But okay.
The bald guy's the defendant. The big bald guy was the defendant.
Okay.
Josh
he has
was
a
in the
little
white
bit.
t-shirt sitting down with a hat on.
Okay. So no, Adair. The guy that had the hat on, right? That with the longer hair. That was talking to him, showing him his tattoos. He's the one that went out and he got punched and fell and did not wake up. That's the dude. So the bald guy, Adair, is the guy who hit him outside, allegedly. We haven't seen the video from outside. Yeah, I think, yes. And he was not he was smaller than that guy. That guy's a big dude. That's why I said I don't blame the bartenders for not necessarily doing anything, but they could have done at least try to de-escalate it, or like Chrissy said, just call the police.
Yep.
Get somebody there.
Video in.
I believe it was a .abr, which is a proprietary file format.
And with that file that you received, did you also receive the proprietary player?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what did you do to get the video out of the proprietary player?
I exported it as a .avi file.
And when you exported it into a .api file, I guess generally, can you describe how you do that?
It was a function of the player itself, and we're essentially putting it in a wrapper so that the computer can understand how to play that video file back.
Okay. And when you exported the video from the proprietary player into the AVI file, did you change the content of that video in any way?
I did not.
And this video, the hometown pharmacy video, did it have sound?
I do not recall.
If I told you no, would that sound right?
I believe that would be correct.
Did you do anything with sound on the hometown pharmacy video?
I did not.
You only dealt with the video portion of it, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so after changing it into the AVI file, did you then enhance this video in certain ways?
I did.
Okay, so just generally, can you tell us the ways you enhanced it?
So for this particular request, we made the image, or we made the video brighter. We enlarged the video, and then we cropped in to the area of interest.
Were there any limitations on what you could do with this video file that's detailed in your report?
Yes, we have the lighting conditions. We have the reflections on the windows from the interior of where the camera is positioned. We have the distance between the person of interest and the camera. And again, the lighting conditions of that video file being bright on the inside and then dark on the outside.
Now, is it like CSI where you enhance a video and it's perfectly clear now?
No, making something bigger does not necessarily mean it's going to be clearer.
So if you had a blurry license plate from a traffic cam and you enhance it and on CSI, it was perfectly clear. Is that how it really works in the world?
It does not.
Okay. So what software did you use in order to enhance the video the ways that you just described?
I use AMP5 for our processing of that video.
And that's the software you previously described that you were trained on in your testimony?
Yes.
Now, I think it might be easier to pull up the video so you can see which one I'm talking about first, and then I want to go through what you did with it. So I'm going to ask that Exhibit 12 be pulled up just on your screen.
The exhibit's there.
Thank you. And Exhibit 12 is R23-1921 ACH01 enlarged 4 times. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So what did you do with this video?
So for this video, we brightened the video to make it brighter, and then enlarged the video, and then cropped to the area of interest.
Okay. And on the screen, does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you enhanced in this case?
It is.
And I would move Exhibit 12 into evidence and ask to publish.
No. Exhibit 12 will be received. You may publish.
Okay, and Mr. Armstrong, this is a 15-second clip, correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to have it played for you and then maybe ask you a couple questions. And, okay, I'm now going to bring up exhibit number 13. I'm gonna ask to take down the publication. Gonna bring up exhibit number 13 and have it stop.
So on this exhibit, they're looking on this video, they're looking out the window.
R23-1921 CH01 enlarged 4 times, slowed by 50%. Is that what the title is?
That is correct.
Okay, so number one, how much was this video enhanced? Like how many times?
So this was, again, where we are brightening the video up. Then we are enlarging it, cropping it to the area of interest. And then for this particular video, we're slowing it down by 50%.
Did you do all of those things in AMP5?
Yes, I did.
And forgot to ask you this for Exhibit 12, but did you change the content of Exhibit 12 in any way?
I did not.
And again, for Exhibit 13, slowed down, did you change the content of the video in any way?
I did not.
Okay. I would move exhibit number 13 into evidence and request it published to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
13 be received. You may publish.
Sounds like a deal.
Okay, and ask that it be played for the jury.
You can see him go down right there. And then that guy walks away.
Okay, and that clip was 30 seconds long, correct?
Yes,
Because the original clip was 15.
Damn it, I look down every time.
50%, so
that is correct.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
have
you
the
see him
publication
fall.
taken down to the jury.
And
I'm
there's
gonna bring up
he doesn't
exhibit
get up.
number 14. Was it? Now, exhibit number 14 is entitled R23-1921 ACH01 difference enlarged 4 times. So tell the jury what you did with this video.
So for this particular video, we take all the frames of video and merge it into a single image. Then we take that same video and overlay it. This will allow us to see the motion of within that area of interest. In addition to that, we also make it brighter. We also enlarged it and then cropped it to the area of interest.
Now, when the jury sees this, to me, it looks black. Is that right?
Yes,
On your screen, it looks black.
yes.
So again, can you describe why it's black?
So the reason why it's black is that it's called absolute difference within M5. What we're doing is that we're looking at the pixel values, and the areas that don't move are going to be black because there's no difference there. But the areas that do move, there will be, everything will kind of be a little bit of a different color just due to the movement of the individuals through the frame.
So stationary items in the video are black or dark.
Yes,
Right. The items that move are going to be white or brighter color. Is that accurate?
that is accurate.
And would this show motion for people and objects?
Yes, any changes in those
Alcohol,
values.
Brian.
So if we
Alcohol.
see something black, that means it didn't move the entire time.
If we see things that are black, there's no difference in those pixel values.
Okay. But if we see something that's white, there's a difference in the pixel values because things are moving.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. And exhibit 13 on your screen, that looks like a fair and accurate copy. Sorry, 14 looks like a fair and accurate copy of the video you produced.
Yes.
I would move exhibit 14 into evidence and request to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
14 be received. You may publish.
Okay, and we can play it.
Wow, you can almost see it better. That's crazy.
Okay, and that was 15 seconds, right, Mr. Armstrong?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm gonna take it down from publication. I'm gonna bring up exhibit number 15. And exhibit 15 is entitled.
Sorry, Gabby, I've got a bit of LBL.
CH01, difference enlarged 4 times, slowed down by 50%. Like,
That's correct.
so again, on exhibit 15, we're seeing black and white again. Is that true?
That is true.
So
don't
for
know,
exhibit
Debbie.
15, you talked about the difference and how you did that. Is that the same in exhibit 15?
That's correct.
Okay, what is the difference between exhibit 14 and 15 then?
Difference is going to be that we now slow the video down by 50%.
Okay, and again, is this a fair and accurate copy of the video that you enhanced for this case?
Yes.
I would move exhibit 15 into evidence and request it published.
Any objection?
No.
15 will be received. You may publish.
Yes, those suck to put on.
Yep.
And we can hit play.
Wow, good when you're on your feet all day, though.
Yes. So he's pursuing him right here, and then boom, down he goes, and he just walks away.
Looks like you almost meant to kick him too.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, and all the enhancements that you did, slowing down, increasing audio, this was all done consistent with your training and experience as a forensic imaging specialist with the State Crime Lab. Is that true?
Yes.
And you didn't modify the content of any of the videos in any way. Is that true?
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing further.
Next, your counsel, please.
Here, the sidebar is a couple minutes. Anything to say? I think he's in trouble. I didn't see a stool.
No.
Gabby, I don't know
just
if you're...
stop me from posting go for it.
Oh, yeah.
The hell?
It stopped me one time from posting me too. Or mine too. I mean, I was just responding
rejected your comment
to something, and it's like I said mine too, me too, something like that, and it was like nope, nope.
Oh, good pause. Look at the side eye.
I'm good at that. Look at, and the little court reporter down there is like, that was me. He's like, who fired it? She's like, I did. Sorry, thought it was a little slipper. He's like, great, stinks. Sorry.
The old SBDs. They're the worst.
The worst.
Pull my finger.
She's like, no.
It's a love puff. My husband used to wind the windows up when we were driving and say to me, "Can you smell gas?" And yeah.
That's like you want to see a magic trick. I would always just start answering, well, yes, I can.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Gabby.
Yes, I do think he's in trouble because I don't see the guy picking up the stool like he said he did. I just see him pursuing the dude and the guy falling down. That's all I see.
Yeah. He got me good. I will say that. Got me good. Because the first thing you do is take a big whiff. Oh. And the window lock.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Just, we're divorced now.
Just so y'all know.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Don't worry, I got him.
I bet you that's one of the things you miss, though.
Yeah, she does it to herself. She locks the windows when she's driving in the car now.
The cats have been getting me the last couple of days. Oh.
The good old days.
Yeah. Not. No, it wasn't all bad. I can't say that. It wasn't all bad.
We're going to finish the officer. Well, he's not an officer. Photographer side eye. He has a little bit longer, and then we'll go to day 2, and they don't. They kind of start it with him just talking. They don't start it as in bring in the jury, and it just starts. So
bring the jury.
Yeah, they don't even do that part. He's like, I'm so happy to be here. He just doesn't stop giving that guy side eye.
Wants to get back to his video games.
Oh, yeah. These two talk back and forth for just a minute. They have a little IT problem here.
Oh, you got it in.
Going back to Stephen King then.
And then just put it into
No,
Flash fan. It's 3 days.
It's a 3-day trial.
Speed trialing.
Okay. All right, so what do I tell the judge? You ready to go? Come up.
What do I tell the judge?
I don't want to get in trouble.
Yes,
please tell me what to do.
Judge is like, I've already told you today. Not
That's it.
around.
You're not allowed to say,
looks
may
so
I approach
tiny.
for the rest of the trial?
Look how big that wall is behind him. So tiny. He looks like the defendant.
I'm going to see if that works.
Oh, good grief. He's
Al,
like, we didn't have this when I
Al.
started being a lawyer. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know why I wrote that time down like that.
Yeah, no, she didn't put.
I like the roly-poly bits over the top of the suit.
Are you ready?
The
Okay,
scalp rolls.
There's something on the internal screen now. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Shiro,
We don't have it on our screen.
Oh, good
It's
grief.
on ours. Yeah, I can see it on their screen. It's on theirs. Oh, okay.
You want to turn it off and reboot it? That's the fix that they always tell me when I call Spectrum.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
It doesn't work though to turn off.
Well, then I have to take a baseball bat to it. That's the next step.
Is that the
I
judge?
like this. Yes. I love this judge.
Throw a stool at it.
No, I didn't.
You
It's on.
have it now?
Yes, I have it working.
Okay, this is the end of Western civilization. With all the technology. All right, we're ready.
Just one thing, there is some marking on it.
I
I
think
think
that's from me when I took it.
it's cleared.
Okay, you're clear. Mr. Shiro,
Thank you.
ready for cross.
Yes, thank you. Do you call yourself agent, officer, or neither?
Excellent.
Neither.
Okay. All right. And would you call
Sir.
your last
You
name
may call
for
me
Mr.
sir.
Shiro, can I ask you, where's your microphone? Just move it over closer to you.
Yes, thank you. Better?
That's better.
Could you state your last name again, please?
Last name is Armstrong, ARMSTRONG.
Okay, and I've seen through your testimony, your
This always says
credentials, and I
AR
understand
arm.
that what you do is help or assist law enforcement in perhaps taking photos of a scene or taking photographs and trying to make them more visible or clearer. Is that true?
That would be accurate.
And with regard to videos, you do kind of the same thing. You try to make them clearer. You might want to make them larger. You may want to slow down a video. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what you did with 14 and 15, can you tell me, and I apologize, I don't really understand what you call it. What is it, what you did?
So this is called absolute difference.
Absolute difference.
Correct.
Okay. My new hearing aids are not as good as I had hoped, but we'll deal with that later. Absolute difference. And an absolute difference, when I was looking at it, I was thinking of it as like a negative, but it's not that, is it?
It is not.
Okay. And you do something, and I'm so sorry, could you explain what it is that you're doing with regard to that?
Like
Yes,
he
with regards
doesn't
to
know.
absolute difference, what we can do within AM5 is to see what difference in pixel values there are. And with regards to this particular exhibit, again, we're taking all the frames of the video, making it into a single image, and then overlaying the video on top of that single image and playing it through. Any changes in those pixel values will be represented in a lighter color.
Okay. And it's my understanding that some of what is causing it to be visible with some kind of color of some sort or lighter shade has to do with movement. Is that right?
Yes, so when we take all the frames of video and merge into a single image, any movement is now is not there. Anything that stays stationary is there. So when we're having those changes of movement, that's what we're seeing by overlaying on top of that single image.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to take credit for this, but somebody sitting next to me assisted me in trying to lighten it so that it was more visible in that format. And it appeared that by lightening it, brightness,
Things were
other
taken
things
out.
could be seen. Did you try to do that?
I only adjusted the gain or the brightness within the video as it's seen here.
Can it be made lighter, brighter?
It's certainly possible.
Okay, if I show you something, you tell me if this continues to be the video, but just perhaps more clear. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right, so I'm gonna ask my assistant to start the process of what, and you're on 14?
15.
15, okay. So, tell me when you're ready. All right, so can you see what she's doing?
Mhm.
Can the jury see what she's doing? No.
I would ask that the jury not be allowed to see what she's doing. I think I have some objections to what an assistant is doing to modify a video even further than what Mr. Armstrong is. He didn't modify it this way. So I have concerns about foundation and what was done and how it was done by this assistant who seems to now be a witness.
If the questions are framed to this witness as to whether or not there can be alteration and whether that alteration was within acceptable, I guess, guidelines based upon his training and experience, and he affirms that, then that modification can occur, whether it's manipulated by an individual at defense table or not. So as to the issue of foundation, the court will sustain the objection and allow for you to establish greater foundation for purposes of what you're attempting to do. And we'll see whether we can get this done in the time frame that I expect.
Can the witness see what she's doing?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, so we won't do it with the jury seeing it until he is.
Okay, you're talking out loud. Let's get to questions.
Okay, sorry. All right, so I'm going to show you raising the brightness on this, and you can see how it's being done. And go ahead and do that.
I'm going to first object if we can tell the witness what type of video player we're in right now. It's different. The video player we played it in is slightly different than the one they're playing it in.
So that's a foundational objection.
Sure.
Court will sustain that.
Are you familiar with BLC Media Player?
Yes, I am.
Is that a reputable company?
I can't speak to, with regards to that, I know it only simply as a video player.
Pardon me?
I only know it as a video player.
Okay.
Not as for using it as any type of enhancement or clarification.
Well, if you see what is being done using this VLC Media Player, will that allow you to determine whether you believe that the changes are not altering the video itself, but perhaps enhancing it?
I have never received any training on VLC player as using it as an enhancement tool.
This is common sense.
That's, Judge, I'm not certain we're going to finish at 4:30 because we may have to deal with this more extensively than I had hoped.
Your witness available tomorrow?
Mr. Armstrong, are you available tomorrow morning?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the day. I'll ask you to retire to the jury room, receive instruction from Tom. Please sit down.
Well, we're not going to finish today.
What point are they trying to make there? That something was altered in that enhancement.
Yes,
I think what he's trying to show is that if you make it even a little lighter, or change the contrast a little more than he did, it shows even more, which is maybe that's where he sees the stool. I don't know, but
yeah, because I didn't see it.
Right.
I did not see it at all. Let me switch.
Drink that water, Bri.
Good grief.
Mute. It's mute.
Sorry. What the heck?
You don't have to mute, Bri. I like ASMR.
It's just embarrassing.
Hardly.
Sorry. It's like when I try to pause it and then the pause button moves, so then it goes back to the video, previous video.
All right.
Like that's not what I said to do at all. Don't do it. Oh, I got a spinny circle for some reason. All right, so they just are here talking.
No, it's not that long, Flash fan.
That's a no. That is a no. Let's see. Is this what I want? That is not what I want. That's what I want, but for some reason I have a spinny circle.
Too many things open.
When I backed it up too much, then it was like, I can't think anymore. All right, I'm just going to hit play and see what happens. I promise nothing.
Entire 15 seconds, correct?
And that's
Due
just
to
where
the
they
limited
start.
video, I cannot make a determination with that.
Okay, now I'm going to show you Exhibit 13, which is the slowed version of that enhanced video, okay? And I'm going to ask that, I'm going to play it and ask that be published, Judge.
It's published.
Okay. Now, just so we haven't started yet, don't start. So this video will be 30 seconds in length because you made it slower. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I may stop it at a point and ask you a question about it, okay?
Understood.
Go ahead and play it.
Bang.
The only
Looks
thing
like
I
he
see
fell
that guy
forward,
doing is
Looked like he
backing
fell
up.
forward.
At the time, that latter part of the video, when the two of them, when you see what appears to be Mr. Davies coming, and then shortly thereafter, we see him moving forward. That event is only maybe 2 or 3 seconds. Would you agree? And I
Again,
realize we make this half speed, so.
we're, again, the length of time has been increased because I've slowed it down to comment on those interactions. Again, that was not part of my request for my opinion on that.
I see
I
something
understand,
different
but you
every
can
time I
tell us
see it.
what the clock says. So if it said 4 seconds on this slowed video, that would be 2 seconds.
That would be correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's like the Nicholas
And
Meow
so-
river crossing video.
And then you use that other
Yes.
kind of recording, which was, I think, was it all slowed? Or we had one that was real time and one that was slowed, is that right?
That's correct.
And so we'd have the same circumstance. To the extent you can see things, it's a fairly short period of time when the two of them are really close to each other. Is that right?
Again, as to the actions pertaining to that, I was not requested to provide an opinion on that.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, I've lost track. Was that recross or cross? That was cross. Redirect.
No, no redirect.
Thank you. So this witness be released?
Yes, ma'am.
Any
Yes, thank you.
objection? All right, Mr. Armstrong, you can go about.
That guy had to come back to court. Well, we only got to see 2
Mhm.
minutes and 50
For
seconds
two-
worth
yeah.
of time.
You'd be peeved,
But
wouldn't
they
you?
did something before us because I don't know how
Mm.
long they were in there before they actually started showing it for whatever reason. Brian, were you going to say something?
Right. From that vantage point, it looked like Davies went towards him
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
and
And he fell
then-
forward.
and then must have got hit or something, but he was moving towards
Yeah. Yep.
the defendant and
But I
then went
think-
down.
At first, it
And
looked
then
like
the
he was
defendant stepped over him.
retreating, though, and the defendant was pursuing. And then when the defendant caught up with him, then he stepped forward towards him. The defendant hit him. He went down. That's kind of what
I'm certain that,
see it.
but he should have just kept running away. But he shouldn't have been being chased either. But,
Correct.
so.
It's all, like I said, it's bad decisions. Alcohol.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's
Well, I don't drink.
they don't.
I make
alcohol
enough bad decisions.
Not help.
Alcohol. Alcohol seems to be involved in all of these cases we've been watching.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly does.
And it was a high blow too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, not a blow, but high feel.
Well, I think, did they have it for both of them? They both were.
Yeah.
Josh Davies was what, 0.2
Yeah.
0.20?
0.27, I think.
or whatever?
No.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it's like,
Between 0.23 and 0.26.
2.7. Yeah.
Something
Something like that.
Yeah.
that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's
Especially for a little bloke.
That even
Well-
zaps more of my energy. I wouldn't even be
How do
getting
you
out of my
hold your
chair.
How do you hold your liquor?
I was like,
By the
boy,
ears.
that guy said some nasty things about me as I was remaining in my chair because I couldn't move.
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Yep.
like
With your
that
slippers.
person said something bad about me, and I don't care
Yeah.
because what am I gonna do? So, Yeah, I am blaming it on the alcohol, Flash fan, because I guarantee you, and got that song going through my head. If that's what you meant.
Don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight.
But yeah, I'm blaming it on the alcohol because I guarantee had neither one of them had a drop to drink, they would both. He would still be alive, and this dude wouldn't be sitting in court. Like bad night. All right, so next up is the victim's wife.
The rest of your day. Thank you. State have next witness.
Yes, the state calls Jennifer Davies.
All right, Ms. Davies. Step up there. Raise your right hand.
She looks better in color.
She has still got big boobs.
See that black bar right there, Dwight?
Some
I know
judges
you were
wouldn't
thinking
like
it,
her
Brian.
dress.
Pull in close. Move that mic closer to you.
Some judges would have made her put a
All
jacket
right,
on.
counsel, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Davies, can you first of all state your
Judge
full name
Flusher
for the
would have.
record?
Jennifer Davies,
And how do you spell your last
Boyd
name?
would have.
Davies,
Okay. Ms. Davies, can you tell us where do you live?
in Delafield.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a hairstylist.
Do you have a business?
Yes,
And what is it called?
Hair by Jen,
How long have you been a hairstylist?
23 years.
And were you married to anyone?
Yes,
And was that person Joshua Davies?
yes.
Okay. When did you and Josh meet?
10 years ago.
So around 2014 or so?
Yeah, around there. Yes,
How long after you met did you get engaged?
2 days. That's when he asked.
And how long after that did you get married?
A year.
So you were married to Josh Davies from 2014 to 2023.
Mhm.
And just
She's
for the
got
court
hair
recorder, you'll have
extensions
to
in,
say
FYI.
yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So back in 2023, how tall was Josh?
6
Can
feet.
you pause 1
About
second?
6 feet. Back in 2023, about how much did he weigh?
150.
Flash fan, I just got a court TV notification come in saying that there is a Sarah Boone motions hearing coming up right now. Okay, on court TV. Sorry.
Oh, today.
I know you were looking for
I
it
think-
before. Yep.
Isn't she asking? Is she going to ask for a continuance?
What isn't she asking for?
Yeah.
Her job
That'll
Well,
be-
she can
posting.
pretty much ask for anything now because she's per se.
Yeah, her want ad though was hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, did you get that in the newspaper, Sarah? But yes, this woman she's pretty, but yeah, Judge Boyd would have put a jacket on.
Uh-huh.
Judge Judy would have put a jacket on. I don't know about any Judge Flasher. Where'd you think you were going today?
Pounds.
Get her a shirt
Was
and a
he a
tie
real
out of my
muscular
chair.
guy?
He's very lean.
Very lean. He was a skinny guy.
Yes,
Where did Josh work during this time?
at Badgerland Landscaping,
How long did he work at Badgerland?
Flash fan, the link's in the chat
off
for
and on
the
probably
Sarah
for
Boone.
15 years.
And when you two were married back in 2023, where did you two reside?
In Delafield.
In Delafield. Do you have any children?
Yes, I have one.
You have one child, okay. Did Josh have any kids?
He did. He had 2.
And who all lived with you and Josh at your residence in Delafield?
Just my son.
And I want to now fast forward a little bit to Saturday, June 17th of 2023. Do you remember this date?
Yes.
So first of all, during the day, what were you doing on Saturday?
I was working.
You were working at Hair by Jen.
Yes.
And how long were you working that day?
Until about 3 in the afternoon.
And when
9
did
to 3?
Okay, when did you start?
9 o'clock in the morning.
So you had a full day of work.
Yes.
And do you know what Josh was doing that day?
I believe he was disc golfing.
Was he working?
No, he was not working.
Was there somebody he was disc golfing with?
With Brian
And what's Brian's last name?
Richardson.
And about how long had Brian and Josh been friends?
A very long time. Since high school. They grew up together.
After you had worked, after Josh was done disc golfing, did you guys agree to go to downtown Heartland for a concert or?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about that. How did that all happen?
Well, first I got off of work and we went to Belfry for some food for a snack. And then we went to Enters to get dinner with Brian.
So about what time were you at Belfry?
4.
And was it just you and Josh or just you and Josh? Okay. And after that, when did you meet up with Brian?
I believe around 6:37.
Did you all drive together to Enters?
Yes, we drove with Brian.
So neither you or Josh were driving that night?
No.
And why did you go out to Enters or to downtown Heartland that night?
Brian wanted to go out for the first time since his brother passed away, and it was important that we were there for him.
So you go to Enters at around 7 o'clock, and Enters is another bar or food place?
It was a restaurant. We went for dinner.
And what bar or place did you go next after getting done with Enters and eating?
I believe we just went straight to the concert.
And do you know what bar that concert was at?
It was Beer Snobs.
Okay, Beer Snobs. And where was the concert at Beer Snobs?
It was in a back area, and I think a closed street.
On a closed street. So it's outside?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember around what time you got to Beer Snobs and this concert?
I do not.
Sometime after 7 p.m.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. At any point during this night, did you make, or first of all, do you have a friend named Laura Berg?
Yes.
How do you know Laura Berg?
She's been a client of mine for a very long time.
Okay. And do you also see each other socially at times?
Yes.
Did you ever make plans to meet up with Laura Burke that night at Beer Snobs?
Yes, and I had done her hair previously that week. We both mentioned we were going to go and just said, if you do go, let me know.
Okay. And did you ever text with Laura Burke that night?
Yes.
And was that to meet up at this concert?
Yes.
Now, during this time frame that you were with Josh, at Belfry and then Enters and then the concert, was Josh drinking that night?
Yes.
Do you know how much he drank throughout the night?
No.
Do you remember what he was drinking?
Beer.
Drinking beer. Were you drinking that night?
Yes.
What were you drinking?
Seltzers.
So like White Claw
Yeah.
or Truly or
Kind
something
of.
like that?
Mm.
And that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many drinks you had that night?
2.
2. What about Brian? Did you see Brian drinking that night?
No.
And while you were at this concert outside at the Beer Snobs, did you take any photos with you and Josh that night? I'm going to show you Exhibit 17. I'm going to just ask that it be shown to the witness right now.
Oh, sorry, Flash fan. I didn't read
Ms.
that
Davies,
bit.
do you see Exhibit 17 on your screen?
Yes.
It just
Can you tell us what
breathe,
Exhibit 17
Brian.
is?
It's the last picture we took together.
And who's in the picture?
Josh and myself.
And in the background of this picture, it looks like you can see the band that was playing outside.
Yes.
So this is a fair and accurate picture of you and Josh on June 17th of 2023.
Yes, yes.
I would move Exhibit 17 into evidence and request it published.
Any objection?
No.
17 will be received. You can publish.
No, Josh was wearing a pink top that night. Looks like it's like gray, blue, maybe red.
White, yes, white, blue, red.
And does Josh have tattoos?
Yes.
Okay. And on both of his arms?
Yes.
Do you have a lot of tattoos on both of his arms?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have tattoos on his legs too?
Yes.
And you can take the photo down now, Judge. So while you're outside at this concert, and who were you mainly with at this concert outside?
The 3 of us, Brian and Josh and myself.
Did you ever meet up with Laura Burke that night?
Yes.
And do you know when you did that?
Time-wise, 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Maybe?
So were you talking and was Laura with you the entire night?
No.
Did you ever really talk to anybody else other than Laura, Josh, and Brian then,
No.
while outside?
I did not.
And at some point during the night, towards the end of the night, did you go to Tabby's Wine Bar?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that came about?
Laura texted me that she was there, and I said, I've never been to Tabby's. I don't know where it is. And she said, well, I'll come find you at the concert. And so she came and found me, and I said, well, I would like some wine. And so she took me back to Tabby's.
And
Because we were about to leave the concert area anyways.
okay. And when Laura came out, you saw the wine. Was the concert done outside?
I believe so.
But it was towards the end of the night.
Yes.
So about what time did you see Laura and talk about the wine bar?
I don't know the time.
Okay.
Hello, Carmen.
So
Good
did
morning.
you then go with Laura?
Good
to Tabby's Wine
morning.
Bar?
Yes.
Who else came with you?
At first, it was only her and I, and then Josh and Brian followed.
And do you remember how you got to Tabby's Wine Bar from the concert at Beer Snobs?
Yes, we walked to the back door.
And then go in the front door of Tabby's.
No, at the time I'd never been there, so no, I didn't realize I was walking in the back door either.
Are you familiar with the downtown Heartland area?
Not really.
Had you been to Tabby's Wine Bar before?
No.
Had you been to Beer Snobs before?
Years and years ago.
But you're just generally not exactly familiar with the layout?
No.
Okay. Now, you go into Tabby's Wine Bar. Who walks in first from that back door?
Laura?
Okay. And were you with Laura when you walked in?
Yes.
Were Josh and Brian walking in with you at the same time, or were
They
they
were shortly behind.
Shortly behind, okay. So Josh and Brian are walking together and you and Laura are walking together.
Yes.
Now, when you got into Tabby's Wine Bar, were there a lot of people in there?
No.
And this is towards the end of the night?
Yes.
Okay. Did Laura see anybody she knew?
Yes.
Okay. And where was this person in the wine bar?
Towards the front of the bar.
And did you go and meet with him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember who that person was?
Yes. Kevin introduced himself as the owner.
Okay. So his name was Kevin.
Say yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And tell me about that initial interaction when you first meet Kevin.
We just introduced ourselves, and again, he mentioned that he was the owner. And I said, oh, nice to meet you.
Okay. The owner of Tabby's Wine Bar?
Yes.
And when you were introduced, were Josh and Brian also near you?
No.
No. Okay. How much later did Josh and Brian come in?
A minute.
Minute. Not a long time period,
No.
right? Okay. So was it then you five kind of congregated together towards the front of Tabby's?
Yes.
So Josh, Brian, you, Laura, and Kevin?
Yes.
Was Kevin bigger than Josh?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell about how much he weighed just by looking at him, or no?
Very large man.
And had you ever met this Kevin before that night?
No.
Do you recall seeing Kevin out when you were by the concert at Beer Snobs?
No.
To your knowledge, did Josh ever meet Kevin before this night?
No.
Were you and Josh together the entire night?
Yes.
So tell me about your initial interaction with Kevin when you're at the front of Tabby's, and it's you five at the front of Tabby's.
I just remember immediately when the boys walked in, him kind of talking very loudly about their tattoos negatively.
Whose tattoos?
Josh's specifically.
Okay, and what do you recall Kevin saying to Josh about the tattoos?
That he ruined the body God gave him and that he was going to go to hell.
Do you recall if Josh responded to that statement?
Well, I'm sorry. Kevin also said, you know what God says about tattoos? And Josh joked and said, get more.
Okay. And then Kevin responded with
what I had said previously about going to hell.
Okay. And you were marking up God's work.
Yes.
Did Josh say anything back to Kevin after that?
I think I said something to Kevin and like, you know, well, I have tattoos and you're not talking to me like that.
Okay. Did you show him your tattoos? Yes. Okay. And after that initial interaction, did Kevin say anything else about these tattoos with Josh?
I can't remember.
Okay. What did Josh do in response to Kevin talking about these tattoos?
He walked to the other side of the table to avoid more conflict.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object that the latter portion is her testifying about somebody else's opinion.
It's her opinion as to what he did. Overruled. Next question.
Okay, so then Josh kind of separated himself, is that right?
Yes.
After that happened, after Josh separated himself, tell me what happens next.
I showed Laura my tattoo because I had added a little bit since I had seen her last, or I didn't show her when I saw her last, but she hadn't seen it. And all of a sudden, then after a minute, we hear more foul language of Kevin screaming over to Josh.
Okay, so do you recall what that foul language was?
Yes.
Okay, so to the best of your recollection, can you tell us what Kevin said to Josh?
I believe he called him a motherfucker and a pussy.
Okay. Did Josh respond?
I can't remember.
Okay. Where was Kevin when he was saying these things to Josh?
At first he was on the other side of the table and then he proceeded to go around and get in Josh's face.
Okay. Kevin went around.
Kevin went around.
Did Josh move from where he was standing?
No.
Do you recall what Kevin said to Josh when he moved around and was standing right by Josh?
Not specifically.
Okay. Do you recall if it was swear words?
Swear words.
Swear words. You just don't recall the specific quote. Okay. Now, after Kevin did this, went over by Josh and kind of got in his face, did you do anything?
I went over to Josh and just to kind of just make sure that didn't escalate any farther and Josh was fine. So
did Josh stay there after Kevin got in his face or what happened next?
that's when I asked Josh and Brian to just go outside because we were going to leave anyways. So I said, let's just go. We don't need to entertain this.
Why did you ask Josh and Brian to leave?
We were leaving anyways, and I just thought this isn't going to go anywhere good.
So how do Josh and Brian leave? Which
They go
door?
out the front door. The front door.
I'm sorry, Judge, that was my fault. Which door did they go out of?
The front door.
Okay. Not the door you came in?
No.
And after they leave, did you stay inside the bar?
Yes, I stayed inside because, yes,
Who was all inside still out of the group of 5 of you?
Laura and Kevin.
Laura, Kevin, and you?
Yes.
Why did you stay inside and not leave with Josh?
I came back after that. I walked them to the door because I said to him, because I believed he was the owner, that, you know, I don't know why you're talking to my husband like that. You know, I have tattoos and you're not speaking to me that way. And he said, don't take it personal.
And after that conversation, do you know about how long you were inside when it was just you, Laura, and Kevin?
20 seconds, 3 seconds.
Other than that initial conversation, were you 3 talking about anything else?
I don't know how it came up, but I did say that, well, I had known Laura for like 20 years.
Okay. Did Kevin ever try to hug you during this time?
I believe he hugged Laura.
With Laura, okay. Did
Hello, Sharon.
Josh ever
Good morning.
come back
Good morning.
into the wine bar?
Yes, he
Hi,
came back
Sharon.
to ask me to leave.
So about how long were you in the wine bar before Josh kind of came back in?
30 seconds.
And did he come all the way to where you were?
No, he stayed at the door.
Stayed at the door. Do you recall exactly what he said when he stood at the door?
I believe he said, why are you still talking to that asshole? Let's go. And I said, okay.
Was he saying that to Kevin?
He's talking to me.
Okay. After Josh said that, what happened?
Kevin immediately charged past myself and Laura to run outside.
Did you try to stop Kevin?
He ran past me so fast.
Okay. Do you ever remember being at the door and Kevin pushing you out of the way?
Judge, I object, it's leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall Kevin going past you at all?
Yes,
Do you recall him pushing you at all?
aggressively.
Judge, same objection.
I'm sorry, there was no question. I heard aggressively. It was in response to the previous question.
She asked another question.
Was there another question?
Yes.
I heard, do you recall? And I didn't hear a question.
Well, I forgot my question now, so
Could the reporter read the last question back, please?
She said, you remember him pushing you? And she said aggressively.
Overruled. Next question.
And now, you have seen the video from inside Tabby's wine bar, is that true?
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna now pull up, this has already been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 11. And I'm gonna ask to play this video with Ms. Davies.
Just the witness.
It's already been admitted, so I'd ask that it also be published. The jury has already seen it.
Thank you. Clerk, could you put on the screens for publication and switch the computer over to the district attorney?
Okay. And I believe that's on the screen for everybody now. Ms. Davies, so do you see on the screen the Tabby's video, Exhibit 11 now?
Yes.
Now, before I start playing it, and you can circle and kind of draw on this touch screen, I'm going to have you identify some of the people
I
here.
am sure you're tired.
Can you circle where you are in this video? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you circle where Josh is?
So just before you, because you're going to wind up with a bunch of circles.
I could do.
It's not going to be clear given the fact that there are other individuals. Can you ask the witness to use letters?
Mark,
Yes.
I can. Can we clear the screen?
Yep.
Okay, can you mark with a letter J where you are?
Let's try that again. Put a screen, clear the screen. Molly. Thank you. Let's try that again.
Getting closer to being done,
There you
Chrissy.
go.
And can you mark with the letter J-O where Josh
You
is?
got it. You got it.
And can you mark with the letter B where Brian is? And can you mark with the letter K where the person you know as Kevin is? Okay. Now, do you see Laura in this frame right now?
No.
Okay. And I would ask that this be preserved as 11A.
We have 11A. Yeah. Any objection?
No.
11A will be preserved and received.
And now I'll ask to
It's
clear
good
the
how they can
screen.
have interactive screens like that.
And now I'm gonna play this video for you, Ms. Davies, and I'm gonna ask that you watch it and may stop it at times as well.
So was he really the owner of that place, or was he just drunk enough to say he was the owner? I said that right as she disappeared. Never mind. All I have is avatars. We'll carry on.
And if you could pause it, and I've paused it at 20 seconds, Your Honor. Ms. Davies, do you see Laura here now?
Yes.
Can you mark with an L where Laura is? Okay. And I would request to preserve this as 11B, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
11B will be preserved and
They
received.
certainly did, Flashman.
You want the screen cleared?
Yes, Your Honor. And now I'm continuing Exhibit 11 at 20 seconds.
I'm gonna get more. Just remember, less than one. Fuck you. That's a fucking. Hey, right, just fall him down right out there. Come on, motherfucker, let's go. Okay, shut your fucking mouth. Try to be funny. Try is a key word. Try. Please, just ain't a little girl, little Karen. Like I said, while they're falling down right out there. Hold with this. Yes, this is the time. Kevin is not the nice person. Kevin doesn't put up with bullshit. It's a pussy.
I needed a seat. Maybe you guys are actually really good drivers. I've been driving forever. 20 years. 20 years. Maybe you're taking it.
I'm certainly not. Don't take it. What did you say?
Wasn't me. I don't know that guy. Maybe. Sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do, Flash fan.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yep. Good pickup.
If they do, I can just take that part out. As long as they don't strike me. I don't.
No. RA gets it all the time, and he just appeals it, and they let him fix it. Yeah. But it's silly.
Yeah. Because I know, like the that YSL trial, that young thug Rico trial that's been going on for 1,000 years, gets gets court TV copyright strikes all the time.
Because they're playing rap music or something in the background.
Yeah, because they're playing his stuff. So somebody's got to be copyrighting it.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, Christy, I agree with you. So they walked out. Brian and Josh walked out of the bar, leaving Kevin and the two women in there, Jennifer and Lauren.
Yep.
But then does he pop his head back in the door and say something to him that then Kevin pursues him out the door?
Yes.
Okay, because he's fine. Not saying he's appropriate, but he's fine. And then it's something just, he's off to the
He comes in and yells to his wife, why are you talking to this effing idiot?
Got it. I agree. It is good music.
Yeah.
So I
not
did
the best
see
quality.
No, it is not.
Right.
But I never even thought about getting a copyright.
Well, you're not using the music; it's evidence.
Yeah, I don't know because they, like I said, they're playing it in that Young Thug trial, and they are getting copyright strikes left and right. So yeah, I don't know, but the one of the bartenders twice walks out and goes out the back door. So I don't know if she's just continuing to serve customers, because when I saw her do that, I thought maybe she was going to go get somebody.
Yeah.
But then she didn't. Nobody came in with her.
No, they just behaved like nothing.
Yes.
She was looking. She was looking for Gabby.
Hold my Crocs.
She's like, I have some Crocs. Can you hold them? So he's not really the owner of this place, right?
I don't know, but I did
Don't know.
actually answer you when you asked, but I forgot that I was muted.
Yeah, I asked and I was like, they left and there, and I saw you were both muted, so I just
I did answer
carry.
you though.
I'll just carry on. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Well, hopefully they're about done playing it. 36 more seconds. I have it muted,
Yeah.
but then we can't hear them. So, well, we'll see
I
what
think there's
happens.
much to hear now. We've heard it before.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens.
Now I can't unsee that cobweb, Bri.
I know.
Yeah, I'm never drinking there.
No, they won't pass their
That's a fair and accurate
their
depiction
quality.
of what happened that night, right?
Yes.
So I just want to talk a little bit about some of the things in here. At the end, after you are by that door, did you scream?
After I walked out, it happened so fast and he just ran out, and when I screamed, it was because he had punched Josh, because I was standing right next to Josh.
And I'm going to get to that part, but we also saw towards the end of this video, you come back in. Did you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall what you said or why you came back in?
I came back in and said, the owner just punched my husband.
And you
Oh.
set your drink down, it looks like. Is that true?
Yes.
Maybe.
Now, I previously asked you if you tried to stop Kevin from going outside. In the video, does that refresh your recollection at all if you tried to stop him?
Yes.
So did you try to stop him?
Yes.
And how did you try to do that?
I tried to stay in front of him and not let him out.
Ms. Davies, how tall are you?
5'2".
I'm not gonna ask how much you weigh, but do you weigh less than
Yes.
275 pounds?
Yes.
I now want to talk about what happened outside. So after we see Kevin go out the door, do you recall where Josh was outside?
Yes, Josh was.
Can
at
you
the
pass
other
that
end
on
towards
to
the
a
pharmacy.
dare, Flash fan?
Was he on the sidewalk or the street?
Please.
Sidewalk.
And do you recall where Brian was?
Standing next to Josh.
After Kevin goes outside, did you also go outside and observe what happened?
Yes.
So can you tell me, what did you observe happen after Kevin goes outside?
I watched as Kevin charged towards Josh. Josh picked up a stool and chucked it at Kevin to defend himself.
Huh?
What stool did he pick up?
A stool from Tabby's.
And
So he did
you
pick
said
up
that, and at that time when Josh picked up the stool, what was Kevin doing?
Charging at him.
And when you say charging, can you maybe describe that a little bit more?
Running at him.
Storming?
And how was Josh holding the stool?
Like this.
So it looks like you held up both of your hands in front of your face. Is that true?
Yes.
Did you see Kevin with the stool above his head?
It was Josh.
Sorry, Josh. Do you see Josh with the stool above his head?
No.
You saw it kind of in front of his face and
Yes.
torso?
Like this.
Judge, I'll object.
Sorry, I withdraw the question.
Bleeding.
I agree.
Question withdrawn. Next question.
Thank you. From when Kevin went outside to Kevin charging at Josh and Josh picking up the stool, how many seconds is that, if you can tell us?
2.
Okay. Then you said that Josh threw the stool at Kevin?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, what happened next?
Kevin ran past the stool and punched Josh.
Did the stool hit Kevin?
I don't believe so.
Did the stool land somewhere on the sidewalk?
Yes.
Now, you said that you observed Kevin punch Josh, right?
Yes,
Can you tell us how Kevin punched Josh?
with his right hand,
Do you remember if it was a fist or an open hand?
a fist,
Where on Josh's body did Kevin hit Josh?
in the temple, which is right here.
Do you know which temple of Josh's, which side?
His left,
And after you observed Kevin punch Josh, what happened to Josh?
just fell
Fell to the ground.
to the ground.
Did you see Josh hit his head again?
When he fell,
What did he hit it on?
the cement sidewalk.
When you observed that happen, where were you?
Standing right next to him,
And when you say him, who do you mean?
Josh.
Josh. Did you observe Josh brace his fall at all?
No,
He just fell?
Mhm.
Yes,
after he was hit, yes,
he fell.
yes,
Did you observe Josh trip over a stool?
no,
Um, Did you observe Josh swing at Kevin?
No.
Did you observe Brian with a stool outside?
No.
Did you observe Brian throw any sort of stool at Kevin?
No.
After Kevin punched Josh and Josh fell, where did Kevin go?
he ran past me,
Did he say anything?
yes.
What did Kevin say?
He said, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
When Josh fell to the ground, and did you see Josh on the ground after this?
Yes,
Was he awake?
No.
Was he moving?
No.
Did you see any blood on his head?
no, I don't remember.
Okay. I'm now going to bring up Exhibit 15. I'm going to ask to pull up Exhibit 15. It's already been admitted into evidence, so I'd ask to publish it to the jury right
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to ask you to pause it. Ms. Davies, have you also seen these videos from Hometown Pharmacy?
Yes,
And you watched this one that's kind of in black and white?
yes,
So I'm gonna play this video and stop it so I can have you describe, based on your memory, who we're seeing in this video, okay?
yes.
So it's starting at 00 on exhibit.
Josh is
15.
the victim. Flash fan. He's the one that's not here anymore.
Okay, stop.
You see Josh backing up.
Okay, so actually, can you play just one more for me? Okay, do you see where Josh is in this video?
Yes,
Can you circle where Josh is? Okay. In this still, do you see where Kevin is?
yes,
Where's Kevin? Can you circle where he is? Okay. I'll ask to preserve this as 15A.
Any objection?
No.
15A will be preserved and received.
And I'm going to ask that then the screen be cleared. And then if you can continue playing. Okay. Okay. We stopped it at 20 seconds. Do you see Kevin in this video?
yes,
Can you circle where he is? Do you know where Josh is now?
yes.
Where's Josh?
On the ground.
And can you see him in this video clearly right now?
No.
Ask that it be preserved as 15B.
Any objection?
No.
15B will be preserved and received.
Ask to clear it. and play it from 20 seconds. And I'm going to play this again now, Ms. Davies, because you kind of described some other things. So I'm going to go back to the beginning to 0, and we can hit play again. Stop. At this point, what is happening in this video?
I believe Josh threw the stool and continued to walk back away from Kevin.
Was Kevin walking forwards?
Yes.
And we see 2 people kind of moving across the screen, right?
Yes.
And Josh is the one walking backwards, you just said?
Yes.
And Kevin's the one going forward at him.
Yes.
Want to orient us to the video time?
And this is at 10 seconds on exhibit 15. Okay, can you continue to play? Stop. Did you see something fall in this video?
Judge, I'm going to object to her testifying to what she's seen. If she is recalling regarding what she remembers, that's one thing, but her asking this witness to say, what is it that you're seeing? The jury can see what we can all see.
Well, I can't see much on this version of the video, number one. Number two, this witness can testify about what she observed, experienced, and what occurred. What you can't do is interpret a video, which is a video of absolute something that was modified by the expert as to what is occurring. So the court is going to sustain the objection. If you have questions specifically to this witness about what happened, ask them. Let her testify.
During this video, where were you standing? If you could describe in the video.
I was right here, about there.
And I said that be preserved as 15C.
You want to describe what she marked?
Well, can you describe what?
No. She's drawn a circle. You didn't ask her to draw a circle. I'll preserve it. It'll have a circle on it for your record. This is not my record. This is your record and your record. So be more precise when you're using these videos in terms of timing and what you're asking to have manipulated. Otherwise, if there's ever an appeal, the Court of Appeals is just going to get a transcript that says, preserve the record. And they're going to get an exhibit that has a circle on it. And they have no idea because you haven't asked the witness to describe it. So I'm done with stage assistance here. You go ahead and make your record.
I'm sorry. Freaking love this judge.
What did you just circle on the screen for us?
I circled where I was outside.
And would you say that you circled in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
That's hilarious.
I would ask that 15C be preserved.
Any objection? No. 15C will be preserved and received.
No, Flashman, it's not a capital case. They don't. I always think of
We can take that down.
DPK trial for that, and Wisconsin doesn't have that.
After Kevin walked away, did he walk by you?
Yes.
And how did he walk by you?
Oh yeah,
Very
hilarious.
close.
Very close. Did he push you in any way?
No.
He didn't touch you.
I don't remember.
After Joshua was hit, what happened next?
Kevin ran past me and then I fell to the floor by Josh to be by him.
Okay. And you also went back into Tabby's wine bar, we saw?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
To go get help.
So you went back into get help. What did you ask? How did you do that?
I said, the owner just punched my husband. And
You talking about the judge, Brandon?
I believe, well, the bartender was there and then I walked back out.
Okay. And once you walked back out, how did police eventually arrive?
They were already there.
They're already there, okay? And was Josh still on the sidewalk? After the police got there, did you tell the officer what happened?
Yes, I proceeded to say that the owner punched my husband.
And did the ambulance also arrive?
Yes.
And while Josh was on the ground and before the ambulance gets there, was Josh awake?
No.
Was Josh talking to you?
No.
Were you trying to talk to Josh?
Yes.
And The ambulance took Josh away, right?
Yes.
What hospital did you go to?
Aurora Summit.
Did you ride in the ambulance with Josh?
Yes.
Can you tell us how long Josh was in the hospital after this happened?
Over a month.
Did he have any surgeries during that time frame?
Yes.
You know how many surgeries he had?
He had 3.
While in the hospital for that little over a month, did Josh wake up?
He became alert, but not for weeks.
Were you able to talk to Josh again?
Very little.
Okay. Was he ever able to tell you or police what happened that night?
No.
Did Josh recover from his injuries?
No.
Now, at the hospital when you initially arrived, were you asked to give a written statement?
Yes.
Tell me, you were at the hospital. About how long after did this incident occur were you making this written statement?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what your state of mind was when you were making the statement, the written statement?
I was very upset and shaking.
Were you focused in the written statement on the details of exactly what happened?
Objection. Leave. Sustain. Next question.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
It was a second ago,
I'm sorry
Gabby.
about your husband's death. You and your husband went, and in some of the time with Brian, to 3 different places, I think. Belfries, is that one of them?
Yes, just
Is that
Josh.
a bar or a restaurant?
A restaurant.
Okay. And again, I apologize. Do you think you got there about what time?
4.
Before? Okay.
Brandon.
And was your husband drinking then, ma'am?
I don't remember.
I would have loved to seen this judge
And
with
then
Brooks.
you went about, it would appear.
Oh,
about
yeah.
3 hours later to Enders, I believe you called it.
Yes.
You and your husband were at Belfries, whether he was drinking, and I mean alcohol, not Coke.
Yes. He had yes, before we left.
My
Before we
StreamYard is
left
messing up.
to go to Enters.
Okay, so in those 3 hours, do you have any sense of how many beers he had?
No.
Did he have any hard liquor also?
No.
Do you know that he had at least one beer?
Yes.
Okay. And you think, and were you eating there? Yes, no,
Yes.
that's right. And if I'm not being, correct me. At Belfries, recollection. At single beer house. Okay. So then, while you were eating at Belfries, you then went, okay, do you know how long you were at Enders before you?
An hour. We ate.
I'm sorry?
We had dinner.
Okay. Did you not eat at Belfries?
We did.
Okay. Did you have dinner there?
We just snacked.
Okay.
The Belfries at that time, they just had their snack menu.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening, Flash Fan. Everything is like super slow all of a
It's on
sudden.
the court.
It's my StreamYard got super slow. Like everything
Really?
just froze. Yeah. So hopefully just pausing it will fix it. I don't know what happened. But like I could see messages coming up in YouTube, but they weren't coming over in StreamYard. So I couldn't tell if you guys, well, Brian, I can't tell if he was frozen or not. But I couldn't tell if you were frozen, and I could tell that I was frozen because I was moving and I wasn't moving. So sorry, I don't know what happened. It just went really weird. So he's not asked anything super important yet. Hopefully it's fixed. Oh, see, that is so weird. I go to hit play and then the whole thing disappeared in StreamYard.
Oh,
All right. We'll try this again.
And at Enders, you had, the two of you or the three of you had dinner, is that right? Okay. Did your husband drink at Enders?
Yes.
Do you know how much?
No.
Hopefully that's better.
Could it have been several?
I don't think we were there that long.
Okay. So when you left Enders,
You have no idea, Flash fan.
you aren't able to give the jury any sense of how many beers your husband had from the time you entered Belfry's and the time you left Enders?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And you had been drinking, but not very much, I understand.
Yes.
Correct. Did you have anything to drink at Belfry's?
No.
Did you have something to drink at Enders?
Yes.
What did you drink, ma'am?
I had a glass of wine.
Glass of wine?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you left Enders at about what time do you think?
I don't remember.
Okay. You then went to the concert, is that right?
Yes.
And this was outside, as I understand it.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
And were they serving beer, wine, alcohol at the concert? And you're going to have to, and I understand this is difficult, I do, but I also don't have as great a hearing as I would like. So if you could just please, a little bit, speak up. And maybe just if you move towards the mic, it would help. Thank you, appreciate that. So how did one get beer or wine or liquor at the concert?
They had booths set up.
Okay. And
with beer.
Go ahead.
With beer and seltzers, I believe.
Those hard seltzers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how many beers that your husband had at the concert?
No.
Did you recall seeing him going to get beer or seltzer or whatever?
Yes.
Do you have any sense of how many times he did that?
No.
Okay. Did you have something to drink while at the concert?
Yes.
Another wine or something different?
I had 2 seltzers.
Oh, 2 seltzers?
Yes.
Okay. And then you stayed there about how long before you went to some other place?
A few hours.
You say 2 hours?
About.
Okay. So you think you went to Tabby's next?
Yes.
Okay. And as I understand it, you were there, among other things, was to meet Laura, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You went to Tabby's, among other reasons, to see Laura, correct?
That was the only reason.
That was the only reason, okay. And you'd gotten some text saying that either that she was there or meet me there or something to that effect. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, and it was first you went in alone, is that right?
With Laura.
With Laura. So did you meet her outside the bar?
She came and got me because I didn't know where Tabby's was.
Right. And then the two of you walked to Tabby's.
Yes.
You entered through the back door, I understand.
Yes.
Sorry. And then, I don't recall, did you get anything to drink when you were at Tabby's?
No.
You know if your husband did when he arrived?
No, he did not.
Okay. And as I understand, you were with your husband the whole night, is that right?
Yes.
And then at some point there was this dispute, argument about tattoos, is that right?
Yes.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you may have heard your husband say something to Mr. Sehmer that he must be a good Catholic boy or something like that?
No.
No, you didn't recall that, or wasn't said?
I don't believe it was said, or I didn't hear it.
Okay. And then did you hear Mr. Sehmer say something to the effect that he's Lutheran?
No.
Oh, Lord.
You didn't hear that, or he didn't say?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then at some point, your husband, I'm sorry, moves around kind of behind you and moves off to your right and to Mr. Sehmer's left. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in the earlier conversations, your husband was to your left and kind of moved towards where Mr. Sehmer was standing. Is that correct?
He moved to my right because I was facing Kevin. Kevin was in front of me.
Right. And
So Josh moved to this side.
to your right.
Yes.
But I mean, before that, before he moved around you, he would have been to your left. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And they were having some discussion and your husband was showing him some tattoos. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then your husband moved around to your right, to that
Yes.
little table right there. And he being your husband was doing some shaking with his hand thing.
He was pulling out his chew.
Oh.
His chew?
No, I know what chew is.
Oh.
So what was he doing with the chew? With the
Shaking it?
Is that
Okay.
He was
tobacco?
packing it.
He always
Come
did that.
on.
I don't chew, so I don't
Yes,
know what that
tobacco.
does,
like
but
Okay.
yes,
All right. So
chewing
then
tobacco. Yeah.
you kind of talked your husband into him and his friend leaving. Is that right?
yes.
And you kind of let him out a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you came back in and you were now kind of standing next to Laura Burke. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the three of you were having a discussion with Mr. Sehmer. Is that right?
Yes.
And that seemed friendly. Was it not at that point?
No, it was not friendly. I
Okay.
mean, I was very upset for him.
Not quite halfway, Jody. Are you getting tired?
That's all right. So you're going to go to halfway?
I'll go till when this one's finished, it's lunch. It breaks at lunch.
Yep.
So there's a 20 minute break coming up. And then we do, sorry, that's loud. Laura Burke is next, and then Brian Richardson. So her and the two other people that were at the bar are the
Yep.
witnesses
two
for this
witnesses.
part of the day. So
Oh,
just let me
okay.
know if you need to
Yeah, I might head off if that's all right, and just tell
jump
me
off.
where I need to pick up from.
Just on
Lunchtime.
Yeah, so it says if you're on the Fox 6 one, it'll just
Yes,
say
I am. Yep.
day two resumes or something like that in the
Yep.
title.
Testimony resumes. Yep.
So just know that Mr. Armstrong is not on the stand. If you got that one, it's not the right one. So, Mr.
worries.
ARM, Mr. AR, however he spelled his name.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, go get
All
some
right.
sleep.
No worries.
And
I will, Dylan. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. Same back
Yeah.
channel.
Good
see you
night.
in the morning. Hey,
Night.
he is alive. He lives.
Yeah. Bye.
All right. See you, Jody.
Bye.
Mr. AARP. That's towards you, Brian. They've been sitting here saying, blink if you're alive, Brian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been paying attention to the chat. The testimony is riveting.
No, it was quite obvious. You weren't paying attention, and Jody wasn't paying attention. I was just putting all these messages up. And I was like, this is hilarious.
It was a long night.
I can imagine. When Jody left, she took
But
her.
I feel
with
sad for this lady. And I don't know what the defense, where is he going with all these inane questions?
I don't know.
But
I don't know. I think sometimes they feel like they have to do something to make it appear as though they're putting on some sort of defense. And there's maybe some truth to that, but I don't know. So yes, Chrissy, it will show up on YouTube, but when I put them up in StreamYard does not show the pictures that we made in YouTube. It just shows what it is named. So I feel okay. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this.
no,
I feel really bad for her. Like, it's awful. I wish she would have wore something different to court. because I can see some people on the jury being thinking that's not appropriate to wear to court, and that she should have been dressed, I don't even know how to say this, dressed a little bit more conservatively.
Dressed appropriate for court.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hold it against her. But it's bothering me that other people might hold it against her because it's not typically what you see people wearing in court. Yep, absolutely, Gabby. Just add a blazer and she's golden. Brandon, you typically don't want to be in a tank top. I mean, it's a full dress, but you don't really want to just have spaghetti strap showing. She should have wore a blazer. I know, Chrissy. I knew you were coming in. I knew you were going to come
Well,
in.
So like the rule of thumb for court attire is sort of like business casual at minimum. So this is probably business casual for her.
Probably, and that's what Chrissy just said. This is her look. I hope they do not, Chrissy. It's been bothering me, and so I'm sitting here thinking I have no dog in this fight whatsoever. But if it's been bothering me, has it been bothering anybody else? And I don't want it to be held against her. So that's where I'm at. That's where my battle is, I guess, because I want her story to get across, not her clothes. If that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Flashman, that's pretty good.
She's wearing a cross pendant, so
that makes it all better. I see the thumbs down from him, Gabby. Yeah, Regina, you maybe haven't seen some of these judges when people show up like that. They get sent, even on Zoom. I've seen people show up and they're still in bed. And man, do judges get ticked because they're like, you are in court. Get out of bed. Get dressed.
yeah, no smoking, no chewing gum.
Yep. No eating.
No wearing hats.
Yep. Show your face. A lot of people on Zoom have a hard time. They just show their forehead. Like, you not see that you're not in the camera. But yeah, it's
well, I give a lot of those people credit because I can't get Zoom to work on my phone. So
yeah, I've never had to try, but if you do have it working, at least see yourself and yeah. I mean, sometimes judges will give people leeway, especially if they think maybe they don't have good clothes to wear. But other judges, they just are not having it. They're not having it. Oh, Carmen, blame you, brother. Yeah, sorry, I'm rushing everybody. Yes.
Well, I think women are allowed to wear hats.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, not like a ball cap. It has to have feathers in it or something.
Oh yeah, like a dress hat, like they wore in the 50s.
With a little veil and,
Yes. I agree. And I thought about that, Chrissy, that they may have watched her show up and been like, crap, we'd prefer you not wear this. But didn't have anything for her. She's small.
Well, I guarantee that when they're in court for her lawsuit against the bar, she'll be wearing a blazer.
Yeah. Yep. Like I said, it would have.
Her lawyer will be dressing her.
Yes. And it would have made her. It just would have completed the outfit a little bit better. But no, you cannot eat a donut in court. I mean, you can try it, Flashman. Let us know which courtroom you're going to be in so we can watch.
There, bring your picnic basket.
Yeah. Yes, she does have tattoos, but they must be on her ankle or leg because that's kind of where she pointed when she was talking about them, and I don't see any on her so far. I assume you mean they should have called her beforehand, Chrissy, not canceled her. So I don't know. That's just my thoughts. I maybe have just watched too many judges, I guess. So it's otherwise, I would have never even gave it a second thought. Like, I don't see any.
Sure the judge is giving her some leeway as the grieving widow.
Yeah, that's true. Because I have seen Judge Boyd, there was going to be victim impact statements, and there was going to be a lot of them for this one hearing of family, and they came back in and only had a few. And that's because the attorneys told the rest of them that there was no way she was going to allow them in court wearing what they were wearing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I don't know what it was because I never saw them. So I think she didn't see them either, but she said they could put a jacket on over or something like that. Whatever it was a shirt of some sort. I think the women had on that maybe was not like something you'd wear out at night, not to a courtroom. But yeah, they never came in. And Judge Boyd I know she would have sent them out. So even for victim impact, she just does not put up with stuff. So, canceled. I should have got that. Canceled. It's close. All right, I'll stop talking now. Let's finish up her testimony.
Talking to my husband that way.
Sure.
And that's what I was saying to him. I said, that was my husband. I can't believe you talked to him like that.
Why did you keep talking to my client?
I was under the impression that he was the owner. And since I had never been to that establishment, I just wanted to, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. You don't know. And Laura was talking to him?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, the two of you, that is you and Laura, were kind of standing next to each other, and Mr. Sehmer kind of goes around and seems to kind of hug Laura while you guys are standing next to each other? Okay. And that seemed friendly, did it not?
I don't know.
Well, it wasn't hostile.
I guess, Am
I right?
I don't remember. I don't remember that. I mean, yeah, because the hug isn't hostile.
Okay. And then at some point, your husband came back and we saw him open what would be the front door, and he yelled something about using that A word. And you heard that, correct?
Yes.
And obviously Mr. Sehmer heard it, correct?
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't spoken softly, he was kind of yelling it, wasn't he?
It was loud.
Okay, so I'm right?
The bar was loud, yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Sehmer said something and yelled,
yes.
Quickly left the
yes.
Tabbies.
Yes.
And you were in front of him?
Yes.
And I think Laura may have been behind him a bit. Is
yes.
that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went outside, and when you got outside, as when you left, your husband was where?
By the pharmacy, on the sidewalk.
So he was further, I think that's west, further west of where you and now Mr. Sehmer were, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm seeing these videos, and I'm thinking more about the ones where we could see it, the enhanced color ones.
Sure,
your husband, if he was by the pharmacy, must have moved towards Mr. Sehmer. Is that right?
No.
No? Okay. So, but Mr. Sehmer is moving towards your husband?
Yes.
Now I'm going to I'm sorry, you then, you say you were on the sidewalk?
Yes,
Where relative to your husband?
next to him.
So you got ahead of Mr. Sehmer.
It happened in 3 seconds. I was right behind Mr. Sehmer. So yes, I was right next to Josh.
Well, I'm trying to understand. You are behind Mr. Sehmer now, not in front of him. Is that right?
Yes,
And your husband is in front of Mr. Sehmer, correct?
yes,
So you were behind Mr. Sehmer and not really by next to your husband, correct?
I would say I caught up. I mean, I was standing right next to Josh. It's just 3 seconds.
Ma'am, there are, I think, at least 2 tables and a number of stools that are right in front of Tabby's, are there not?
I don't know. I'd never been to Tabby's before.
Well, I understand. Did you like run through tables and chairs to get next to your husband?
I ran past them.
On the outside towards the road?
Yes, the tables are along the building.
Right. So, but when you circled yourself in that one darker video, you had yourself like next to the wall almost, apparently. Is that true?
I don't know what I was standing by.
Okay, so when you circled where you thought you were in that darker video, you don't really know if that was accurate, do you?
I was right next to Josh when he was punched. So wherever that was is where I was.
I understand that. So you said, because I was next to him, I'm just gonna put myself in a circle against the wall of the pharmacy, or is that right?
Yes.
So you then scooted around Mr. Sehmer, somehow got apparently behind your husband and then to the side of him?
I was never behind my husband. I was behind Kevin, and then I was right next to Josh.
How did you get there to be next to Josh?
I walked.
Okay, I thought you indicated earlier, ma'am, and I'm sorry, I thought you indicated that my client was like running.
We were running. I
You weren't
ran.
walking, you were running too.
Yes,
And that's how you got wherever you got.
yes.
And was your husband walking or running or standing?
He was walking backwards.
Okay, well, at some point in the video, he's moving forward, do you agree?
Yes,
Towards Mr. Sehmer,
yes. That's when he had the stool.
right? And then after he moved towards Mr. Sehmer with the stool in by his face, being Josh's face, is when he lunges at Mr. Sehmer, is that right?
He chucked the stool and continued to walk backwards away.
Well, but in the video, when he's lunging forward, he's not moving backwards, he's
I'm
moving
gonna
forward.
object as to the characterization of the lunging in the video.
This is Cross. He can ask the questions. The question is really about the position of the witness. It has some redundancy to it.
Thank you.
But the court's going to overrule the objection. I don't know if there was an answer. Was there an answer to that question, Madam Reporter?
No.
Could you read the question back, please?
And he has to be very, very careful with his questioning here. If he comes at her too hard, he's going to tick the jury off.
In the video, he's not moving forwards, or he's not moving backwards, he's moving forward.
Is that accurate, ma'am? Pardon me?
Yes.
Now, I understand that obviously your husband was injured and had to go to the hospital, is that right?
Injured.
And you were obviously very concerned because according to your testimony, you believed that you had seen my client strike your husband, is that right?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, you saw my client strike your husband, is that right?
Yes.
And that's why, according to you, as a witness, you believed he had fallen down, is that right?
Yes.
Did you say yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Answered yes.
Okay, thank you. It's me, ma'am, it's not you. Now, you gave a statement to law enforcement in writing, correct?
Yes.
And this was while you were at the hospital waiting for your husband to be taken care of, and et cetera, correct?
Yes.
And my guess is that part of that time you would be waiting as medical personnel are doing things medical personnel need to do. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're not whenever they were doing x-rays or whatever they were doing to your husband, you're not going to be with him at that point because they're taken care of. Is that right?
Yes.
So I need to, what number are we on? 18?
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Are you able to?
I don't know, you can get any number you like. You can do whatever number she gives me.
Right.
118?
Yeah, Carmen, it doesn't look good that he just walked away. Like, whatever. Because he was trying to get away. You can do it, Flash Man. Once you just don't have it for a while, you won't think about it. Mind
We are
over
gonna be
matter.
asking the assistance of your clerk regarding the Elmo, which is, I think, set up and ready to go.
You're gonna have the witness identify an exhibit?
Yes,
You're gonna have the witness identify an exhibit before it's published to the jury?
I will.
The Elmo is tied to the jury box, Madam Clerk? Thank you.
May I go?
Just a minute.
They have a little IT problem here. But they're going to go to break in just a second. I know. Everybody's shocked right now. That's good, Flash Fan, and it sounds yummy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. When you return to the jury room, please do not discuss this case. I'll be back here in a few minutes.
And you know,
Doesn't look like my chats are getting through to StreamYard.
StreamYard's
Am I being
being
blocked?
weird. I don't have you blocked. I don't have anything from you. Are you chatting in mine or Jody's?
I was chatting in yours, and then I just put one in Jody's, and it didn't come through either.
Yeah, I've got nothing. Like I said, my StreamYard is being super weird. Weird.
That's okay. I wasn't saying anything important.
Well, don't say that.
Well, my last one was, I'm ready to convict this guy just based upon his selection of attorney.
See, that's important. Everybody's kind of over this man. It's the video just says so much. And even though they're saying it's not that great, it shows that whole black and white thing shows a lot to me. Like that he hit him, he went down, and then he left him. He just walked away. And then we got
I don't think
Grumpy.
I don't think it was premeditated, though. I still.
Well,
and I've seen a, believe it or not, with the Navy base close by to us over the last 20 years, I've seen 4 or 5 cases like this, where some youngsters getting a dust up and somebody just throws a punch and it's all over. And, someone is unalived. nobody ever thinks that's going to happen, but
Yep.
you hit your head the wrong way and it's over. Nobody means to do it. Doesn't mean that you're not culpable, but to be a felony unaliving is not always the case.
And, and I used to I was going to say, I used to pound that into my kids' head, but not literally. I used to always tell them, be careful, because one hit can be lights out for somebody and your life is ruined. Just don't do that. That's what Carmen said. I remember growing up, a certain someone would always tell me it only takes one. And I think they probably thought I was overreacting or just being a mom. But I had seen cases of it on when when the daytime television used to be all the talk shows, with Sally, Jesse Raphael, and Phil Donahue and Montel Williams. All those would have people on there whose kids had passed away because they were hit one time. And so I'm like, it's just not worth it. Just not worth it. And I agree, Chrissy. I think the premeditation part, they say that you can be premeditated for a few seconds. That's premeditation in some cases. I've heard attorneys, prosecutors, argue that. So I don't necessarily always agree with that, but I don't think it has to be planned out just for hours on end. But I do think him running, even though the guy came back at him and yelled into the door, him pursuing him out the door and down the sidewalk was not good for him.
No, not at all.
He just didn't stop. He was gonna go fight him. So
that automatically turns him into the aggressor.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. How do I have that? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why I had this paused it. Oh, the judge comes back again? That doesn't make sense. He must come back and say something.
Actually, that's true. He wasn't yelling at the guy. He was yelling at his wife.
Yeah.
We'll go back on the record. State of Wisconsin
Yeah.
versus Kevin Sehmer. All parties are present. Jury is not present. Witnesses still on the witness stand. I've asked the civilian bailiff to get the jurors lined up. Mr. Shiro, have we solved the technology issue?
We did, Judge. We moved it.
That's perfect. So we're all set to go?
We are, sir. Thank you.
All right.
You won't need your bat, Judge.
Not yet.
We are.
I just sometimes wonder, I think I can fast forward, what it's like sitting across the dinner table from this dude.
How was school today?
Don't lie to me. Because I already know how school was. He's whispering to I think his clerk about tomorrow's schedule. Judge. All right, jury's back in. We are going to resume cross-examination. Looks like for about another 20 minutes, this guy goes on with this poor woman. Chrissy, I don't know. He might be the greatest, happiest grandpa ever. I hope he is. I hope he's happy that he's when he's not in court.
And with cross-examination, Mr. Shiro.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, I'm going to be showing you an exhibit in a moment, but if I may, I'd like to just follow up on the question I'd asked you earlier. So you indicated that you had started in front of Mr. Sehmer and then somehow, or you were behind him, and then you got in front of him by going out towards the road, I gather. Is that correct?
I never got in front of Mr. Sehmer. I just caught up to him when he stopped to punch Josh.
I'm sorry?
I never caught up. I caught up to him. I never got in front of him.
Okay. I thought, and maybe I'm wrong, I thought you indicated that you were standing next to your husband when he was struck.
I was.
And I thought you indicated to the jury that you were towards the buildings, that is Tabby's and
That's where we were standing.
Tabby's and the pharmacy, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And initially, your husband was moving backwards, and then you somehow got around him to be on his right side?
When he was struck, he was to my left and Kevin was in front of me.
Right. You were on his right side.
His.
Mr. Your husband. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And then you had indicated in that one, I call it the dark video, that you would put yourself, you drew a circle around yourself. Is that right?
About the vicinity of where I was standing.
Yeah. And I thought, I thought Mr. Armstrong indicated that using that video, you would see movement. That's how it registers things. And did you see yourself moving in that video?
I don't remember.
Okay. So, but, so you were right next to your husband when he was struck, is that right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. When your husband was struck, did you catch him?
No.
Were you able to catch him at all as he fell?
No. It happened so fast.
Well, I understand, but you were standing next to him when it happened fast. And in the videos, it appears that he's moving to his right, isn't he?
Objection, vague. Who is he?
Sustained.
Your husband was moving right in the videos. Isn't that true?
After he was struck?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were right there, correct?
Yes.
He would have kind of bumped into you or landed on you almost. Isn't that true?
Objection, vague. Asked and answered.
Argumentative. Sustained.
Do you agree that had you been standing right next to him when he started moving to the right, you would have been able to catch him? Isn't that true?
It was so unexpected. No one would have expected a man to punch your husband. I wasn't prepared.
But you were, according to your testimony, watching Mr.
Yes.
Sehmer, right?
Yes, and he ran past me after.
I understand that. But when he struck your husband, you were looking at him. Is that right?
Yes.
Him being Mr. Sehmer.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm gonna show you something, okay? And then we're gonna put it on this Elmo, okay? But I will put it on the Elmo visible to everybody. When the judge
Counsel,
tells
just
me I
proceed.
can.
Just either approach the witness or do what you're going to do.
Okay.
The technology is on in the witness box.
And I'm showing you what is marked by as Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that document is?
It was my statement.
Okay, it's a written statement, is that correct?
Yes.
And Judge, may I publish this while I ask questions of the witness?
You're asking for it to be admitted?
Yes.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Is it 101?
101, Judge.
101 will be received and you may publish.
All right, thank you. All right.
We are upside down.
It's upside down. And they need to go.
Of course they are.
All right, ma'am, that is the written statement you wrote at the hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you indicate in there that the man you knew as Kevin ran, then screaming at my husband about tattoos. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said, my husband defended himself and picked up a chair or stool to defend himself from the crazy person who went after him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and then you finish by hearing Mr. Sehmer say, I'm effing out of here. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what you didn't say in that statement is that Mr. Sehmer punched your husband. Isn't that true?
Yes.
You didn't, ma'am, in that statement say that your husband threw a stool at him, correct?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, ma'am. You didn't in your statement say that your husband threw a stool at him, correct?
I said he picked up a chair or stool to defend himself.
I understand, but you don't say that he, being your husband, threw the stool at my client.
No. I was very rattled.
Ma'am, I am certain you were rattled.
Let's get a question.
But you also were asked to provide a statement while you were in the hospital, rattled, to explain what you saw.
They've never said that, Gabby.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
And since, according to your testimony, your husband hit his head on the cement as a result of being punched, can
That
you
one
explain
showed
to
up,
this
right?
jury why you didn't think that fact was something that you thought necessary to put into your statement?
To be honest, I had no idea it was this serious. I had never written a statement before. I didn't realize that I had to be that specific. I could barely write. I was shaking. So I didn't know it was ever going to be needed. I didn't know this was going to happen.
Well, you knew your husband was in the hospital.
I had no idea the injuries.
Let me just say, if I may, ma'am, you did realize that your husband was seriously injured, correct?
Honestly, no. I didn't know at the time that I thought he just got punched and he would just wake up.
Well, except that you weren't able to wake him up. Isn't that true, ma'am?
No.
No, it isn't true?
No, I was not able to wake him up.
And he never was able to communicate, correct?
Correct.
You had good reason to believe that whatever injury he had was serious. Isn't that true?
I wish I would have. I didn't know. I honestly didn't know that it was going to be this bad.
Okay.
I thought he was going to wake up and we were going to go home.
Well, I understand, but you weren't asked to talk about his health care. You were asked to talk about what happened. Isn't that true?
In the statement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you also didn't say that he defended himself apparently by what? Throwing the stool at him?
Yes.
Him being Mr. Sehmer?
Josh threw the stool.
Okay. And where was Mr. Sehmer relative to your husband when that happened?
Running at him.
How far away?
On the
was he?
sidewalk. Just a few feet.
Okay. And were you next to your husband when he threw the stool?
I was kind of in the middle of him. Or no, I was behind Mr. Sehmer.
Okay. You were behind Mr. Sehmer? Or Sehmer when your husband threw the stool?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you have any sense of how far away Mr. Sehmer was from your husband when he threw the stool?
Just a few feet.
Where did it hit him? If it hit him at all?
It didn't hit him.
Where did it go?
To the side.
Okay. Did it end up laying next to your husband after he fell down?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. All right. You went into Tabby's after he had fallen to the cement, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't, strike that, after your husband went to the ground, how long was it before you went back in? Any sense?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Seconds?
Okay. And when you went back in, Mr. Sehmer wasn't there, is that right?
No, he was not there.
And you had indicated, did you believe that throwing the stool at Mr. Sehmer was the defense?
Objection.
Of what it was that Mr. Sehmer was doing?
He was trying to keep, my husband was trying to keep him away.
Well, he could have kept going the other direction, could he?
It ran away.
Yeah,
That's not what happened.
but he could have done that.
I don't know if that would have been the solution. I don't think Kevin would have allowed him to run away.
Does your husband, is he not fleet of foot or something that he couldn't move away from this larger, heavier guy?
Yes, he can run.
But instead he did something different, right? Yes?
Yes.
And what he did was to actually move towards Mr. Sehmer. Isn't that true?
When he threw the stool.
Or when he held the stool, correct?
Held the stool.
All right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Amy, you can step down. You take the exhibit down, please.
Yeah.
I guess he's just trying to go for some old
Can I have an
self-defense.
additional witness?
Ms. Davies can be released from her subpoena.
Yes. No objection?
No.
Yes, state calls Laura Burke.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Burke, would you come forward, please? You come to the witness stand, which is behind the court reporter.
So this is her friend that was there with her at Tabby's.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you guys? Okay, have a seat. Get comfortable. There's a black bar with a red light. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's the microphone.
Okay.
I need you to pull your chair up close and to speak with your voice elevated so we can hear you, all right?
Yes.
This is your witness.
Thank you, Judge. First of all, Ms. Burke, can you state your full name for the record?
Laura Bell Burke.
How do you spell your last name?
B-U-R-K-E.
And can you tell us where you live?
I live in Heartland.
How long have you lived in Heartland?
Going into my 3rd year.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm in real estate development.
And do you know Jen Davies?
Yes.
How do you know Jen Davies?
We've been friends close to 20 years when she started doing my hair when I first moved to the area.
So she was a hairdresser.
Yes.
And is she still your hairdresser?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who Jen is married to?
Yes.
Who was she married to?
Josh Davies.
And how long have you known Josh?
I guess probably about 8 years ago when I met Josh for the first time.
And I want to direct your attention to Saturday, June 17th, 2023. Do you recall this night?
Yes.
And first of all, did you go out to the bars or a concert in Heartland that night?
Yes.
And tell me, where did you go?
I started at Beer Snobs and then later went to Tabby's.
What was going on at Beer Snobs or in downtown Heartland that night?
It was a concert that Beer Snobs was hosting, and it was an outdoor concert in the street area. And so it was a fun kind of festival.
And did you make plans to meet with anybody that night?
Yes.
And who did you make plans to meet with that night?
Jen.
Do you know if Jen was coming with anybody?
I knew that her and Josh were coming together.
So you had plans to meet with them at the concert?
Yes.
Now, do you recall about what time you got to the concert at Beer Snobs?
It was probably around 7:30, I'm guessing.
Was it light out or dark out?
It was still light out.
And when you got there around that time, did you see Jen and Josh right away?
No, I did not.
Did you see other people you knew?
It was crowded and I did not see anyone that I knew.
So what did you do?
I was looking for my friends.
And while looking for them, did you talk with anybody else?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you talk to that night?
I ran into Kevin Sehmer and his friends.
Okay, first of all, the person that you know as Kevin Sehmer, do you see him in court today?
Yes.
And can you tell me where he's seated, generally what he's wearing?
The far left gentleman in the suit and tie.
Does he have glasses on or no glasses?
Glasses.
I would ask that the record reflect identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir, thank you.
Identifications established. Next question, please.
Have you, prior to this night on June 17th, 2023, ever met Kevin Sehmer?
No,
And I think you said this, but was Kevin Sehmer with anybody?
he was with 2 friends, as I recall.
Do you remember either of those friends' names?
One friend was Tom, and I don't remember the other person's name.
Okay, so tell me about your conversation with Kevin during this first time that you knew him.
It was crowded, and Kevin and his friends were standing in a little tree well area right outside on the Beer Snobs patio. So I was looking for my friends, and we just started chatting. It was just like an easy approach. You know, I'm looking for my friends, and we stood and talked for a few minutes.
Okay. And what did you talk about?
We were talking about, I think through the conversation, he lived in Brookfield, and we were chatting like, who do you know kind of thing. It's a small community, so we were visiting about that. It came up that I was single, and his friend Tom that was with him was just divorcing, and so that became the topic of conversation, whether he and I should meet.
And when you say whether he and I should meet, who is he?
Tom, whether Tom and I should meet.
And was Kevin trying to facilitate that?
Yes.
Did you talk with Tom that night?
Yes, he was in that conversation too. There were just other conversations going on at the same time. So Kevin and I were, it was kind of loud, so we were talking more closely. So even though Tom's presence was right there, he wasn't necessarily a part of this conversation.
During this night, did you ever give your phone number to Kevin or Tom?
No. Kevin gave me his phone number.
Sorry, I apologize. Can you tell me about that?
After we had been talking for, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes, and I was still looking for my friend, so I was moving on, and he said, let's keep in touch. I would really like for you to meet Tom. He's a great guy. I forgot my phone at home. I don't have my phone with me. Here, take my number. And I pulled up my contacts, and he put his phone number in my phone.
When you say he put his
Kevin.
phone, and I know this is a little weird, but so nobody gets yelled at. Wait for my question fully.
Thank you. Okay.
And then answer. Okay. So when you say he put his number in my phone, who is he?
Kevin.
After you have this initial conversation with Kevin and Tom, did you eventually see Jen and Josh?
Yes, I later would find them.
Okay. And so were you with Jen and Josh the entire night?
Because it was such a large venue, it wasn't the entire night, but we would be together, and then we'd see other people, and then we'd kind of reconvene again. And I had another friend that was there with a few people also. So I was kind of going back and forth between groups of friends that I knew.
And were you drinking anything that night?
Not at that point.
And let's break that down a little. So when you're outside at Beer Snobs, did you drink anything?
No.
And when I say drink, you didn't drink any alcohol?
No.
And when you met up with Jen and Josh eventually during this night, was that outside?
Yes.
And were Jen and Josh with anybody else?
I don't know who they were with. It was, a big crowded area, so different friends were saying hello. I don't know who was like with them necessarily, but there were a lot of people around that were friends. So there was visiting going on. I don't know who was all together.
Okay.
But I'm sorry. I did know that Josh had a friend with him that they had come together from what I understood.
Okay. During this night, did you ever see Kevin Sehmer drinking?
Yes.
What do you recall, first of all, what type of alcohol do you recall him drinking?
When I first ran into Kevin and met him, it was kind of a joke that he had a girly drink that was a pink, kind of a sea breeze, vodka and cranberry. So I think I teased him about that a little bit, a girly drink.
Okay. Do you recall about how much Kevin was drinking that night?
I wasn't with him entirely, but every time I saw him that night, he had a drink in his hand.
So at least one drink, you know of?
Yes.
At some point, do you decide to go to Tabby's Wine Bar?
Yes.
Okay. And is this in the same general vicinity as Beer Snobs?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the Heartland area, right?
Yes.
So when do you go to Tabby's Wine, or when do you decide to do this?
I think it was a little before 10. So the drink choices at the festival were seltzer drinks and things that beer, and I wasn't drinking that. So I think it was around 10. I walked over to Tabby's by myself and got a glass of wine.
And did you stay at Tabby's?
For a few minutes.
And after you were there and you got your glass of wine, what did you do?
They allow in Heartland that you can carry your drink from a bar when there's a festival going. So it was in a plastic container, and I walked back out the door and rejoined my friends, Jen and Josh.
And when you rejoined your friends, Jen and Josh, what happened next?
Jen said, "Where to get that wine?" And I said, "Oh, it's Tabby's," because, you know, they weren't serving wine at the fair. And she said, "Oh, that looks good." And I said, "Well, get one." So we walked back over to Tabby's.
And who all walked over to Tabby's?
Jen and I walked together first, and we were visiting and talking, and Josh and his friend were a few feet behind us.
And how did you go in the front door of Tabby's?
The back door.
And once you walked into Tabby's now the second time, did you see anybody in the bar that you knew?
Yeah, I saw Kevin.
Okay. And where was Kevin?
He was towards what I describe as towards the front of the bar. There's some round tables towards the front area, and he was standing there by himself.
And did you go over by Kevin?
Yeah, I think we waved coming in the back door, and, you know, hey, and that type of thing.
Okay. And who else went over by Kevin?
Well, Jen and I were together, and I think Josh and his friend were just sort of following us.
So did you all five of you come together in the same general area at Tabby's?
Yes.
And what was the initial interaction with Kevin and you, Jen, Josh, and Brian?
I think I did some just introductions, you know, because Kevin knew from earlier that evening when I first met him that I was looking for my friends, and I had actually described my friends, like, have you seen my friends, and described their appearance. So I said, oh, here they are. This is my friends that I was telling you about earlier in the night.
Okay. So everybody introduced themselves then? That's a yes?
Yes.
And what happened next?
Jen and I were talking, and it seemed very quickly on that the guys were kind of standing all together, and Jen and I were nearby, and I just started hearing kind of some bad language and name calling, and some talk about tattoos, and it caught our attention.
Who was saying the bad language?
Kevin.
Did you hear Josh or Brian say any bad language during this initial interaction?
I did not.
And you mentioned you heard something about tattoos. Who said that?
I really don't know. I really didn't follow the voice of who said. We just heard something about tattoos, and the tone was aggravated.
And so whose tone was aggravated?
I don't know that I identified the voice at that time. I just remember how I reacted to it.
How did you react?
I tried to kind of calm down the atmosphere, and and so I knew that Jen had a tattoo, and I said, here, let me see your tattoo. I was trying to just change the direction of what I was hearing in the background of this aggravated tone.
Do you recall what Kevin's demeanor was like during this?
He came across just kind of hostile, which was surprising because he had been friendly earlier in the evening, but that had been several hours earlier.
Would you say he was friendly with you?
Earlier, yes.
Okay. Do you know who he was directing this hostile attitude towards?
Well, he was standing, Josh and Josh's friend were standing near him, so that's who the conversation was amongst.
Okay. Now, did you guys continue, the five of you continue to talk?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me, after this initial interaction, what happens next?
I became uncomfortable with the tone, and I felt like Kevin needed to go back to his friends that were just back at the festival, but which in my mind at the time was, well, his friends are right outside the back door of Tabby's. I felt like I could move Kevin in that direction to get him out the back door to kind of get him moving along.
Do you recall any other conversation between Kevin and Josh, Brian, Jen, and you prior to you kind of thinking, okay, I'm going to have Kevin go back by his friends?
I think there was some chit chat, small talk. Again, just trying to diffuse the situation that, what I heard, the voices, it was the word that caught my attention was Kevin was calling, I guess, I didn't know who it was directed to, but he was talking to Josh and his friend, and he used the pussy word, which I thought was very aggressive with people you don't know. So I was like, oh, where's this coming from? So I wanted to diffuse the situation.
And so you talked about how you kind of wanted to get Kevin back towards his friends. So how were you doing that?
He had a drink that was sitting on the table, and I kept picking up his drink and kind of like pulling him towards where the back door would have been to kind of like get him to come with me. And I'm sure my words followed that same, line of thought.
The drink, was that an alcoholic drink to your knowledge?
It looked like the other drinks he had been drinking that night, like a sea breeze. It was a pink drink in a big glass.
And as you tried to walk Kevin away, where were Jen, Josh, and then Josh's friend?
Still in the area where we were standing, where we had been standing in sort of that front portion of Tabby's by the circle tables.
Okay. During this time, did you see Josh did you ever observe Josh go back and try to get in Kevin's face during this time?
No.
Did you ever see Kevin, while you're in Tabby's, get in Josh's face?
I don't think it was something that I noticed at the time, but I since have seen it on the video.
And you say you're kind of asking Kevin to go back towards his friends. Did he do that?
I don't think I asked him to. I was just trying to get him there. That's in my mind. I was like, he needs to join his friends. I kind of went into my mother mode and was trying to diffuse the situation and remove him from the friends that I was there with.
And I apologize.
Okay.
Did he ever do that? Go back by his friends at this point?
No.
So what happens after that?
I just tried several times to do that. And then I think it was all still brewing, like this hostile attitude. And I know Jen and I kept looking at each other like, what in the world is happening? It was just this explosion that happened. And we were like, where did this come from? It was very unusual behavior for, what I've ever encountered. And
let me stop you. When you say this hostile behavior, who are you talking about?
Kevin had this very aggressive, hostile attitude that was unprovoked in my view of what was happening.
So you and Jen are kind of looking at each other. Do Josh and Brian ever leave?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
They walked out the front door, and I think it was like, like where we were going to go next, like were they going to go home? It was just kind of that. We were going to continue the evening, and they went out the front door, and I was trying to get Kevin out the back door.
And after Josh and Brian left, who was still in the bar together?
Jen and I were standing there, and Kevin was there in that area too, right where we were standing.
So what happened with you three in the bar at this point?
From what I recall, Jen and I were just in like, what just happened? We were looking at each other like, oh my goodness. And then she was going to go with Josh and his friend, and I was going to get Kevin over to rejoin his friends out the back door. So like going in two separate directions. And then I felt in my mind that was diffusing this situation that was brewing.
But for a time period where you, Jen and Kevin standing in the bar together talking.
Yes, but it was really Jen and I, and he was there too. So it wasn't just general chit chat. It was.
Let's stop. Let's get a question and an answer.
Oh,
We're going
sorry.
on with narrative here. It's elongated. It's redundant. Let's move.
So do you recall Josh or Brian ever coming back into Tabby's?
Yes.
How did that happen?
I just saw Josh stick his head in the door, and it was like a, come on, Jen. Like they had been waiting for Jen outside the door, and we were seemingly unaware because we hadn't really communicated that.
And did Kevin react to that at all?
Yes.
What happened?
He lunged to the door.
Did you do anything to try to stop Kevin?
I grabbed his shirt tail.
Did that do anything?
No.
Okay. And did Kevin go outside then?
Yes.
Now going to bring up exhibit. Okay. Have you seen the Tabby's wine bar video from inside?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up now exhibit 16 just on your screen.
In the witness box.
And now do you see a video on your screen, exhibit 16?
Yes.
Is this inside Tabby's Wine Bar?
Yes.
Do you recognize that being Tabby's?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate picture of how it looked
Yes.
on June? Remember, just wait for my question to come out. Is that a fair and accurate picture of how it looked on June 17th of 2023?
Yes.
I would move exhibit 16 into evidence and request to publish.
Any objection?
No.
16 will be received. You may publish.
Okay, and we are starting exhibit 16 at 00.
Here comes the music. Yeah, make sure you turn it up. What are you guys doing?
I apologize, it's paused at 20 seconds.
Maybe they won't be able to understand it because it's sped up. I can just mute
We're
it over
starting exhibit
here.
20 seconds again.
I just don't want to get a copyright strike, Carmen. That's my worry. I don't think he's the owner. Why don't you just go behind the bar? Just out of precaution, I'm doing a little pause for just a second. I thought they would be talking more over that song, and they are not. And I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, don't you have to play like a certain period of time?
Yeah, I'm over. I think you can do like 5.
Stop.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't know about music-wise. I'd be over that time. I think that's very, very short, like 5 seconds. I just figured they would start talking over the music and then it wouldn't be an issue. But they're not talking loud. Like, also,
He must be, if he doesn't own the place, he must be like a regular, because he's all up in that bar area.
but he didn't seem to like just go back and get what he wanted type. You know what I mean?
He's just hanging around there.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't figure out if he's the owner or not. Maybe. They've not said, really. They've just said, oh, he said he was the owner. So I don't know. But yeah, I just needed to take a safety pause. Also, I'm not sure why we're watching this.
Yeah, what?
Because there's nobody in there.
What was the question?
I don't even remember. Okay, say he got a drink. I think he got vodka cranberry. I think this is before Carmen, because he left after, or he tried to. So I think this is
Or
before.
they're gonna try and count every drink he had like they did at Karen Reed.
All right, I'm muting it because I can't hear anything anyway, word wise. What'd you say, Brian?
I said maybe they're gonna count every drink he had like in Karen Reed's case.
Oh gosh. Well, I'm definitely not leaving it unmuted for that. At least I can see. Okay, here they come. He started right in. He started right in. What did God say about about tattoos? Or what did the Bible say about tattoos? Whatever he said, he started right in, right when they introduced him to Josh and I think that other guy's name, and to Brian. What a jerk. Like it wasn't even, they were being nice to him, introducing him, and then he just immediately started attacking him on his tattoos. I don't know that it was definitely, Gabby's asked what tattoos they didn't like. I don't think it was a specific tattoo that they didn't like. I think it was the fact that he just had tattoos for some reason, that he just zoned in on it. I don't think it was anything he had on him, like a horrible symbol of something or anything like
Maybe that because the defense attorney was asking questions about his religion.
Yeah.
So maybe that had something to do with it.
They said something about, did you say he's a bad Catholic or something? And did you know he's Lutheran? And I'm like, this doesn't even matter. Yeah. This doesn't matter at all. Yeah, you guys, I don't know. Chrissy, I think you're right. Just being judgmental. Carmen, I don't know if it's because he's covered, because the women, his wife had tattoos too, not that covered though. So I think he's just being a jerk.
Stop now, exhibit 16. It was 5 minutes and 2 seconds. That was a fair and accurate depiction of the initial events that night in Tabby's. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to pull up exhibit 11, which has already been admitted. So I would ask that it be published to the jury.
All right, proceed.
I'm starting exhibit 11 at the beginning 00.
Now play more music, please.
Just remember, listen. Fuck you. That's the fucking. Hey, put him up there. The rain is falling down right out there. Come on, motherfucker. Let's go. No. Okay, shut your fucking mouth. Right, that's a key word. Try. Please, okay, a little girl, little Karen. Like I said, all their friends falling down right out here. All of them. Yes, this is the time. Kevin is not the place. It's a pussy.
I needed a seat. Maybe you guys are actually really good friends. I know Jen forever. 20 years. This guy. 20 years. Maybe you're taking this. Maybe you should make something.
I'm certain not.
Maybe she said it.
Don't take it. What did you say?
Okay, there he was. I never saw him before. Come back in.
I'm stopping it at exhibit 11 at 3 minutes and 34 seconds. So were you able to watch that, Ms. Burke?
Yes.
That was a fair and accurate depiction of that night?
Yes.
At the end here, we saw you walking out the back door, right?
Yes.
Did you ever come back into inside of Tabby's?
No.
Now, I want to talk about after Kevin walks out the door, okay? I saw in this video that you stayed inside. Is that true?
Yes.
Did you go outside onto the sidewalk?
No, not until later.
Okay. But when Josh and Kevin are outside, were you outside or inside?
No, I was inside.
So did you observe what happened outside between Josh and Kevin while inside Tabby's?
Part of it.
And what do you recall?
I was looking for help. I did a quick assessment of the restaurant, like, was there anyone who could spring into action and help the situation? And no one was even seemingly aware that this was happening. And as I glanced out the window, I saw Josh outside the window.
And what did you see Josh doing?
By the time I saw him, he had a metal stool that was part of the bistro set, like a stool was over his head. I didn't see him lift it, I just saw it over his head.
And for the record, you just lifted your arms above your head, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Kevin?
Not from the vantage point that I had.
So did you saw Josh with the stool, did you ever see Kevin again from the window?
No.
Did you see Josh do anything with the stool?
No.
Did you hear what anybody was saying?
I didn't hear words, but I heard Jen scream.
What did Jen just scream or did she say anything?
I heard a scream.
Did you ever overhear someone say he has a chair?
I didn't pick up on that at the time.
After you walked out, where did you go?
I was running to find his friends, Kevin's friends.
And did you find them?
Yes.
Okay, who did you find?
His friend, Tom.
And what did you do after you found Tom?
I quickly described the situation that was unfolding at Tabby's and said, you need to come get your friend.
And, okay, where was Tom?
He was near the concert that was happening out back, had ended. He had a friend that was in the band, and so he was standing there while they were tearing down to speak to his friend.
So did you come back to Tabby's with Tom?
Yes.
When you came back to Tabby's with Tom, where were you now? Inside or outside Tabby's?
Outside. We walked along the front sidewalk and approached from the front of Tabby's.
Did you go by Hometown Pharmacy then?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw Jen just telling me that what she had just witnessed, and I saw Josh laying on the ground unconscious.
Okay. And did you see Kevin?
No.
Did you or Tom go look for Kevin?
I said, where's the guy that hit him? And Jed said he ran off.
Okay, did you go and try to find
Yes.
him? Did Tom try to find him?
Yes.
Where did you go look?
Well, Kevin had been the driver for their group that evening, so we went toward where the car was parked.
And do you know where that was?
I don't know the name of the street. I'm sorry, it's the same street I think that the American Legion is on. I don't know what that street name is.
When you went to the area, did you see the car?
I didn't. I wouldn't have known the vehicle or where it was parked exactly, but based on what Tom was saying, he said the car's gone.
Jack, here's it.
Yes, the question was, did you see the car? The answer is she didn't know what the car was.
Correct. I'll move on.
Next question.
Did you ever see Kevin again that night?
No.
And did you give a statement to police eventually?
Yes.
Did you leave Tabby's and Beer Snobs and all of that?
I live very near there, so it's all in the same area. So eventually I went home and an officer came to my home to get a statement.
Okay. Did you, now you stated previously that Kevin put his number in your phone, is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Did you ever give that number to police?
Yes.
I have nothing else.
Thank you. Cross.
Thank you.
Well, this ought to be fun.
You did in fact, that evening, well, probably late, maybe early morning, give a statement to law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. And if I showed that to you, would you recognize it?
Of course.
And just interrupt, can we take the state screen down from publication? Thank you.
Thank you. So first, I'm going to show this to you, Matt, if I may. Mark this exhibit 102.
Attorney Shiro, can I just see that for just 1 second?
Oh, a stable. Let me show you 102, it's 2 pages, man. Is this a statement that you gave to law enforcement that morning?
Yes.
I'm going to publish this for a moment, but I'm going to ask you to keep that.
Okay.
Just I move 102 into evidence.
Any objection? Any objection?
Sorry, no.
102 will be received.
There's, I'm going to publish it, and I don't have the extra copy, so am I going to ask you something about this, if I may?
You're going to publish it on the screen?
Yes.
She'll be able to see it on the screen.
Okay, perfect.
Any objection to publication?
No.
102 can be published.
We have a number for this one.
102.
Okay, ma'am, it indicates a number of things about what happened that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
And obviously, this was given the same night of the event. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it was early morning.
Yeah.
After the
Okay.
event.
And so your recollection of events would be clearer because it's close in time to the event. Would you agree?
It had just occurred.
So you recalled what you had seen?
Oh, I knew what I had seen, of course.
Okay, so when when Kevin and Jennifer left Tabby's out the front door after Josh had reappeared, you looked out the window to see what was happening. Is that correct?
I glanced out the window because there was activity out there. I was still in the situation, even though I was inside and they were outside. I was still part of what was happening. And I had just been holding on to Kevin's shirt tail to stop him from going out the door.
Right, ma'am. I just asked if you were watching.
Of course. I mean, I wasn't, it was a lot of motion. So I was standing there and yes, I was observing what was in my view.
Okay. Now, just prior to Kevin and Jennifer leaving, Josh had come in and yelled something. Is that right?
He came to collect Jen, is what I observed.
Did you hear him yelling anything?
He stuck his head in the door and said, "Come on, Jen." That's, that,
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
that's okay. He stuck his head in the door and said, "Come on, Jen." And that, and I think he was collecting Jen because they were going.
Okay,
I
stop,
asked you just
stop.
what he
Just
said.
answer the question.
Okay.
Thank you. Did he, being Josh, say something to the effect of, why are you still talking with that?
I just saw it on the video.
Let the question finish.
Okay.
Mr. Shiro, finish your question.
Just prior, or when Joshua re-entered the doorway, he yelled something to Jennifer, is that right?
He spoke it, so I wouldn't use the word yell. He said, "Come on, Jen."
Well, there was loud music playing, correct?
There was music. I wouldn't define it as loud.
There was music playing, was there not? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say something to the effect of, are you still talking to that? And then he uses a profanity. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear it at the time, but I have since heard it on the video that you just played, that just played.
Did that refresh your recollection?
No, I didn't hear that at the time.
Okay. So it indicates your statement now, ma'am, I'm going back to 102. You indicate that you, quote, "I saw through the window that Josh had a chair raised above his head to hit Kevin as he approached." Is that what you saw?
That was my statement.
Is that what you saw?
That is what I interpreted seeing when I looked out the window. Yes.
What you saw,
Yes.
correct?
I'm not being argumentative. I'm telling, I just don't want you to put words in my mouth. So I saw a chair, and I just gave my testimony. What I saw was I saw a chair over a stool over Josh's head.
He was holding it,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
As if he was going to hit Kevin, correct?
I perceived it to be a defensive, like as Kevin was approaching him, that he was defending himself is how I interpreted it at the time.
Well, what you saw was that he being Josh, had the stool above his head as if he was going to strike Kevin. Is that true?
As Kevin approached him. So that was my statement, as Kevin approached him.
Right. As Kevin approached, you thought, looked as if he was about to strike Kevin, correct?
I didn't see any hit. I just saw a defensive move of having something over your head. So if someone's approaching you, that I assumed that would have been the next thing, but I didn't see any motion or movement moving forward at the time. That wasn't what
I understand now. What I'm asking is whether your impression from what you actually saw was that Josh was about to strike Kevin as Kevin approached Josh.
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, I think I
Just
answered.
a minute.
Just a minute.
You also indicated to law enforcement that night or that early
One
morning
more
that
time.
I overheard someone say, I think you put in quotes, he has a chair, or quote, he's going to hit him with a chair, end quote. That's what you heard, isn't it?
Someone from inside Tabby's, that again, as I was kind of looking around the restaurant, like,
Yeah, the question
I'm sorry,
is a yes or no.
I don't
You want to
recall
hear the
that.
question again?
Yes, sir, certainly.
Could you restate the question, Madam Reporter?
He just does not put up with anything. I'm surprised he just doesn't object to himself. Objection, because the defense isn't, or the state isn't. Then ask himself what the objection is, and then make his ruling.
You indicated to law
Doesn't even
enforcement
need 'em.
you overheard or you heard someone say he has a chair or he's going to hit him with the chair. That's what you heard.
So if that's what I put in my statement, I just didn't remember that after this much time has passed.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does not.
Okay, but you don't deny.
She was still
that at the
brave
time
enough not to say yes or
when you made
no.
that statement, that's what you recall.
Yeah.
correct?
I wrote yes. I mean, I gave truthful responses when I was giving my statement at the time. I just don't remember it.
Okay. Did you see Brian when you looked out the window?
No,
Did you see Jennifer when you looked out the window?
no,
Did you see, you were able to see Josh for a period of time, or while you were looking?
yes.
And you didn't see Kevin, correct?
From the angle I had, I could not see anyone but Josh.
Okay. And you couldn't see anybody other than Josh, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect,
No, Your Honor.
this be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, ma'am, you can go about the rest of your day.
Thank you.
You have another witness?
Yes, Judge. Yes, this is David call Brian Richardson.
Oh, Oh, right, yeah, that can't go there. I want this. And this, we can't take this one. Yes, 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 yes. The last one was 102.
Mr. Richardson, would you come forward, please? Come to the witness box behind the court reporter. Just step up on that platform. Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, have a seat. That black bar with the red light is a microphone. Keep your voice directed there and your voice up, all right? You understand? Yep. Thank you. All right, counsel.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Well, not quite afternoon. Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Brian Richardson, Bryan, Richardson, Rchardsson.
How old are you, Brian?
38.
And what kind of work do you do?
I work in a metal factory.
Did you know Josh Davies?
I did.
How did you know Josh?
Through my brother, and then we became friends.
Do you remember about how long you had been friends with Josh?
That microphone is, thank you. Go ahead.
For about 10 years, probably.
Okay. And did you and Josh have any common interests?
Yes, we disc golf.
And would you do that frequently?
Yeah, probably 3 or 4 times a week.
Now, is that mostly summertime, or are you really hardy?
Both.
Okay.
Mostly summer, though.
Okay. And have you ever been convicted of a crime before, sir?
3.
3 times?
Yep.
Okay. Directing your attention to the date of June 17th of 2023. Do you remember what you did during the day on that day?
I believe I disc golfed after work.
So you worked that day?
I did.
Do you remember what time you worked until?
2 o'clock.
Okay. And do you remember who you played disc golf with?
Josh.
Okay. And about how long does it take? I don't even know, to complete a round.
45 minutes to an hour, probably.
Oh, so much faster than real golf.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you meet Josh there? Did you drive together? Do you remember?
I picked him up.
Okay. And do you remember if Josh was drinking alcohol while you were disc golfing?
Probably.
Is that something he would commonly do?
Because if she didn't, Carmen, the
Okay.
defense
What would he
would, and
drink?
it's a big deal about it.
Spotted
and vice
cow.
versa.
So beer?
Yep.
Anything harder than that, liquor?
No.
Did you ever know him to drink anything more than beer?
Not really. Whenever I saw him, it was just beer.
Okay. And so you think that afternoon when you were out disc golfing, you maybe had 1 or 2 beers?
Yep.
Did you stay together after disc golf?
I dropped him off, and then we met back up later.
Okay. Can you tell me where you met up later?
I picked him up at his house.
Was he alone?
Him and Jennifer,
Who's Jennifer?
his wife.
And you know, to the best of your recollection, Brian, about what time of day this was?
6:30ish.
Okay. And why did you pick up Josh and Jennifer at that time?
Because we were going to downtown Heartland to the festival, Snobfest.
Yeah, and so you agreed you're going to go together, the 3 of you?
Yes,
And you were driving?
I was the ride, so I picked him up.
Okay. Did you go right to Beer Snobs?
No, we went to eat first.
Where's that?
We went into Beer Snobs and they were full, so we went down to Enters.
And Enters is a restaurant?
It's a restaurant slash bar on Cottonwood Avenue.
And it's very close to Beer Snobs, right?
Yeah, we walked there.
Okay.
Is it throwing
So when you got
frisbee
to the
into, like,
downtown
the
Heartland area, did you park
basket thingy?
somewhere?
Yes.
Where did you park?
At the old Stop and Go gas station.
Okay, so for the people that aren't familiar with this area, we've been hearing a lot about a pharmacy and Tabby's on Capitol Drive, right?
Yes.
You know those locations?
Yes.
Where is the old Stop and Go in relation to that?
If you're looking at the front of the pharmacy, it's just to the right of it.
Okay. So you were able to park your car in there?
Yes.
And then the 3 of you on foot went to Beer Snobs? Too crowded, so you walked to Enters?
Yes.
Which is how much further?
Quarter of a block.
Okay, real close.
Real close.
All right. Did the 3 of you eat dinner at Enters?
Yes.
Do you know if Josh was drinking during this time?
You have no idea,
I don't
Sharon.
remember.
Were you drinking alcohol?
I had one.
Where?
When we were at dinner.
Okay. Did you have any earlier in the day when you were disc golfing?
No.
So you had one what?
I drank a Miller Lite.
Okay. And you don't remember if Josh was drinking during dinner?
If he was, he might have. I don't remember.
Okay. Nothing stands out in your mind. Okay. And what happened after dinner?
We went down and kind kind of went to check out beer snobs. Kind of hung out and listened to the music. Just kind of had a good time.
Okay. And was it crowded, did you say?
It was pretty busy.
Okay. During the time that you were at Beer Snobs listening to the band, did you see Josh drinking alcohol?
Yeah, he was drinking.
Do you remember what?
I don't remember what he even had there.
Okay. Do you remember how many drinks he had?
I have no clue.
Okay. How about Jen? Was she drinking?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they had whatever they had. I don't even know what, like I said, I don't know what was there.
Okay. Were you drinking?
No,
Did you ever go to the bar and buy a drink?
no,
So you have no idea what they were even serving?
no.
Okay.
I mean, I was with them. I don't know exactly.
Not really paying attention to that?
Mm.
Okay. Did you stay at Beer Snobs all night?
No, we walked down, they were trying to find wine and nobody knew where wine was until later. And then we walked down to Tabby's.
Okay. So you say they were trying to find wine. Who are you referring to?
Jen and her friend, well, Jen was trying to find wine and we didn't know where it was. And then when we met up with her friend, she said that she knew a place. So we walked down.
What was Jen's friend's name?
Laura?
Had you ever met Laura before this night?
I have not.
Okay. And so this was your first time meeting Laura?
Yes.
Okay. And so Laura suggested she knew a place to get a glass of wine.
Yes.
And what was that location?
Tabby's Wine Bar.
Okay. At some point, do you all travel over to Tabby's?
Yes.
And how far is it from Beer Snobs to Tabby's?
We walked there, so it was, I don't know, a minute or two.
1 minute walk, right?
Yep.
Okay. And do you remember all four of you went?
Yes.
And where did you go in Tabby's? Did you go in the front door or the back door?
The back door, they have like a patio you can go up and sit on.
Okay. And were you expecting to meet anybody over there?
No.
Okay.
We just walked in, they were looking for wine.
Okay. And it was your understanding the girls wanted a glass of wine?
Yes.
So that's why you went there?
Yes.
Okay. What happens when you get inside Tabby's?
The girls walked in first, we walked in behind them, and then we were introduced to one of the customers that was there already.
Okay.
Never met him before.
And what was the name you were told?
Kevin,
Kevin. Okay. Is Kevin present in this courtroom here? Can you identify him, please?
sitting right there.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you pointed, but for the record that we have to make with the court reporter, can you please describe his appearance, what he looks like and what he's wearing?
Older male, white hair, bald with a beard.
And glasses.
And glasses.
Okay. I ask the record to reflect identification, please.
Any objection?
No, sir, thank you.
Identification established. Next question.
So you're also meeting Kevin for the first time?
Yes.
And do you recall if he spoke to you directly?
Not to me.
Do you recall who he was speaking to?
He was talking to Josh about tattoos.
What do you remember Kevin saying?
He said, do you know what they say about tattoos? You're going to hell for ruining God's work.
Was that early in the conversation?
That was right after Jen, his wife, introduced him as her husband.
Those are the first words Kevin spoke.
The first words that I remember him saying were to Josh.
Okay. What was Josh's reaction?
Kind of joking around about it, saying how he wanted more, because I mean, that was kind of his thing.
Okay.
About tattoos.
Did you speak to Kevin?
I did not.
Did Kevin speak directly to you at any point?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you have tattoos on your person?
I do.
Where?
My legs and on my arms, you can't see them because my shirt's covered up.
Okay. And that night, did you have a t-shirt covering your tattoos on your arm?
Maybe the bottom of my sleeves, but my legs I had shorts on so you could see my tattoos.
The ones on your legs?
Yes.
Okay. But to your knowledge, this conversation of these words from Mr. Sehmer were directed at Josh?
Yes.
Okay. And when Josh made the remark, I'm going to get more or something like that, you said your impression is that Josh was joking around.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Because he was kind of a joking guy. It wasn't, I mean, that's what he liked. He liked his tattoos. He always wanted more.
Did you hear Josh's words to be aggressive in tone?
No, it's kind of like, oh, I'm just going to get more.
Okay. At this stage, this is still right at the very beginning when you're first meeting Kevin. Did you hear Josh curse at Kevin?
No.
Did you hear Kevin curse at Josh?
I know he got heated. I don't remember any specific. like swear words or curse words.
Okay. And after a while, well, let me ask it this way. You and Josh are standing there talking to Kevin. Do you
Yes.
remember what Laura and Jen were doing?
They were sitting next to us and we kind of all were talking. Kevin was kind of on the other side of Jen and Laura from where we were.
At some point, do you and Josh move?
Yes, we went outside eventually.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. From the time you initially met Kevin and you're standing there talking to him, did you move somewhere in the bar?
Oh yeah, so originally we were closer to Kevin, then we walked to the other side of where Jen and Laura were.
Okay. And so at that point, would you say Jen and Laura were between you and Kevin?
Yes.
And Josh and Kevin?
Yes.
Okay. And to this point, have you said anything directly to Kevin Sehmer?
No, and I don't think I did the whole night.
And did you hear Josh saying anything further at that point?
Besides getting more, that's pretty much the only thing I remember him saying.
Okay. When you and Josh get around on the other side of the girls and you're standing at the tables, were you and he talking?
Yeah, I was talking to him, kind of saying we should just go outside.
Why did you say that?
Because he made a comment about just going outside and practice stumbling and just kind of seemed like it was getting to the point where I didn't want it to be.
Who's he in that sentence?
Kevin.
Kevin. So Kevin was saying those things?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
How did you interpret his words?
Judge, I object. It's irrelevant. Overruled. You can answer.
I've never met him, so I don't know if he was kidding around, if he was serious. I didn't want to get it to that point. That's why I was trying to get, I was like, we should just go outside and, just kind of leave the situation.
Okay. You said that to Josh?
Yeah, I was when I was right next to him.
Okay. You testified earlier, you don't recall ever saying anything directly to Kevin Sehmer that whole night.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you ever remember Kevin saying anything directly to you?
No, he pointed, but I don't know who it was at.
Okay. What do you remember about the point?
He was talking to Josh and then he looked over. I was right next to Jen, so I wasn't sure who was pointed at, me or her.
Okay.
I don't remember much of what it was about, what was said.
Okay.
All I know is he pointed at, I couldn't even tell you who it was at.
Okay. Was he saying anything when he was pointing?
He said something, but I don't remember what it was.
What was the tone of his voice?
He seemed like he was still upset of whatever happened with the tattoos and just kind of went from there.
Do you remember any profanity used by Mr. Sehmer at this point?
Yes. I don't know exactly what it was, but he was really loud and kind of aimed towards Josh.
Do you remember him saying anything insulting or derogatory?
Calling him Karen, or actually calling him Karen.
What does that mean?
Judge, I object.
What's your objection?
The objection is he has no way of knowing what somebody means by something.
Sustained.
What did you understand that to mean in your mind, sir?
Same objection.
Overruled.
It's kind of I don't know exactly how to say it. Meaning somebody who is kind of like opposed to everything, kind of. I don't really know how to explain what people mean by that.
Okay.
Next question.
When he was saying these things, was he joking, in your opinion?
To me, no.
Okay.
He was still really loud and kind of in Josh's face at this point.
Okay. And throughout this, we're talking about Kevin Sehmer?
Yes.
Not Josh?
No.
Okay. Did you ever hear Josh make any derogatory statements about Kevin Sehmer, like you're a girl, you're a sissy, anything like that?
No, I don't.
Did you hear Kevin Sehmer say things like that?
Not off the top of my head, I don't remember.
Okay. Now, you said at some point you went outside.
Yes.
Tell me about that, please.
So we walked outside, and outside the door, you can go to the right side, there's a river you can sit over, and then it's the sidewalk to the Capitol Drive.
Okay.
I went and sat over the river on the benches, and then Josh kind of went off to the left side.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ms. Guzzi to put up number 2, please, an exhibit, and show you on the screen, okay? And could you zoom in just a little bit? Just get rid of that white border. Thank you. Okay.
It's in the witness box.
All right, Your Honor, this has been previously admitted. I'm going to request permission to publish.
This is exhibit
2.
two. You may publish.
So, Mr. Richardson, do you recognize what's shown in this picture?
Yes,
What do you see?
the front of Tabby's and the pharmacy.
Okay. And you were just describing for us, this photograph apparently was taken during daylight hours, correct?
Yes,
And this was nighttime hours when this was all unfolding?
yes,
But other than that, is this a true representation of the layout?
it is.
Okay. So you were just describing for us, when you exited the bar, did you go out alone?
No, Josh and I left.
Okay. You were describing where you went when you
Yes.
got outside. Could you please, if you touch the screen, I believe an arrow will come up. Touch the screen in the area where you went and stood. Okay. And did Josh go with you?
Josh went and stood over to the right side of this picture.
All right. So if I don't want to have 2 arrows on the picture. So currently you see an arrow
Yep.
in the area where you say you were standing, right?
I was sitting down.
There's benches there, aren't there?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a little overlook of the Bark River?
Yes.
Okay. That's what that railing's for.
Yep.
And the ground actually is like an embankment down to the river from there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're standing where that arrow is. Are you able to show us on this photo where you saw Josh go?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have 2 arrows. I'm going to ask you to draw the number 1 where Josh was standing. Okay, and that's near the front door to the hometown pharmacy.
Yes.
Okay, and so were you 2 speaking out there?
No, I couldn't even see him because there's a little wall on the back of where I was sitting.
Yeah. All right, and you're just out there waiting.
Yep.
What did you think was going to happen next?
I didn't think anything was gonna happen. I thought Jen was gonna come out and we were gonna leave.
Okay, and you and Josh are not speaking to each
No.
other. Are there other people out in this area?
At this point, it was just us 2.
Okay. What do you remember? Well, strike that. First, may I preserve this as, I think we've used some of these before, so we might be on like
2.
B or
B as in boy.
B boy. Okay, please preserve this as 2B.
Any objection?
No.
2B will be preserved and received.
Okay, so after you're in this position here, what do you remember happening next, Brian?
I remember Kevin coming through the door. And at this point I was standing up. He came running through the door and kind of just ambushed almost.
Okay, so you saw him exit Tabs?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you see where Josh was at that point?
Yes.
Where was Josh?
He was in this kind of the same, he kind of moved forward, but he was in the same vicinity.
Okay. Did you see Jen?
She was still inside the door.
Okay. And were you able to see Laura at this point?
I was not.
Okay. You said you had stood up.
Yes.
And were you still behind that little half wall there?
I was walking towards the front door so I could see what was going on.
Okay. And when Mr. Sehmer came out, what did you see next?
I was kind of towards his back, so I just saw him running towards Josh.
Did you see him do anything
Yeah, I saw him punch Josh.
prior to that? Right when he came out the door, did you see him do anything?
No, I saw him running towards Josh.
Did you see a stool?
Outside there's stools. I don't remember ever seeing anybody with one.
Okay, no one.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a stool in motion?
No.
Overruled. The answer stands. Next question.
You don't remember that?
I do not. There was one on the ground by Josh, but I don't know who had it or how it got there.
Okay. Do you remember when you said Kevin kind of had his back towards you,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
And where did you see him go?
Towards where Josh was.
And what was Josh doing at this point?
Kind of backpedaling.
Okay. You remember seeing that?
Yes.
All right. And what did you see Kevin do?
Kind of, he just kept going towards him and then kind of just, they kind of looked at each other and then Kevin punched him.
Did you ever have a stool?
I did not.
Did you ever raise a stool above your head?
I did not.
Did you ever threaten anybody with a stool?
I did not.
Did you see Josh with a stool?
I don't remember anybody being with a stool.
Did you ever see Josh swing a stool?
No.
Am I understanding correctly? You remember Kevin just coming out and punching Josh on the side of the head?
Yeah,
Sustained.
Trying to get to my next point.
I understand, but you've added information to the question for the witness. You need to ask the witness what he observed, and he needs to testify.
So after you see Kevin advancing towards Josh and Josh backpedaling, what did you see next?
Kevin kept coming at Josh and then punched him in the face, and Josh hit the ground.
Did you see anything in between that?
No.
Okay. Did you see Kevin actually make contact?
Yes.
Where?
On Josh's left side
Okay. And did you see how Kevin made contact with Josh?
with his fist.
Are you able to demonstrate for the jury what you saw?
Yeah, he punched him.
Okay. So for the record, you used your right arm, correct?
Right hand, left side of the face.
And you had your fist curled in a,
Yep.
I'm sorry, your hands curled into a fist, right?
Yes.
And you made a jabbing or a punching motion?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you remember seeing?
Yes.
And you remember seeing him make contact with the side of Josh's head?
Yes.
What happened next?
He fell to the ground and hit his head.
Who?
Josh.
Did you see Josh brace himself in any way?
No.
Did you see him try and catch his fall?
No.
Did you see Jen try and catch him?
I don't even know if Jen was outside by that point.
Okay. Do you remember seeing Jen?
That's not what Jen said.
I think she might have still been in the door. When after it all happened, she ran out.
Okay. Do you remember where Jen was?
Judge, I object.
Overruled.
I mean time, Judge.
Excuse me?
The question is vague as to time. I don't know if he says when Jen was. When?
You want to rephrase your question?
Sure. I want you to rely on your memory to the best that you can. Where do you remember seeing Jen, if anywhere, at the time Josh was punched?
Inside the door of Tabby's.
Where were you?
I was outside.
Okay. Are you near the door? Are you down the sidewalk?
I'm outside the door, more closer to the road, west towards the pharmacy, but not from where I was sitting. I was in front of Tabby's.
Okay.
Did you say less or left? When you said less towards the pharmacy or left towards the pharmacy?
Left when I'm coming out of the door. I was left. Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I love this judge.
Are you able to approximate for us how much time passed between when Kevin came out the door and when you saw the punch being thrown?
15 to 20 seconds, maybe.
And are you able to estimate for us the amount of time that passed between Kevin striking Josh in the head and Josh falling to the ground?
A second or two.
Was there any intervening factor between Kevin punching Josh in the head and Josh going to the ground?
No, he fell out right away.
At any point when you were outside and Kevin comes out the door, did you say anything to Kevin Sehmer?
No.
You're still telling us that you don't remember ever speaking a word to this man.
I don't think I said
it.
Overruled. The answer stands. Next question.
Did you hear Kevin Sehmer say anything outside?
I don't think there were any words outside that I remember.
Okay, you don't remember Josh saying anything either?
No.
No words at all?
Mm-mm.
No? Is that a no?
No.
Thank you.
Just one second.
Well, the way she's asking the question, I'm going to guess there might have been some words from or Josh.
Nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
You guys see counsel, please.
Can we hear it, Judge? Because it's been amazing. All right, this is a really short little sidebar, whatever's happening to him here. And then we have about 15 minutes or so left of this witness, and then we're done for the day.
All right, Mr. Shiro, cross-examination.
Thank you.
Sorry, which one?
The Google. The Google link. No.
Number two.
Number two. We just.
Well, you have to tell her which one you want.
I want the photograph, not the photographs on the front. Yeah. Okay.
It's probably the judge to the
Yeah, that's
attorneys.
Is it a 2?
Yes.
Well, you want to turn on that. You want it published?
Yeah, it might be easier, Judge.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you zoom in just a touch? As I've asked the state to zoom in a bit. Okay. Can you see it, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, I can't really touch it and make anything, but I understand where you were sitting after you left Tabby's with Josh, is that you sat, what would be to the left, our left as we're looking at it, right as you exited Tabby's, is that right?
Yes,
And there is apparently a bench there, is that
Yes.
right? Okay, and that would be further in than the building itself, correct?
yes,
So when you're sitting, or if you were standing at that bench, are you able to see, like, for example, that black car that we see to the right there? Would you be able to see that while you were standing there or no?
when I was sitting down, I couldn't see it. It's kind of tucked back behind a little bit from where that car is.
Okay. In order to see what was going on in front of Tavish, would you have had to move?
Yes,
You'd have to move towards the road.
yes,
Can you give me a sense of how far you'd have to move?
4 or 5 feet maybe.
Okay, all right, thank you. I don't need that anymore, thank you. Okay, so you were with Josh almost, or much of the day, is that right?
Ever since, yeah, well, most of the day after 2 o'clock.
Okay. You have gotten off work and presumably he had also, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And were you pretty much, with the exception of bathroom breaks or things like that, you would have been with him the whole time, wouldn't you?
yes, since
Two.
Since pretty much 2 o'clock. Well, when he got off work, probably 4:30 or something like that.
Okay. And first you went to play disc golf?
Yes,
Okay. Did you and Josh and Jen ever go to some restaurant or bar before you went to Elders?
Enters.
Enters, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we went to Beer Snobs and they were full, so we went down the street to Enters.
Was there a place called Belfry that you went to?
No, that's in a different town.
It's in a what?
It's in a different town.
Okay, so from playing disc golf and then going to get him or get Jen, you were with him.
Yes,
First at, after the disc golf, first at the Beer Snobs, which was not open or was too full, to Enders where you ate and drank, is that
yes,
right?
yes.
Now, do you have any sense of how much alcohol, and by that I mean a beer, a drink, or a glass of wine, or a glass, or one of those cans of seltzer, the alcohol seltzers, how many he had?
All night?
Yeah, from the time you were with him until the time you last saw him.
Not offhand, I couldn't tell you a number.
Pardon me?
I couldn't tell you a number, but I mean, he had a few.
Well, a few typically means 3 or 4. Are you talking about significantly more than that, sir?
Well, I mean, if he had 1 or 2 when we were disc golfing, and then if he had another, let's say 3 or 4 when we were out in, 4 hours later.
Did he being Josh appear intoxicated by the time you went to Tabby's?
To me, no. He was still coherent, still walking around, still talking to people, just enjoying the night.
Okay, and you know him pretty well, so you would have been in a position to know whether he appeared to be intoxicated. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. And then, so you and Josh Leap, correct? The Tabbies.
Yes.
And was that your idea or somebody else's idea or a combination?
There's a combination of both.
Both being you and Josh, or you and Josh and some other person?
Jen and I.
Okay. And then you went over at the stool, or not the stool, the bench that you spoke of, and Josh went over towards the area of the pharmacy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, did you see Kevin leave?
When he came out of the door of Tabby's, I was kind of standing up at that point. So he kind of ran by me to get out to where Josh was.
Okay. So you were in a position to see what happened at that point, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you didn't see, for example, Josh picking up a stool over his head?
That I don't remember.
Well, would you have remembered?
If I would have seen it, yes.
Okay. And instead, you didn't see either Josh holding a stool over his head or Josh throwing a stool or anything like that?
I did not.
And you've been his friend a long time.
Yes.
And this was obviously a sad event for you.
Yes.
Now, you have been convicted of a crime, correct?
Yes.
How many times?
3.
So you didn't see Josh either throw a stool or raise a stool over his head, correct?
That I didn't see anything.
And you would have been able to see it based upon where you were, correct?
At the time that Kevin passed me, I was behind him, so I don't know what happened. You know, so I was going out to where the area was, but I wasn't out in front, so I didn't know if anybody had a stool. I didn't see one.
Well, what I'm asking is if you saw Josh with a stool.
No.
And you were in a position to see that from where you were.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't see him swing a stool at anybody?
No.
Okay. Did you hear anybody yell something about he's going to hit him or anything like that?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't see Josh. Let me start over. You saw Josh backing up, you say?
Yeah, he was kind of backpedaling away from where the front door was.
Okay. Well, he was already pretty far away from the front door when you saw him, right?
So when he came out of the door,
he being Mr. Sehmer?
Yeah, when Mr. Sehmer was already when he was coming out of the door, Josh was kind of backpedaling away from the door because Josh came to the front door to see where his wife was because we wanted to leave. And then at that point, when he was backing up, that's when Kevin came running out of the door.
When Josh went to the front door, did you hear him yell something?
I did not hear anything.
Weren't you pretty close to him?
Yeah, but he was yelling into the building and I was on the outside of the building.
Okay, was he yelling?
Well, he yelled, what I'm assuming it was to say, let's go, let's leave, because we were about to go home.
Well, what did you hear him say, if anything?
I didn't hear anything, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. But when he opened the door, he was still standing on the sidewalk, wasn't he? Or kind of
he had his head tucked in the door, so whatever he said inside, I didn't hear it.
Okay, so in any event, he being Josh, started moving away from the door.
Yes.
Okay, and then at some point, Mr. Sehmer and Josh are close to each other, apparently, correct?
Yes.
And did you see Josh make any movement towards Mr. Sehmer?
No, he was backing up away from him when he was coming out of the door.
Yeah, I'm not at that stage. I'm now asking you about when they came close to each other. Did you see Josh lunge towards Mr. Sehmer?
No.
Did you see at the time they came close together, that is Mr. Sehmer and Josh?
Outside.
Outside.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate that. Outside, did you see Josh lunge towards Mr. Sehmer in any manner?
I did not.
And you didn't see him swing a stool?
I did not.
You didn't see him even have a stool?
I don't remember a stool.
And again, because I'm going to try to be done with this, but you have told us and are telling this jury that you were in a position to see what those two were doing at that point, correct?
Yes.
You must have, because you said you saw him get punched. Correct?
Yes, I was outside and I saw him get hit.
And you saw what Josh did moments before he got hit then, correct?
Yeah, he didn't do much. I mean, just he was backing up and then he kind of was just standing there and then he got hit.
Okay. All right. And you said you didn't see any stool moving or anything, but you saw a stool on the ground next to
There's a
Josh.
stool on the ground. I don't know how it got there. I don't remember if somebody threw it, if somebody used it. All I know is it was there.
But you didn't see anybody.
I did not, and I don't know if that was when I was still on the back side of the wall.
No, I'm talking about when you were there. So I'm not asking when you couldn't see it. I'm saying when you were watching, did you see anything happen with that stool or any stool?
No, I didn't see anyone with a stool, but it could have happened when I was sitting down when Kevin came out of the door. I don't know if it was used at that point, but once I got up, I did not see it.
And you saw Mr. Sehmer leave, correct?
Yes.
And you saw him moving towards Josh.
Yes.
And you could see what they were doing.
But I saw his backside when he was moving towards Josh.
Well, I understand you saw his back, but you could see more than just his back, correct?
I mean, he's a bigger guy. I didn't.
Well, he's not a balloon. I mean, he's a person, correct?
Yes.
And you've indicated you could see what happened.
I saw him go towards him, but I don't know if he had anything. I didn't see anything.
But you were able to see if Josh had something in his hand.
Yeah, he was facing me.
And you would see it if he had had a stool over his head.
Yes, I would.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes, please.
Yes.
All right, so you can step down and go about the rest of your day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. We do have the court has a hard stop today at 3:30. So I want you to know that I'm going to try to begin our session in the afternoon a little earlier. I'd like you back here at 1 o'clock. Please do not discuss this case with anyone else or amongst yourselves. We'll see you at 1.
Thank you.
That's it. That's all we're doing. Sorry, I was being very nice to you guys. I've been nice to you all day. Just remember that. But I had to change something because I've been so nice to you guys. Jody will be streaming the rest of this tomorrow. She will do after lunch. And after, let's see. So she'll do the rest of this day, which is day 2. She'll do all of day 3. And we should get to the verdict. So that's all. I don't objection yourself. Also, if you missed it was close to the beginning of this, the judge went off on the attorneys and it was hilarious because they were acting like children and he told them they were acting like children and it was the best thing I've seen and a judge do in quite a while. So it was great. But anyway, tomorrow 9 a.m. we will start with day 2, second half, and finish this up. And then I do not know what the rest of the week holds for us. So I don't know. You'll find out together. We'll find out when we find out. Chrissy, she had clipped it, but when she left, she took it with her. So hang on a second. I do know about where it is because I did make a note. So hang on a second. Because it is good. It's very, very good. Give me 1 second. I know I'm being like super quiet. Just give me 1 second. You guys can object to all the objections that you want to object to. Yeah, did you just see that? I know it's been hard to see, but yes. Chrissy, I put that up there for you. Has anybody seen my credibility? And I think Jody said today she has never had any credibility. Yeah, I don't know where Brian is. All right, we are close. And Carmen, you probably missed this. It was amazing.
It is in his report on page 1, and I can bring it up for the court to show you. His report says, Jennifer, Ms. Davies, recognized the witness that was there and said to her, that guy, your friend, just hit him in the fucking face. That's also in his report.
Sorry about the
And
language.
it's quoted, or that guy, your friend, just hit him in the fucking face. That's a quote.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Shiro disagrees that was a statement that Ms. Davies made. He thinks it's a statement the witness made. I have a squad video that shows that was a statement Ms. Davies made. I believe that the state could rehabilitate Officer Martins and show him that part, since the defense brought it up that his report did not contain a statement from Ms. Davies that her saying.
I understand the state's position. Mr. Shiro.
Judge, I object. First of all, we don't really have a context other than that, I'm sorry. She, being Ms. Davies, is talking to some other person. We don't know who. I understand that the state contends that that would be.
Stop it. I'm going to tell both of you right now, despite the representation that you're all going to get along, you're bickering like school children. And that is not happening in my courtroom. So you're going to limit that, particularly when this jury is here, or I will call both of you up short. Am I clear?
Yes.
Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Continue with your argument.
Thank you.
Best part of the day. Best part of the day. And you know what? Even the even better part of it, that's still at 1.25 speed. That makes it even better. Oh yeah. I love it. I love it. I love it. Also, we're all going over to Brian's house for dinner. Pork chops with mushroom risotto. Just has to tell us what time to be there. Gabby, of course, will beat us there because she lives the closest to him. But we'll be there. Yeah, I would have been crying if he yelled at me like that. I'd have been like, okay, Judge. Apologize for what? Playing that again? It's amazing. Well, we can start at Gabby's. Because you guys are all like, there you go. Yeah. That would have been me too. Sorry, Papa. Papa Smurf. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Okay. I figured that's what you meant, but I wanted to double check. Because you never know. But that's yeah. We'll end on that note because it's the best note. And I can either click skip or just sit here and let it play for you guys in 40 seconds. I won't do it. I skipped it. You guys better thank me for this later. All right. So again, that's all. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, Eastern time. Sorry. Jody will be hosting, and it will be streaming on both channels, and we'll finish this thing up. There's Brian. I hear him coming back in.
Bye. Everyone have a good rest of the day.
You too, Brian. Get some rest. I'm going to go find some ice.
Chopping these mushrooms, and I'm going to take a nap.
There you go. You've stayed up a long time. All right.
Take care,
I
everybody.
will. Yes, you too. Enjoy your dinner. Get some rest. We will see you tomorrow. For the rest of you, that's all. I will see you guys all tomorrow for just a little bit. I'm not sure how much I will actually be able to be around. I have a couple of appointments, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and a visit with my dad in between. So that's what I got. But I gotta find my song. I'll give you all this little ditty as we exit. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe. Have fun. That's all I got. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Bye.
Jody and Debbie here. Fill your screen with cheer. Hit like and tap subscribe. Join our happy tribe. Thanks for watching now. Hope you had a great wow. Come back very soon. Join us under the moon. Next video on its way. Brighten up your day. New content, fresh and sweet. Life with